workers. Since I was elected in 2015, a constant theme in my office was seeing employers in need of employees. Employers from a wide variety of sectors, including agriculture, transportation, manufacturing, and more, are desperate for employees to fill persistent labor gaps in our market. So I wanted to do something that helps the Canadian economy, our small and medium-sized businesses, fill employment gaps and live up to Canada's reputation as a country with a nation-building immigration policy. The goal of our immigration system is to support economic growth by bringing people to Canada. Canada's population is aging, and domestically we have a low birth rate. Some estimate that by 2030, our population growth will come exclusively from immigration. We're already seeing evidence of this with statistics from 2018 and 2019 showing that immigration was responsible for the employment growth across the country. Currently, immigration accounts for almost 100% of Canada's labour force growth and 75% of Canada's population growth, mostly in the economic category. One thing is clear from my experience as a Member of Parliament over the last 6 years is that Canada needs workers and Canada needs immigration. By making permanent residency more accessible to more individuals who have devoted time and energy and made sacrifices for the benefit of our communities and our economy, we'll help our country flourish and grow. Our government, Ministries of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship, and IRCC work hard to address the challenges faced in our immigration system. With the onset of the pandemic in March 2020, those challenges were exacerbated. However, despite the difficulties we faced and continue to face in this pandemic and rapidly changing world, we have seen improvements and increases in our immigration numbers. Last December, IRCC announced that we have surpassed our target of welcoming 401,000 immigrants or new permanent residents in 2021 as part of the 2021-2023 Immigration Levels Plan. This is the highest number of newcomers welcomed to Canada, surpassing the previous record set in 1913. What is the Temporary Foreign Workers Program exactly? I'm sure most of you in this chamber are very familiar with the Temporary Foreign Worker Permit Program through the work in your constituency offices. The Temporary Foreign Workers Program is an important and essential part of Canada's immigration system. It allows Canadian employers to open temporary jobs to foreign workers when Canadians are unable to fulfill those positions. My constituency office in Surrey Centre receives a staggering number of these files each year. My team estimates that we work on an average of 250 to 300 temporary foreign worker files alone annually. Many of these requests are from local businesses and employers who are desperate to fill persistent labor shortages in our community. Employers wishing to hire temporary foreign workers go through a rigorous process of completing a labor market impact assessment, also known as an LMIA, to find out the potential impact that temporary foreign workers would have on the Canadian labour market. The LMIA consists of assessing the regional and occupational labour market information, the employer's efforts to recruit and advertise for the position, as well as working conditions, wages, labour shortages, and the transfer of skills and knowledge to Canada. Canada approved 550,000 temporary foreign worker applications in 2017. Despite this seemingly large number of individuals coming to Canada each year as TFWs, it is not enough, and we need to do more to find employees to fill vacancies. According to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration's June 2021 report, Immigration Programs to Meet Labour Market Needs, there are several sectors and regions in Canada experiencing labour shortages. Immigration policy, as it stands, is not meeting the needs of the labour market. Industries in health services, agriculture, manufacturing, service industries, trades, and transportation are particularly vulnerable to being underrepresented in our current economic immigration programs. The COVID-19 pandemic, especially in the beginning months, exposed the delicate nature of our temporary foreign workers programs. Thousands of TFWs stepped up to make sure our seniors received care, trucks kept moving, groceries stocked, and restaurants stay open. Many faced delays renewing their permits, uncertainty if they had status, and uncertainty if they would remain employed. However, they remained steadfast and helped keep our country moving and functioning. In their report, the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration urged IRCC to make more accessible pathways available to permanent residents in order to prevent the abuse of foreign workers with the precarious status of out-of-status individuals. Temporary foreign workers are hardworking individuals. They face the risk of exploitation, challenging work environments, and are important contributors to the communities they live in. Unfortunately, for all the risk they face, hard work and sacrifices they make for our community and economy, they do not receive adequate reward for their efforts, in my opinion. Our persistent obstacles faced by temporary foreign workers and their employers are the need to renew every 2 years. This means that employers and workers have to go through the process frequently. Employers must make new LMIA applications, advertise extensively. Once they receive the approval, which can take months, they have to get the employees to get new work permits, which again can take months, adding to uncertainty, stress, as many TFWs don't know if they have medical benefits or if their children can attend schools until their approvals are processed. And this process is repeated several times as those that this motion wishes to address have no pathway to permanent residency. TFWs also face challenges to qualify for permanent residency, despite their valuable contribution to our communities and economy, and great employment records over a number of years working in this country. Obstacles like a lack of higher education and low language testing scores put TFWs at a disadvantage. This can be more frustrating for temporary foreign workers and their families, as their language and skills are sufficient for the work they do, but not enough to grant them permanent residency. They may have working language skills, but not high enough on IELTS. They may have a Class 1 driver's license to drive long-haul trucking, but only a grade 12 education, and therefore may not meet the requisite point score. So imagine the frustration from both the employee and the employer. The person is good enough to do the job, but not enough to become a permanent resident of this country. Many of the industries I have mentioned today fall under NOC levels C and D. NOC standing for the National Occupational Classification System, which classifies jobs based on the type of job duties and the work a person does. NOC level C are intermediate jobs that are usually require high school and/or specific job training, such as long-haul truck drivers or food and beverage servers. Level D consists of labor jobs that usually give on-the-job training, such as fruit pickers, cleaning staff, oil field workers. NOC level C and D do provide some options for pathways to permanent residency. During the pandemic, our government introduced the temporary residence to permanent residence, TR to PR pathways, created to help admit immigrants during the pandemic. Alternatively, NOC code C and D recipients can apply through the provincial nominee program, which allow Canadian provinces and territories create their own immigration programs tailored to their economic and population growth strategies. There are also a variety of other regional and industry-specific programs like the Agri-Food Pilot and the Rural and Northern Immigration Program. These pathways exist, but we need to do more. We need to have immigration programs that are going to meet our present and future economic needs. Thinking about the pandemic and the challenges Canada faced to get workers in the agriculture industry in the early months, we need to work towards creating a more agile immigration system that can respond quickly to changing situations. When we look closer at individual industries like the agriculture industry, for example, we can see the real strain the labor shortages are creating. This year, I saw blueberry farmers that normally hand-picked a large portion of their berries were forced to only machine-pick their crops as there was a huge shortage of farm workers. Similarly, the heat wave that swooped over BC ripened cherries from southern BC to the Okanagan at exactly the same time, thereby causing a massive labor pinch as everyone needed workers at the same time. And for processors, they had to increase their workers due to the increased demand, but with COVID and travel restrictions, it became difficult to get much needed workers in a timely manner. The Agri-Food Pilot was introduced more than 3 years ago. Individuals required at least 12 months of full-time, non-seasonal Canadian work experience in an eligible occupation and an English or French language proficiency of at least a CLB level 4 and a high school education. The agri-food industry is more than just food production. It includes all aspects of getting the food from field to your table, including delivery and sales, which are a big part of the $111 billion annual industry. This is more than 6% of Canada's GDP and creates 2.3 million jobs. I ask that, keeping all this in mind, with private members' motion M44, expanded pathways to permanent residency for temporary foreign workers, I'm asking that this motion be adopted, that our government develop and publicly release a comprehensive plan to expand pathways to permanent residency for temporary foreign workers within 120 days. They should include international students with significant work experience in sectors with persistent labor shortages. I ask that the eligibility criteria be amended under the economic immigration programs to give more weight to significant in-Canada work experience and expand the eligible occupational categories and work experience at various levels. I'm also asking that language requirements be relaxed, as these workers have been able to conduct their work in a manner satisfactory to their employers and Canadian workplace safety standards, and so therefore they should be considered sufficient to be permanent residents of Canada. This plan also examined evidence and data gathered from recent programs such as the TR to PR, Atlantic Immigration, Rural and Northern Immigration, Agri-Pilot, and the Provincial Nominee Program. It should also incorporate this data on labor market and skill shortages to align policy on immigration selection with persistent labor gaps. These programs and data will provide more important regionally and industry-specific data to align policy with the diverse needs across the country to ensure appropriate geographical distribution of immigration and encourage immigrants' retention in smaller communities. We're a country of not only geographical diversity, but also linguistic diversity. This plan should also find ways to increase Francophone immigration across Canada. While we continue to upgrade our immigration system, we have a lot of work to do to keep up with demand. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed shortcomings of our ability to adapt quickly to the fast-changing world. That is why identifying mechanisms for ensuring flexibility in our immigration selection tools to react quicker to labor market needs and regional economic priorities. Finally, I'm asking for our government to consider specific occupations and essential sectors that are underrepresented in the current economic immigration programs, such as health services, agriculture, manufacturing, service industries, trades, and transportation. We know the growth and stability of our communities and economy rely on the work and dedication of immigrants coming to this country. We need to continue to create mechanisms in our systems to ensure that Canada is an attractive and accessible place for temporary foreign workers to call home. I hope I can count on your support for M44, expanded pathways to permanent residency for temporary foreign workers. And I look forward to the remainder of the debate today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Surrey Centre for raising what I believe is a very important subject matter. He mentioned during his remarks about 250 to 300 LMIA/temporary foreign worker cases. My riding is very similar to his in that respect. One of the big concerns when I have those applications come to my office is the reality of abuse with foreign workers. Many of them have to pay their employers for the applications that the employer should be paying for under law, and that's a real concern. So would the member, under this motion, would it be the will of the member opposite that future foreign workers apply directly to the Government of Canada or through an employer moving forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you to the member from Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon. This is a very important issue. LMIA abuse has been persistent, and we've all seen it, in particular our regions. I think there are mechanisms. We've made it that employees can complain and get an open work permit if their employer is abusing them or misusing their funds or misrepresenting their salary. They have other ways to contact CBSA, and we've made it more flexible. The the agency that governs all consultants has been revamped to be a government-regulated organization and given good teeth so it can go after that. So I think we need to give more education to a lot of these temporary foreign workers so that they know those rights and they take avail of those rights. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know if my colleague is aware many media outlets in Quebec in particular have found that temporary work permits for Francophone nations in Africa have very high refusal rates, up to 90% in some cases, and even work permits, when you say that you fear that these people will stay in the country if we give them foreign residency, and well, in some cases, for Anglophones, they advertise saying that it gives you direct access to permanent residency. So I think there's a serious work to be done so that when the Department of Immigration does give permits, they stop discriminating against Francophones.
Member for Surrey Centre.
Absolutely. I want to thank the Member of Parliament opposite. It is very important that the system be fair, that we have people from both official languages that are applying to come into Canada to work are able to get that temporary foreign worker permit status and get a pathway to immigration. That's why I've added in my motion that Francophonie populations even outside of Quebec, and the reason I say outside of Quebec, Quebec has their will to govern and accept their immigrants according to the way they want, but I would like it that other pockets like in Edmonton and those in Lower Mainland where they have significant Francophone populations also get the ability to have workers come from that. And I hope that those high refusal rates are turned around and changed into the better. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Surrey Centre for his motion. As he knows, part of the problem with our immigration system is that Canada over the years have changed the permanent immigration stream for the economic workers to only high-skilled workers. And the reality is that Canada needs the full range of workers. As we learned in the COVID period, many of these workers are in fact essential. They put food on our table, they support our community and our economy. So to that end, with the members' support, an amendment that I like to propose to expand the economic immigration stream to allow workers of all skill levels to meet the full range of labor needs, and as well to also recognize caregivers in his motion.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre, 45 seconds or so.
Thank you to the member for Vancouver East. I've worked extensively, almost 4 years with her on the Immigration, Citizenship and Immigration Committee. She's worked very hard and very passionate, and I'd be more than happy to accept those amendments. We need to have pathways for all temporary foreign workers to get permanent residency in Canada, including caregivers, so I will accept both amendments.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague first and foremost from Surrey Centre for bringing forward this motion. And congratulations for being number one actually on the list. It's a rare win, so big congratulations. And most importantly, thank you for bringing such a thoughtful bill forward. Even before the pandemic, essential sectors in Canada's economy faced a labour shortage crisis. Agriculture, transportation, food processing, hospitality and tourism sectors are all still dealing with a gap in their workforce. These are vital industries for our recovery, and all of them have faced hit after hit. Rising inflation, ongoing COVID restrictions, and the historic Liberal-made backlog with nearly 2 million people stuck, waiting to finally have their cases processed. Looking forward, attracting new and skilled workers to come to Canada and eventually become permanent residents is key to recovery and growth for Canada. In the fall of 2020, I, along with witness Raj Sharma, an immigration lawyer at the Citizenship and Immigration Committee, recommended that this government create a pathway for temporary residents to become permanent residents. With too many people stuck in the immigration backlog, providing this pathway is a more efficient way of processing cases. Temporary residents are already 50% of the way through the bureaucratic maze of Canadian immigration. This is also a very key conservative principle that since these people are already 50% processed, it would take less resources to make them permanent. Another reason this makes sense is that temporary residents have experience living and working in Canada, and they are adjusting to the diverse experiences and opportunities that our country offers. I also want to note that the temporary residents here on work permits were also the ones who were transporting goods and medical supplies throughout the pandemic. They worked on farms and processing plants to help keep food on our tables. They work tough jobs and often get little thanks for what they do. During the first wave, I remember hearing about truckers who drove across the country with almost nowhere to stop and to use the bathroom. Yet they kept rolling to deliver supplies, and that kept our economy running, our hospitals stocked, and our plates full. The positive impact of temporary foreign workers on our economy is immense. They mostly do the jobs that everyday Canadians don't want to do. We have seen that even with high unemployment throughout the last couple of years, many sectors that rely on temporary foreign workers were left with massive labor shortages. This motion is a step in the right direction, but we need a concrete plan now. Hotels, tourism companies, restaurants, and Canadian communities are already preparing for the summer. They need to know if they will get the workers they need to meet the demand for tourism in Canada. This is a significant concern, not just because of the historic Liberal-made backlog at IRCC, but also because of the collapse of the LMIA process for temporary foreign workers. Employment and Social Development Canada is also failing to modernize, adapt, and prepare for the future of immigration in Canada. Just like IRCC, ESDC continues to be stuck in their ways. At Immigration Committee last spring, we made recommendations to those departments to reform the LMIA process. Unfortunately, so far, none of those recommendations have been acted upon. We heard testimony about agriculture operations submitting LMIA applications 18 months before they needed the workers. Unfortunately, those businesses would not have that labor that they needed. My colleagues and I have seen firsthand how the LMIA process and IRCC backlog have affected temporary foreign workers and Canadian employers. Across Canada, TFWs, temporary foreign workers, who had applied for extensions to work permits had their LMIAs stuck in processing. Instead of IRCC communicating with ESDC, asking if workers and employees had ongoing applications, immigration officials gave 90-day notices telling workers to leave the country. Today, many jobs TFWs work are not seasonal. Food processing plants need workers year-round. Greenhouses and livestock operations are 12-month operations. Even some hospitality jobs require workers to be here throughout the winter. In a time when we are facing a labor shortage crisis in Canada, we cannot allow ourselves to think about temporary solutions. That is why we need a pathway, a way to end the cycle of bureaucratic mix-ups and massive backlogs. By giving temporary residents a step-by-step program, they can plan their lives accordingly, and so can businesses. Canada needs to attract labor to this country. We need the skill, we need the talent. Mr. Speaker, I quickly want to address the TR to PR pathway the government created in response to the recommendations witnesses and myself made in fall of 2020. I want to make it clear that any pathway to PR for temporary foreign workers should not follow that example. We heard from many applicants how much of a mess the process was. IRCC did not release the application instructions in advance when the portal opened up last spring. That left people scrambling to get their documents in order and book a language test last minute. Those language tests booked up extremely fast, and most English classes could not handle the load that was put on top of them. What's worse is that immigration consultants and lawyers could not submit applications on behalf of temporary residents. That meant those workers had to take time off to fill out an application without assistance from an immigration expert and hope they got it right. The truth is that we know many applicants unknowingly made mistakes. For example, English-speaking people who applied to full streams automatically went into the French-speaking streams. However, instead of IRCC making that mistake known to temporary residents who applied, they denied those applications. I had business owners calling me upset that their employees had to take time away from work, only to get rejected from this pathway because of unnecessary clerical errors. I agree that was a failure by this government. Red tape and miscommunication seem to be a theme the Liberal immigration system has encompassed, and so is racism. The Polera report on racism at IRCC was disturbing. Employees heard department managers calling some African countries the, quote, dirty 30, end quote. It made me sad to hear this, and I'm embarrassed for the immigration officers who try and do a good job. Recently, Citizenship and Immigration Committee undertook a study to look at the alarming high student visa refusal rates, particularly in Francophone African countries. In some West African countries, the refusal rate is 90%. A lot of that has to do with the discrimination and bias. The committee heard from witnesses that many international students were being turned away because of dual intent. IRCC officers weren't satisfied that those students would return to their home countries in Africa. This is after the Liberals have promised to bring in more international students and provide them with a pathway to permanent residency. The Minister of Immigration needs to take this issue seriously. Francophone and African international students study in all parts of this country. In my home province of Alberta, we see vibrant and strong Francophone and African communities, and they contribute to the success of our province and country. The truth is the dual intent issue is not just a problem for international students, but also for temporary foreign workers and other temporary residents. Moreover, it is often an issue for immigrants from developing countries. How can Canada build a pathway to permanent residency if our system will turn around and discriminate and refuse the very people we are recruiting to come here? Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that I am for smart, responsible, and transparent immigration. But I'm also in favor of red tape reduction, being efficient, and showing compassion. I support a pathway to permanent residence for temporary residents already living and working in Canada. Those people work hard, contribute to the growth and productivity of our country, and strengthen our democracy. This pathway makes sense. Why would Canada attract the best and brightest, provide them with opportunities, training, and knowledge, and then force them to leave? While I will be voting for this motion, I want to make my concerns clear to my honourable colleague across the way and the Minister of Immigration. We must develop a fair and compassionate pathway that addresses the labour and economic needs of every province and industry in Canada, and that helps reduce the historic backlog. We need real action to end racism at IRCC, and the department needs to be open about its mistakes. Mr. Speaker, we also need to address this massive backlog because families are being separated, kept apart from each other, families who can't see their children's first steps, their birthdays, and other milestones. Canadian businesses aren't able to fill the shortages that they have for labour, and more importantly, our economy is suffering. We need to clear up this backlog, and this government needs to take that very seriously. This is an opportunity for the government to fix its mistakes and help our businesses and communities grow and thrive. I hope to see a pathway that will help end the labour shortages and grow the economy from coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Porcelain. He has said that he had talked about the backlogs. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the member that when Conservatives were in power, it was taking steps.
Order. I made a mistake. I guess there is no questions and comments on this one. Only on the first round. So I really apologize. That was my mistake to the member for Surrey Newton. That's the way it goes. Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
The honourable member for Rimouski et Témiscouata-les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to express my solidarity and, of course, my thoughts for the Ukrainian people. Slava Ukraini. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to the motion tabled by my colleague from Surrey Centre, Motion M44, which deals with permanent residence for temporary foreign workers. My colleague's motion deserves special attention because it deals with immigration, a crucial issue for Quebec and Canada, and one in which each legislative decision is likely to have a profound and far-reaching impact on our societies, both in the short and long term. Motion M44 is divided into several sub-elements, which multiplies the angles to be considered and the questions to be asked during its study. However, given the limited time allotted to me for this speech, I shall restrict my presentation to two issues that the Bloc Québécois deems essential for the motion to receive its support. Without further ado, the first issue concerns the addition of an explicit guarantee of compliance with the provisions of the Canada-Quebec Agreement on Immigration, a document signed in 1991 and which has since become the benchmark for the sharing of responsibilities between the Canadian and Quebecois governments in immigration matters. My colleagues and I believe it is essential to recognize the precedence of the Canada-Quebec Accord because of point A of the motion, which states that the government's proposed plan should aim to modify the eligibility criteria for economic class immigration programs in order to give greater weight to significant Canadian work experience and to broaden the eligible occupational categories and work experience at various skill levels. Mr. Speaker, changing the eligibility criteria for the economic class is Quebec's prerogative, and it is not up to Ottawa to dictate to Quebec whether this or that criterion should be given more weight, nor is it up to Ottawa to choose which occupational categories should be favoured. Because of its in-depth knowledge of its own labour market and the agreement reached in this regard over 30 years ago, it is Quebec that must determine its own priorities. I would also like to take this opportunity to draw your attention to an element of the preamble to the Canada-Quebec Accord that testifies to the spirit of the signatories of the agreement when it was concluded. It states, in black and white, Mr. Speaker, that the agreement stems from a joint desire of the Canadian and Quebecois governments to provide Quebec with new means of preserving its demographic weight within Canada and to ensure the integration of immigrants into the province in a manner that respects the distinct character of Quebec society. 30 years later, I find it hard to believe that Ottawa still remembers its commitment, as the Liberal minister responsible for immigration, a unilingual Anglophone, it should be remembered, released an immigration plan in February that aims to grant permanent status to 1.33 million new immigrants in just 3 years. The spirit of the 1991 agreement is more threatened than ever before. Indeed, such a sudden increase in immigration thresholds greatly compromises Quebec's ability to maintain its demographic weight when it would have to accept more than twice as many permanent immigrants as it currently does. If it does so, it would accelerate the collapse of the French fact in Montreal, while the resources available on the ground for Francization will not be able to meet the needs that have been identified. This is a perfect trap for French Quebec. For these reasons, it is essential that the motion explicitly state that its implementation will be in accordance with the rights confirmed onto Quebec by the 1991 Canada-Quebec Agreement, so that the resulting plan does not violate the spirit of this historic agreement. The second issue for the Bloc Québécois relates to point D of the motion, which should have read as follows. D. Evaluate ways to increase the geographic distribution of immigration and encourage the retention of immigrants in smaller communities, as well as encourage Francophone immigration outside Quebec and in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, as the MP for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques, I am on the front lines of all regionalist demands, and I'm convinced that it is crucial to address the attraction, but especially the retention of immigration in our smallest regions and communities. In Quebec, the Montreal metropolitan area concentrates approximately 80 and 85% of the immigration population year after year, whilst it contains less than 50% of the total Quebec population. This imbalance hurts our communities, which would be culturally and collectively enriched by the arrival of newcomers from the four corners of the francophonie. This imbalance harms our entrepreneurs, who are facing a labour shortage that is only getting worse and threatens the region's economic vitality in the short, medium and long term. This imbalance also harms our universities, the influence of which knows no borders, and universities that work hard to attract brilliant minds from here and elsewhere within their walls. It goes without saying that the member for Surrey Centre will find an ally in me to identify and implement measures that will help the regions to do well in immigration. Similarly, my Bloc Québécois colleagues and I will always be in favour of promoting and perpetuating the French fact throughout Canada. That said, where we believe it is necessary to intervene is in the promotion of Francophone immigration within Quebec itself. It is with some incredulity that we noted this omission in the motion tabled by my colleague from Surrey Centre. This, considering the alarming data that was revealed just a few months ago, and this regarding the systemic and systematic discrimination that Immigration Canada carries out against Francophone African students applying to our Francophone universities in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the statistics speak for themselves, so allow me to give you a few of them. Here at home, at the Université du Québec à Rimouski, this university faced a staggering 71% refusal rate on over 2,000 applicants in 2021. Across Quebec, applications from some French-speaking African countries had a refusal rate of over 80%. Similarly, Ontario and British Columbia had respectively 37% and 47% of refusals in 2020. Similarly, applications to English language universities in Quebec have lower refusal rates than their French language counterparts. This is indefensible. Why does Immigration Canada discriminate against French-speaking African students? Why has no one in the Minister's office raised a red flag in the last 3 years? Whilst Quebec universities have previously accepted these students and the Quebec government has done the same, the federal government is cutting them off with a painful veto. Considering that obtaining a degree in Quebec is a fast track to permanent status, this unfair and unjustifiable discrimination against Francophone students is once again contributing to the decline of French in Quebec. I will say it, and I will say it again. We must not underestimate the challenges facing French-speaking immigrants, and we must encourage them to come to Quebec. In particular, the study permit system currently used by Ottawa is an insult to Quebecers and to all Francophones, and it must therefore be reviewed. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Motion M44 deals with an important issue that must be given the attention it deserves. The Bloc Québécois questions its implementation and its consistency with the provisions of the Canada-Quebec Agreement on Immigration, and that one of the objectives of the action plan to be produced is to promote Francophone immigration to Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to the House today regarding motion M44. It was clear from our time together in the previous sessions at the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration that the member for Surrey Centre is passionate about improving Canada's immigration system, and this motion highlights that as well. Congratulations on being number one. I and my colleagues in the NDP have long viewed Canada's immigration system as an exercise in nation building. Individuals and families from all corners of the world for generations have come to Canada, contributing to our communities, our social fabric, our culture, and economy. In the past, Canada's immigration system offered lander status on arrival for a full range of workers. Unfortunately, successive Liberal and Conservatives have shifted our system over time to just what IRCC deemed as high-skilled workers. As a result, Canadian employers have struggled to find the full range of workers to meet the labor demand, and increasingly, Canada has turned to the Temporary Foreign Workers Program. On an annual basis, there are now more temporary foreign workers in the country than there are new landed immigrants. 20 years ago, there were 60,000 temporary work permits in Canada. Today, there are over 400,000. As we have witnessed, precarious status immigration streams lead to severe power imbalances, abuses, and a fear to speak out. Whether it was the rampant exploitation and stories of deportation threats for live-in caregivers that forced program reforms, to the countless stories of workplace rights violations, wage theft, and illegal housing, temporary foreign workers, for temporary foreign workers, many of these issues stem from the precarious nature of the immigrant workers community. The pandemic, Mr. Speaker, have really highlighted the fact that temporary foreign workers have been mistreated. And there are two issues that I would like to state. One is that Canadians and our economy heavily rely on access to temporary foreign workers, many of whom are essential workers, even though IRCC's definition of these workers are what they call, quote, low or medium skilled. They work at grocery stores, they put food on our table, they care for our loved ones, and so much more. Across the board, their value should be recognized with livable wages, secure employment benefits, and, as COVID has demonstrated, pay sick leave. Yet too often, these essential workers are paid minimum wages. They can only come to Canada as temporary foreign workers and not as immigrants, and that needs to change. And that's why the NDP is putting forward an amendment to the motion to expand the economic immigration stream beyond what IRCC deems as high-skilled workers to include the full range of workers, and I'll be moving that motion at the end of the speech. And two, the lack of enforcement of rules to prevent exploitation and harm to temporary foreign workers continues. The recent Auditor General's report found that the government assessed almost all employers as compliant with COVID-19 regulations, even though they had, quote, gathered little or no evidence to demonstrate this. Their continuous failure to act to enforce basic standards, rules, and principles, the program tips the scale further in favor of abuse, exploitation, exclusion, and tragically, death. I don't say that lightly, Mr. Speaker. Whether through failure to follow COVID guidelines leading to COVID deaths or unsafe work practices resulting in the workplace deaths of agricultural workers each year, the mistreatment of these precarious migrants lead to tragedy each and every year. Many, myself included, have argued for a very long time that the Temporary Foreign Workers Program is a complete misnomer. While it aims to be for the filling of labor or skill shortages on a temporary basis, we all know that it isn't the case. Instead, the program is used to fill permanent jobs with temporary people. The NDP has long argued with migrant worker organizations that if you're good enough to work here, you're good enough to stay. That means landed status on arrival and the recognition that, quote, low skilled is a term that doesn't reflect the value of work being done, but is just a term that justifies poor working conditions and low wages. Eliminating the precarity of status for newcomers and removing the power imbalances created by tying a migrant worker to a specific employer would have an enormous positive impact on the lives of migrant workers overnight and, in the long term, positive impact for our economy. As just one example, COVID-19 has exposed a shortage of frontline healthcare workers in this country. In my years of work advocating for better treatment, the end to forced family separation and landed status on arrival for migrants arriving through the caregiver stream, I've heard countless stories of how many of these women are trained nurses and caregivers who could not practice as a result of immigration laws. It makes no sense that they're not able to practice in their profession, even if they have passed all the tests and meet all the credentials. The only thing that's preventing them from working in their profession is the immigration rules. Credential recognition doesn't help them because they're tied to the job and the employer that got them here. There is no flexibility, and that is wrong and should be changed. I'm happy to see that the member include international students in the motion as well. The best and brightest young people from around the world come to Canada to study. For some, they want to make the skills they learn here and bring them home to improve their communities, and that is incredible. But we also must realize that for some coming to Canada, obtaining an education here and being immersed in our communities is done with the goal of making Canada their home. While pathways exist for many, the difficulty of navigating the system and the delays for application approvals become serious hindrances to their ability to stay here and work in the field. For reasons that have never been explained to me, students applying through express entry scored lower than they should because any work experience they gain in Canada while study does not count. This artificially lowers their score and makes it less likely for them to be selected. And this too should change. I would be remiss if I don't speak to the lack of options that individuals without status have to regularize and obtain valid status. People can be in this country without status for a wide range of reasons, some of which are out of their control, some of which are instances where they believe they were following the rules but were misled and exploited, some of which have lost status because of the delays in the system. The reasons are many. And for example, I'm aware of caregivers who lost status due to COVID-related delays in processing application. There are an estimated 500,000 people already here in Canada without status. Many of them, due to this precarious situation, are working under the table or are not having their rights respected and are being exploited. They are also countless cases in positions well below the fullest of their abilities because they can't come forward for positions that they qualify for without status. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to change all of that. And I'm going to move the motion to say this. That the motion be amended by adding after the words comprehensive plan to expand the following, quote, the economic immigration stream to allow workers of all skill levels to meet the full range of labor needs, and B, in paragraph F, by adding the words caregivers after the words healthcare services. I thank the member from Surrey Centre for accepting these amendments, and I look forward to the plan from the government when the motion passes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It's my duty to inform the honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Surrey Centre if he consents to this amendment being moved. Honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Give my consent.
Okay. So there's consent. So Ms. Kwan, seconded by Mr. Julian, move that the motion be amended by A, adding the words after the comprehensive plan to expand the following economic immigration stream to allow workers of all skill levels to meet the full range of labor needs, and B, in paragraph F, by adding the word caregivers after the words health services. The amendment is in order. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to you, Monsieur le Président, and to all my wonderful share colleagues this morning. It's a pleasure to see you and my colleagues this morning, albeit virtually, and I do wish everyone safe travels as a majority of MPs return for the first sitting week of March. Mr. Speaker, today I'll be providing remarks in support of Motion 44, Permanent Residency for Temporary Foreign Workers. I do wish to sincerely congratulate a great colleague, but more importantly, a close friend, the Member of Parliament for Surrey Centre, for his tireless work, both in pushing forward this motion and his advocacy in strengthening all facets of our immigration system. I've had the opportunity to work with this member on Immigration Caucus, and his interventions are obviously always timely and substantive. Motion M44 develops a plan that is not only good for the economy, but also allows us to build a more inclusive and diverse country by attracting and retaining individuals from all over the world with a diverse and I would argue in-demand skill set and work experiences. When we speak about skill sets, Mr. Speaker, as has been demonstrated by the pandemic and really the course of our history as a country, those called low-skilled jobs are in fact some of the most important in our labor force. And thus, under Motion M44, it would provide accessible pathways to permanent residency status to workers who have traditionally been considered as lower skilled. Mr. Speaker, this is the right thing to do economically, and I would argue morally. Mr. Speaker, I am the son of immigrants who came and contributed much to this country. My grandparents and their 7 children left in impoverished southern Italy in the late 1950s with literally only a suitcase, limited skills, but with a can-do work attitude, a drive to create a better future for their children, and a desire to help build and contribute to this country we call home. Today, they would be viewed as low-skilled newcomers, and frankly, Mr. Speaker, I completely beg to differ. Before I provide further remarks on Motion M44, I would like to take a moment to comment on the situation in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, we are all Ukrainian at this moment in our global history. Our very fundamental belief in liberal democracy and our Western values of democracy and self-determination are under attack. They are under attack by a corrupt despot, a corrupt dictator, someone that is dangerous not only to the Ukrainian people, but to his own people and must be stopped. Mr. Speaker, liberal democracies will win, and the Ukrainian people will themselves and only themselves determine their future. Yes, their right of self-determination. Mr. Speaker, this is not a battle about only the Ukraine, but about the future liberal democracies themselves. As stated by a TV commentator last night, the Ukrainian people have lit a spark that is uniting the world against tyranny. Returning to Motion M44, Motion 44, excuse me. This motion asks the House that within 120 days to develop and publicly release a plan that ultimately helps to address the persistent labor shortages seen by employers across Canada. Mr. Speaker, these labor shortages in many sectors of our economy are only anticipated to get worse as literally millions of Canadians exit the labor market for retirement and the fact that our birth rate continues to decline. Mr. Speaker, immigration is imperative not only to building a better country and more inclusive country, but also for our economic well-being. As rightly so, the member from Surrey Centre is correct in identifying a plan to expand pathways to permanent residency for temporary foreign workers, including international students with significant work experience in this country. This is the correct pathway to take. Mr. Speaker, immigration for me should be looked at, as a nation-building exercise and not simply as a plug for economic growth. Mr. Speaker, this motion, combined with a number of policy measures we have introduced over the last 6 years as a government, takes us in that direction. We know our government since 2015 has significantly expanded the absolute levels of newcomers to Canada to now over 400,000 per year, and the number of pathways, including the Atlantic Immigration Pilot, the Northern Immigration Pilot, Agri Food Pilot, and others. But we must do more, and this Motion M44 takes us in that direction. We are allowing newcomers to come to Canada and bring their entrepreneurial spirit and diverse set of skills that are in demand to Canada. But Mr. Speaker, when we look at the components of the motion, and that's where I'll spend the rest of my time in this allotted time period, I wish to focus on Part A of the motion, which states that amending eligibility criteria under economic immigration programs to give more weight to significant in-Canada work experience and expand the eligible occupation categories and work experience at various skills level. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, this is something that I have advocated for many years since becoming a parliamentarian. Having Canadian work experience to me is the best indicator of success, the best indicator of future success. On language requirements, let's think about this. How many of you are Ukrainian, Portuguese, Italian, Spanish, and those educated in non-English, non-Commonwealth countries will be able to come to Canada today? Not very many at all, Mr. Speaker, frankly. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, we know that under express entry, that individuals who have very high levels of English, for example, a PhD and then commensurate academic credentials, their pathway is easier. But the fact is that many of the jobs that are going unfulfilled, that are in demand, are ones that are, for example, in skilled trades, hospitality, healthcare, in our agricultural sector, in our engineering sector, in our manufacturing facilities. These are all sectors of our economy, vital to the Canadian economy and vital to our future economic well-being. So, for example, a temporary foreign worker who comes to Canada, they arrive for a 2-year period under an LMIA. As you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, they begin their employment, start putting down their roots in their community, and begin their integration period into this country. After a 2-year period, in the normal course, individuals say in a career path or a NOC code with an average English skill set would not be able to remain in Canada because they do not have enough points, maybe because they're a little bit older, maybe because they haven't gone and received upper level or higher level education. This is wrong, Mr. Speaker. This needs to change. Motion M44 takes us down this route. And I congratulate the member from Surrey Centre for bringing forward this motion. I use the specific example, a concrete finisher, a carpenter, or whatever skilled trades individual that would come to Canada, could work here for 2 years, but then could not stay here permanently. They would be under an LMIA for 2 years, but with no clear pathway to remain in this country. That is in fact wrong, Mr. Speaker. This serves as a large disincentive for someone wanting to come to Canada to do so, uprooting themselves and their family only first to return around and go back. That's not an investment I or anyone would want to take. We need to re-examine and give more weight for those are here working in Canada, contributing, paying their taxes, and frankly, would make awesome citizens. These people are our friends, our neighbors, and they want to become part of the permanent Canadian landscape. The pathway would also save employers and their employees literally thousands of dollars a year to renew their LMIA and save the workers the same. Some applications for LMIAs cost several thousands of dollars. I'm not just talking 2 or 3, but 5 or 6. This is an inefficient and bureaucratic process. We must look at ways to streamline our system, and motion M144 would take a large step in that direction. Another part of the motion that I'm very supportive of is Part C, incorporating data on labor market and skill shortages to align policy and immigration selection with persistent labor gaps. Mr. Speaker, as I think about motion M44 and reading through it this morning and over the weekend, this Part C of data, we are a government that since 2015 has been driven by data and science, Mr. Speaker. We know that when we make the policy decisions that incorporate the most relevant data, the most up-to-date data, we'll make the right decisions. And we know that our immigration system, we need to make sure we are identifying sectors of the economy that need and require labor, Mr. Speaker. I can give a very quick example in my remaining time. I received a phone call several weeks ago from one of our largest employees here in the city of Vaughan. He is in need of approximately 250, 300 people to work at his factories. His orders are overflowing. His orders are overflowing from the market of the United States. At the same time, it is very difficult for this individual to find local labor, non-existent to be honest, here in the GTA, and also to bring in temporary foreign workers to work at his plant. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because these are what are called medium-skilled jobs working in light manufacturing, but creating economic success here in our country to serve our export markets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the 1 minute note. And frankly, my answer to this entrepreneur was that he would have to sponsor each individual through an LMIA process, a very laborious process. So we need to also look at that process, Mr. Speaker. But what motion M44 means is that when we look at the manufacturing sector, when we look at agriculture, we can look at health services. We need the most up-to-date, relevant data so we can then make the best decisions. On the language requirements, Mr. Speaker, and I know the member from Surrey South Centre flagged them at the beginning. Frankly, you couldn't put up a building in downtown Toronto right now if you went and asked all the individuals if they had the language requirements to become Canadian citizens. And I want to leave that thought into all 338 of my colleagues. You could not put up a building in downtown Toronto or across the GTA if you went and asked all the individuals working on those sites if they had the English requirements to immigrate to this country today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to the member from Surrey South Centre. Job well done. Thank you.
La période prévue pour
The time provided for private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the House, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that a take-note debate on Russia's egregious attack on Ukraine be held later today pursuant to Standing Order 53.1, and that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, members rising to speak during debate may indicate to the Chair that they will be dividing their time with another member. B, the time provided for the debate be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 16 periods of 20 minutes each. And C, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Therefore agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. It is carried. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour, government orders, government business number 9, consideration of a motion for the Parliamentary Review Committee pursuant to the Emergencies Act.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise on the establishment of a Parliamentary Review Committee pursuant to the Emergencies Act that has just recently been lifted. And I think it's so...
I have to interrupt. We're a little slow on the motion itself. So it's Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Cara, moves that, A, pursuant to subsection 6.2.1 of the Emergencies Act, a special joint committee of the Senate and the House of Commons be appointed to review the exercise of powers and the performance of duties and functions pursuant to the declaration of emergency that was effect from Monday, February 14, 2022 to Wednesday, February 23, 2022, including the provisions as specified in subsections 62.5 and 6 of the Act. B, the committee be comprised of 4 members of the Senate and 7 members of the House of Commons, including 3 members of the House of Commons from the governing party, 2 members from the House of Commons from the official opposition, and 1 member from the Bloc Québécois, and 1 member from the New Democratic Party, with 3 chairs, of which the 2 House co-chairs will be from the Bloc Québécois and the New Democratic Party, and the Senate co-chair will be determined by the Senate. C, outre les coprésidents.
C. In addition to the co-chairs, the committee shall elect 2 vice-chairs from the House, of whom the first vice-chair shall be from the governing party, and the second vice-chair shall be from the official opposition party.
D,
the House of Commons members be named by their respective whip, by depositing with the Clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee no later than the day following the adoption of this motion.
Can I dispense? Therefore, I dispense. And I'll just say the last part, that the message be sent to the Senate requesting the House to unite with this House for the approved purpose to select, if the Senate deems advisable, the members to act on the proposed special joint committee. Debate. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's good to rise again to speak to this matter. I will start by talking about the incredible importance of parliamentary oversight, particularly when we're using something as extraordinary as the Emergencies Act, which was written in 1988 and has never been used in this country. So we lived through a period of the utilization of this act for the first time. And so when we're talking about establishing a parliamentary review to take a look at how that act was used, it's important that we move quickly. And so I appreciate the discussions we've been having with other parties, but we are at a bit of an impasse, which leads us to where we are right now in this House. And I think it's important as context to talk about this motion, to talk about the events that led up to the enacting of the Act, the period of time that the Act was in place and how its powers were used, and that what the Act then demands after the provisions of the Act are completed. For a period of 3 weeks, all of us who came here to Ottawa witnessed something that was without precedence in Canadian history. The streets of Ottawa were gripped not by a protest, but by an occupation that seemed to have no end. Many of us have had an opportunity to go and talk to residents who lived in the red zone or businesses that were shut down and affected by what happened there. And it was totally and utterly unacceptable. You know, for myself, when I came into Ottawa on a Sunday night to be at this place at the very beginning of the protests, I'd seen something on television, but I never really had any sense of the full character of what was going on until I came and saw the streets blocked, until I talked to folks who own businesses who were, despite having gone through incredible difficulty over 10 or 20 or 30 years, saying this is the hardest thing that they'd ever endured. Residents who were afraid to leave their homes. Those that did, witnessing harassment, defecation, urination, and just a complete upheaval of their day-to-day normal lives. If that wasn't enough, we saw homeless shelters attacked. We saw desecration of national monuments. We saw swastikas and Confederate flags be flown. And this continued ad infinitum. Honking horns, disruptions of ability to sleep, complete terrorizing of a local population. And what then began to happen is a spreading elsewhere to blockades, blocking critical border crossings, meaning that hundreds of millions of dollars in lost trade was now affecting businesses across the country, with further actions being contemplated. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that everyone suffered in this pandemic, some far more than others. But for every human on this planet, we are forever going to be united in the collective trauma of having lived through a global pandemic. For myself, I'm an incredibly social person. I love to be out in the world. It's how I get my energy, being with friends, being with family. And like everybody, being cut off from that was exceptionally painful. But you know, many of the people who were in the red zone in Ottawa suffered certainly a great deal more than I did over that 2 years. People who were frontline healthcare workers, people who lost loved ones. Thank God I didn't. And I think one of the things that the folks who came in protesting forgot is that the lives they were shutting down, the people they were terrorizing, they'd gone through something really hard too. And it takes me to one of the things that was desecrated, which was the memorial to Terry Fox. And it makes me reflect upon the nature of freedom generally. Terry Fox was somebody who was diagnosed with, at that time, a terminal diagnosis of cancer. He was going to die. And he had a choice about what he was going to do with the days left to him, what he was going to do with the freedom that he had while he still drew breath in this world. Terry Fox made the decision not to be angry, not to shake a fist, not to scream about the injustice of his condition, but to ask the question how he can lift others from suffering, how he can use his suffering and his pain as a vehicle so that others may not suffer, so that others may not feel pain. And as he raced across the country, he captured the imagination of all of us, appealing to our greatest nature, that when we suffer greatly, that our instinct often is to turn to anger and malice. But there's a deeper part of us that connects to something that I think is more spiritual, that calls for us instead to use our suffering as a way to stop the suffering of others. And I have to reflect, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the people who came here protesting were suffering. I'm sure they had gone through very hard things, as many across this country had gone through many hard things. But did they think about the people that were around them? The businesses that were suffering? The people that have been toiling on the front lines of this pandemic? The people who were as desperate as they were for a return to normalcy? I don't think they did. Certainly their actions didn't indicate that they did. And I think that's the thing that bothers me the most about the disposition, and I understand that we see this very differently, but the disposition of the official opposition in this matter. That cheering on this type of behavior, this type of lawlessness, this lack of regard for the suffering or others, or lack of kinship with trying to lift others out of pain, but instead demanding that your pain be heard and felt beyond all other pain, regardless of how much more pain it caused, was concerning. And there's been many times when I've seen protests, and I've sympathized with many of the points that the protests were making, but then I see the way the protests are being handled or conducted, or I see some of the imagery that some of the people in that crowd has. And I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, that we have to make a decision not to go among, even when there's a group of people, or even a large group of people that we support, when there is lawlessness or affiliation with causes that we disagree with. And some of those choices have been really hard for me, because some of those causes that I saw, I believed in, and I wanted to be among those people. But when I saw a flag flown or an image of something that I disagreed with, I understood that my presence there would be confusing. And sometimes some of my colleagues in other instances made that other decision to go out among those people, and photographs were taken, and the Conservative Party pointed out, what do you stand for? There's somebody in that crowd who stands for this. Do you stand for that? And they were attacked on that basis. And I had to reflect that that was a fair criticism. We are in a tenuous time in this country. We are in a tenuous time in this world. We see the events unfolding in the Ukraine, and we realize that our enemy is not the people that I'm staring across, as much as we may have vociferous debate and difference. Our enemy is those that would seek to undermine our institutions and throw out our very democracy. And there is no doubt that there was sedition in the group that was outside. There were those that sought to topple a democratically elected government and replace it with I don't know what. But I do know that the folks that came here and occupied a city for 3 weeks didn't talk a lot about the fact that an election had happened just months ago, where the issues that they were demanding be taken action on had been decided in that very election, with the vast majority of parties supporting the measures to fight the pandemic based in science. I take no joy in not being able to go out to a concert. I take no joy in not being able to go to some of my favorite places with some of my favorite people. But we looked at that and we said we had to do it to protect our neighbors, to protect those that we loved. We had to make those sacrifices. So when I see, and this is disappointing to me, the member for Carleton talking about standing with what's going on outside, keeping the momentum going, the interim leader of the Conservatives saying that I don't think we should be asking them to go home, the member for Yorkton Melville saying a show of patriotic passion, the member for Lambton Kent Middlesex saying what I saw were patriotic flag-waving Canadians. It was like Canada Day times 1,000. Wow. I think we got a problem, Mr. Speaker. And I think we got to step back and really consider what we foment. And there is, in our dialogue, the need to look at science and hard decisions and come together. But to support this kind of lawlessness is totally unacceptable. So the act had to be brought to bear, the Emergency Act, to deal with this situation and create a restoration of order. And in its bringing to bear in this unprecedented situation, there were 3 pillars. One, to restore peace and order so that people could resume their normal lives, so that their freedoms weren't impugned. 2, that it be done correctly, that it be geographically targeted, that it be used the minimum amount of invasiveness possible to achieve its results, and 3, that it be time limited. We are now seeing a return to normalcy. We're seeing the blockades over. We're seeing life in Ottawa feeling normal again, and people being able to work and live in their communities in a way that they were accustomed to. And now that it's over, the Act requires 2 things of us. One, that an inquiry be set up within 60 days to independently verify the use of the Act and its appropriateness. And 2, that a joint committee of MPs and senators be established to independently take a look at the actions of the government and the use of this Act. Now, there are 2 things then that would seem like important principles to me in establishing a committee of this nature. One, given that it is in fact the government itself that established the Act, I concur that the government shouldn't itself chair the committee. That's a supposition that I support. But I would say secondarily that given the actions of the official opposition, given their support, even cheerleading for the illegal activities that occurred outside of this building and blockades across the country, that it would be equally inappropriate for the official opposition to act as a chair in reviewing the matters that occurred. Instead, what I think is a fair and reasonable proposal is that the chairmanship be shared by the 2 other opposition parties, one that did not support the use of the Act and one that did, And as this is a joint committee of both the House and Senate, that the Senate be given the opportunity to appoint one of their members. So in this instance, the committee that we've suggested actually dials back government representation. We proposed 3 Liberal members, 2 Conservative MPs, and 1 Conservative senator, so that's actually 3 Conservatives that would sit from their caucus, 1 Bloc, 1 NDP, and 1 from each of the recognized groups in the Senate. And I'll just say that the Conservative proposal to only have 1 senator is completely inappropriate to the other chamber. We have to understand that in 1988, when the Act was written, the intention of a joint committee of the House would be that there would be appropriate representation from both houses. At 1988, that was a Senate based on parties. The Senate has now moved to a different place. And we know, as legislators, that the spirit of an Act is the most important thing that we must focus on. So ensuring that there's 1 representative from each is fair and is balanced. The Conservative proposal to only have 5 members, 2 of which were Conservative, 1 Bloc, 1 NDP, and 1 Liberal, to be chaired by a Conservative MP and co-chaired by a Conservative senator is not appropriate. Mr. Speaker, it's essential that as we move forward and look at this chapter of history, that parliamentary review be done, and that committee be both balanced and impartial in its deliberations. And I think what we have put forward demonstrates exactly those principles. And I say, Mr. Speaker, that it's time we get to work on that committee.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the challenges that we've been dealing with all of us working on this committee is the perception, real or otherwise, that the government is trying to stack the deck with this committee. I can tell you that the Conservatives, and I'll be speaking about this momentarily, but we provided a reasonable proposal that would have seen an already existing committee that was purpose-built for this particular purpose, which would have provided a chair to the Conservative side on the member's side, but also a chair to the Senate side. So I would like the Honourable Government House Leader to explain to this House and explain to Canadians why that committee couldn't work, given the fact that it's purpose-built, and yet this committee, in his view, would.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. We started off our first proposal that we would model it off of MAID, which would have seen a government chair. There was a counter that we would see a Conservative chair in the scrutiny of regulations model. My concern, and I think I outlined it clearly in my speech, is that I don't think either is appropriate to chair, given the nature of the events as they occurred. Both that the government is itself the entity that created the use of the Act, and therefore wouldn't be appropriate to chair. And I agree with that supposition. And that secondly, that the Conservatives had so vociferously argued in support of the protests and their objectives. I don't think that they've demonstrated the independence necessary for there either. In terms of stacking the deck, I would counter that doesn't add up. We're talking about 3 Liberals, 2 Conservative MPs, 1 Conservative senator, so they actually have the same number as we do from their caucus on this, which isn't proportional. It actually favors them. 1 Bloc, 1 NDP, who are actually overrepresented because it's a smaller committee, and 1 from each of the Senate groups. So I don't see that math.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his speech, the government leader said that we need an impartial committee to shed light on things. I also would like that. Shedding light on things, well, I'd like to understand what the motivation was for the government to move forward with the Emergencies Act, knowing that it was quite controversial and that no longer seemed urgent. Is the government's motivation? Well, was it not to boost the Prime Minister's reputation that didn't take action until last week? Did they not kind of leave aside the important role he could have played. So for me, an impartial committee that will shed light should also study that aspect. I'd like to know if he agrees with me on that.
L'honorable leader.
The Honourable House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That was such a difficult situation. It wasn't at all stable. And it was obvious, not just in Ottawa, but also with the blockades at the border, that it was a problem that was threatening our country. And it was absolutely essential for the government to take action. And today, fortunately, outside here of the House of Commons and at our borders across the country, the situation is stable now. Therefore, it is rare to use powers under this Act, but it was an obligation. And it's important as well, Mr. Speaker, to say that it was very limited, not just in time, but in terms of geographic regions and in the use of these powers.
Parliamentary questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for New West Windsor Burnaby.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the Government House Leader, for his speech. I have three questions for him I'd like answers to. First off, how important is it to have opposition members actually chairing this important Parliamentary Review Committee? I mean, the House Leader has said, I think quite aptly, that indeed the opposition needs to chair this, and what the government is proposing is 2 opposition chairs. How important is that? Secondly, how quickly do we need answers for the people of Ottawa? Government House Leader spoke to what we all saw. Thousands of residents of downtown Ottawa, people with disabilities and seniors that were cut off from essential services. There were assaults, there was vandalism, hundreds of businesses were closed. And so how important is it to get those answers for the people of Ottawa at what happened over those 3 weeks and how devastating the impact was for residents of Ottawa?
And thirdly, my question is about how some members, not all, Conservative members, took action during this crisis. They supported the occupiers despite the vandalism, despite some violence which we saw locally. Was that appropriate for Conservative members to act that way?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I appreciate working with all the House leaders of different parties on this issue as we've tried to find consensus. Let me take the first point because I agree with it. At the very beginning of us having discussions on this, as I said, I initially thought that it would be appropriate to use a model as with other committees that were the government chaired. The argument was made that it would be more appropriate for the opposition to chair, and I think that point is absolutely essential to ensure that folks have confidence in the review that's going to take place. And I think with respect to the question of, well, let me go one step further. I think what's good about the model that is being proposed is that you have 2 opposition parties, one who is for the Act, one is opposed to the Act, but you don't have a situation where one of the parties is obviously a cheerleader for what happened and I think would not have impartiality. 2, on the second question of how quickly we need to act, I said that at the beginning of my speech. These powers are extraordinary. These circumstances were extraordinary. I think that it's essential that folks have answers to the appropriateness of the powers and in their use. And also we have separate processes that we're going to have a conversation around in Boy and elsewhere to make sure that this sort of thing never happens again. On the third question of whether or not it was appropriate for MPs to take part in the protests outside, I hope that members reflect on that. That the lawlessness that we saw out there, as much as we may agree with some of the points that are being made, that what is being fomented in that and what it was all about was absolutely something inappropriate to be taking place.
Commentaire, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Saint Kilf Islands.
Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Government House Leader. The circumstances of the Emergencies Act have certainly been one of the more significant debates I've ever participated on in this place. And I welcome the Emergencies Act, and one of the reasons I felt comfortable voting yes was that the parliamentary oversight process was rigorous. There will be a committee, and there will also be an inquiry I just want to put forward this notion to the Honourable Government House Leader. One of the worst things that's happened to Canadian democracy has been the emergence of people believing in alternative facts, as the Trump White House used to refer to it. How do we, if we decide one set of people in this place have already made up their minds so firmly that they can't be reliable in investigating? I think that's a wrong supposition. Now, obviously, they're part of the committee. Conservatives are part of the committee. But I would also make the point that the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre and I are also an opposition party in this place, and we respect each other a lot and didn't vote the same way. I respect my colleagues across the way who didn't vote the same way. If the committee of all people in this place, including the Green Party, were able to come to a report and give it to Canadians, could we then stop having different sets of facts, really explore what happened, and get past the idea that I get emails from constituents who say, nobody assaulted the workers or the homeless at Shepherds of Good Hope when I know what happened? How do we get to an agreed statement of facts if we decide one set of people in this place are not really open-minded?
The Honourable Government House Leader in under a minute.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her excellent question. It's something that I think weighs on all of us in our discourse. We can disagree on many things, but we should not disagree on base facts. And I think there's an obligation that every member has to hold every debate to that core of really explaining what are the facts in any given situation. And we have seen, unfortunately, with the advent of social media and with it being very easy to buy into an alternate reality that is more convenient for you, that this is a perilous threat to our democracy. And sometimes we think that it might work for us in a moment with an email that kind of creates some discomfort for another political party. But at the end, it is an erosion of the very foundation of this place, and we all must stand firm against it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really am looking forward to discussing this situation. But before I begin, I'd certainly like to express my concern for the people of Ukraine and the current situation that they're going through. All of us are watching very closely. We see the government acting, and we are, as Conservatives and as Her Majesty's loyal opposition, in support of many of the government's actions. And I note that we will be engaged in a take-note debate. We've actually just recently, through unanimous consent, extended the take-note debate to allow more speakers to discuss this current situation. On Saturday, there was a rally held in Barrie. There were roughly about 150 concerned citizens, many of them whose birthplace was in Ukraine. They're Canadians now of Ukrainian heritage. They expressed their concern about what was going on, particularly the illegal actions of Vladimir Putin. And then yesterday, I attended, along with members of the government as well as the opposition, the rally down at Toronto Nathan's City Hall. And I don't even know what the crowd was. Some estimated at about 10,000 people, but it was quite something. And everyone was united with the Ukraine and the people of Ukraine and the brave people of Ukraine. So certainly our thoughts are with them, and I'm sure that as the days and weeks ahead, I'm sure we'll see more significant action on the part of Western nations and our allies as well, and I look forward to be able to support those as well. Mr. Speaker, the sad reality is that we're dealing with a government motion today when we should be dealing and discussing many of the issues that are happening currently in Ukraine. And we're here because we as Conservatives, and I know Canadians, are looking for some sense of trust in government. That's particularly what the committee is. I don't even know what that was. It sounded like a doorbell. But do we know what that was? Okay. I'll continue, Mr. Speaker. We're certainly looking for trust. The government, in the invocation of the Emergencies Act, took upon itself extraordinary powers to deal with a situation. Now, we can argue whether that situation was needed, whether the Emergency Act declaration in the province of Ontario or the emergency declaration in the city of Ottawa was sufficient in dealing with the situation, or whether these extraordinary acts that the government took was able to deal with the situation. I can tell you that, you know, there was likely a lot of planning that went on before the invocation of the Act on that Monday, February 14th. You know, so we really need to restore and get down to some level of trust in government with respect to this committee. And as the government gave itself extraordinary powers, it's incumbent upon us as members of Parliament, and I think this is what was envisioned in the Act as it was crafted in 1988 and approved by this body, that it would provide extraordinary scrutiny on the government, not just in the decisions that led up to invoking the Emergencies Act, but also, Mr. Speaker, the actions that the government took. What reasons were there? The government House Leader spoke about sedition. That's a strong term, and other factors as well. So it's incumbent upon the committee to find out and get to the bottom of whether the government's actions were justified and whether they met the threshold of declaring an emergency. And so when we look at this, this is a matter of trust in government, Mr. Speaker. And it's important that we, as members of the opposition, all parties, make sure that for the sake of our public institutions, that we provide that trust to Canadians. Now, I was listening intently as the government House Leader was speaking earlier, and he talked about you know, the actions of members of Parliament. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, and I say this with all due respect to the government House Leader, the government doesn't get to justify, doesn't get to judge the actions of others as it relates to the establishment of a parliamentary committee. All of us have taken an oath in this place to ensure that we act in the best interest of Canadians, and this committee and the establishment of this committee should be no different, Mr. Speaker, than any other committee. In fact, I would say that it's somewhat similar to what we see in other committees, particularly oversight committees, where the members of the opposition actually are chairs of the Ethics Committee, Government Operations Committee. We're also the chair of Public Accounts Committee. Those are all oversight committees of Parliament, and they've been long established. And so, you know, it should stand to reason that there should be a member of Her Majesty's official opposition as a member of, as a chair of that committee, because it is designed to provide extraordinary oversight. So, Mr. Speaker, we can argue all we want about, you know, the protests. The protests are gone. Conservatives, you know, obviously we believe in peaceful protest, but for several weeks we were asking the protesters to go home because their voices had been heard. And what we saw in Ottawa and what we saw across the country, whether it was at border crossings or other demonstrations that were occurring even in my own community of Barrie-Innisfil, was a manifestation of years of frustration, years of anger, years of anxiety of dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. And, you know, our jobs as members of Parliament is to listen to our constituents, to listen to Canadians, to make sure that we understand their concerns and to deal with those concerns. And that isn't just precluded, Mr. Speaker, to those we agree with. That includes people we don't agree with. I get lots of calls and emails in my office, as you do, Mr. Speaker, as all of us do, of varying opinions, varying ideologies, varying political ideals. But that doesn't mean that we discount that. We have to listen to everybody. That's our job. And so listening to those who came to Ottawa was important, to hear their voices and their anxiety, to hear the frustration that they were feeling. Just as I'm sitting in my constituency office last week, returning phone calls and emails, that same level of anger and frustration because of what we've been dealing with over the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker, was being relayed to me when I was in my constituency office last week. There were some people who were upset about the Emergency Act being invoked. There were other people who were happy about the Emergency Act being invoked. But all of them, to a person, felt the same way, that we need to understand what led up to the Emergency Act invocation and what evidence and what decisions did the government make in invoking the Emergencies Act. Was it political? Was it to protect the Prime Minister because he had been seen as not acting on this? Was it actually, in fact, to suppress these seditionist forces that the government is speaking about and the government House Leader just mentioned? We have to get to the bottom of it. And the only way that we can do that, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that we have a committee that is reflective of the proportionality of parliamentarians in this place, not casting or judging what each member of Parliament is going to preclude on that committee, but base our decisions and base our recommendations to Canadians and our findings to Canadians based on what we are hearing, what evidence is being provided by the government and other institutions like law enforcement. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request, Mr. Speaker. So what led up to the fact that we are now dealing with 2 hours of debate, and I suspect that we're going to lead to 2 hours of further debate, or several hours of debate on another day when we should be getting down to work of the committee. As the government House Leader said, and as prescribed in the Act, there's a requirement for us, once the revocation order is made, to study the issue. And that's really where we tried to go on the formation of the committee, to find some sort of consensus. And then there will be an inquiry within 60 days. And so what led us to this point where the government has to drop a hammer of presenting a motion in front of Parliament to determine the establishment and the composition of this committee. In our first discussions with the government House Leader, Conservatives actually proposed that the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee look into this action by the government. We felt at the time that it was purpose-built, and if you look at the mandate of the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee, a lot of what we are working and intending on finding in relation to the government's action is actually mandated within the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee. It is a joint committee of the Senate and of members of Parliament, of the House of Commons. It has 16 members on it. It is chaired by a Conservative member of Parliament on the House side, and it's chaired by a senator on the Senate side. So I don't think at this point, because of COVID, that the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee has actually met and has constituted and formulated a chair, but we felt at the time that that was a reasonable proposal because the government had initially proposed, as the House Leader said, the Medical Assistance in Dying Committee, which became an ad hoc committee of Parliament, which had 2 co-chairs, not 3 as currently proposed in this motion, and we felt that that was going to be a reasonable solution to this, Mr. Speaker. A joint Senate-House committee, purpose-built, purpose-driven for what this committee will be charged to do. So we presented that. It was actually on the Monday of the vote. We talked about, actually it was before that, it was the Thursday, and then the Monday of the vote, the government House Leader came to me and said that he had spoken to the 3rd and 4th opposition parties, and they had come up with a solution to the committee. There was no opportunity for me as opposition House Leader to work or reflect on this, and that's what led to this motion actually being proposed today. So you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, when I saw the composition of this committee, I looked at 3 co-chairs. There's not a parliamentary committee today that exists, a standing committee, even in the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee, that has 3 co-chairs on it, proposing the 3rd and 4th parties of the opposition, plus a Senate side as well. So to us, that was a non-starter, despite the fact that the government House Leader had already spoken to the other opposition parties about this. So the challenge existed that we weren't going to agree with this, so we were effectively at a stalemate. What we thought was a reasonable proposal on this committee was rejected by the government, an already existing committee, for this new ad hoc committee, because as the government House Leader said, he didn't trust the opposition parties, members of the opposition, to have good judgment on this committee, which I think is an absolutely ridiculous and absurd assertion, Mr. Speaker. So, failing any further agreement, we find ourselves in the position that we're in today. And that is what I believe to be an absolutely absurd proposal of 3 co-chairs of this committee, one led by the third and fourth parties and a member of the Senate, and providing for 2 Conservative MPs, neither of which are to be chairs. And I take you back earlier to my statement, Mr. Speaker, when I said the oversight committees of Parliament, those standing committees of Parliament, are always chaired by an opposition party. And there's a reason for that, because they're designed to provide oversight. This committee is designed to provide oversight on the government. And if the government is convinced that its actions, both leading up to the invocation of the Emergencies Act and its actions subsequent to the invocation of the Emergencies Act is justified and defensible, then it should have no problem being held to the account that it's required. It should have no problem justifying to this committee, whether it's led by an opposition chair or not, it should have no problem in providing that information, and the committee should have no problem without prejudice to do its work and to hold the government to account and to restore that trust in government that Canadians expect. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, part of the challenge is, how we got here and this manifestation of anger. And, there's a lot of Canadians right now that are upset. They're upset after 2 years of lockdowns, 2 years of restrictions. They see other G7 countries opening up. In fact, just today, the U.S. Congress announced that no more mask mandate. Other countries are limiting their restrictions, limiting the mandates, and yet here we are in Canada, as provinces even are lifting some of those mandates and restrictions. We're still seeing this level of control at the federal government that's causing a lot of anxiety and a lot of confusion among Canadians. And it was just a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, that we proposed, with the support of our Bloc colleagues, for the government to establish a plan by February 28th to move away from the restrictions, move away from the mandates, so that we can provide Canadians with some sense that we were going to get back to normalcy in this country. And yet the Liberals and their coalition partners in the NDP voted against that motion, voted against the plan, despite the fact that their own chief public health official had talked about living with COVID and the fact that this was going to be a normal occurrence and we had to start thinking about living with COVID. That's all we were asking for. And we did it while people were protesting here and protesting in other parts of the country. So think of the message that sent, Mr. Speaker, to Canadians who are desperate to get back to some sense of normalcy, to spend more time with their family in the United States, to not have to worry about some of the mandates and restrictions vis-a-vis flying and other things. We're at 90% vaccination rate at this point, which is greater than some of the other G7 countries around the world, but they're the ones that are limiting their mandates, they're reducing them and getting rid of them, and yet here we are, still locked down. So that anger is being manifested in what we saw were these protests. And so, instead of providing Canadians a little bit of hope, let's just beat them down again. and feed into that anger and that anxiety. That's all we were trying to do, Mr. Speaker, is just to provide a little bit of hope. Give us a plan, an exit strategy, something that we can go back to Canadians and say, by this date, this will happen. By this date, that will happen. And I know that the government, you know, their talking point on this is they follow, you know, science and evidence-based decision-making. You know, I would suggest that they do that only when it agrees with their ideology, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is not about science anymore. This is about political science. And the Prime Minister holding on for some reason, his party holding on, the NDP holding on for some reason, this complete control over Canadians, and it has to stop. But this started a long time ago. This didn't just start. As I said, this manifested itself, this anger and this anxiety, months and months ago, when in May, the Prime Minister made a statement that, you know, we don't believe in mandatory vaccinations. That's not the kind of country we're in. You know, we don't do that in Canada. And then all of a sudden, a day before the election, the Prime Minister stands up and says, we're going to have mandatory vaccinations, creating a wedge issue during the election, an election that nobody wanted. $660 million at the height of you know, Afghanistan falling, Western Canada burning. There were lots of things that were happening around the world, but it was the Prime Minister's intention to call an election and use the issue of mandatory vaccinations. Despite the fact that at the time we might have been at 75 or 80% of Canadians being vaccinated, using that issue as a wedge issue to further divide Canadians. Exactly. And then we saw through the course of the election, the Prime Minister of the country, referring to Canadians who aren't vaccinated as misogynists, extremists. Do we have to tolerate these people? It's no wonder why people got pissed off.
All right, try to keep into the realm of parliamentary language, and I would ask the member to maybe rethink that one, retract that, and rethink it with a new one. You know, honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
I apologize for that, Mr. Speaker, but it's no wonder why people were angered. When the Prime Minister of the country is referring to his own countrymen, his people, in those terms, because he doesn't agree with them and they don't agree with him. It's not prime ministerial. And it really has affected a lot of people in more ways than perhaps the Prime Minister thinks. And the challenge right now is that, you know, that anxiety and that anger is still persisting and it's still manifesting itself. And so, you know, the situation that we find ourselves in, this level of trust and looking into our public institutions and making sure that our public institutions are functioning in a way that gives confidence to Canadians. Our democracy is functioning in a way that gives confidence to Canadians, because we've seen over the course of the last 6 years a pattern of systemic overreach by this government. And I can cite this pattern, whether it's the banking information of 500,000 Canadians that were being looked into by Stats Canada, the ethics breaches, the We Charity scandal, the cell phone data, mobility data tracking of millions of Canadians. This pattern has shown itself to be an overreach, in addition to the contempt that they've shown with respect to the Winnipeg lab documents. The Speaker making a ruling and the government not allowing that information. I mean, this is the erosion of this type of confidence, Mr. Speaker, that makes it even more important for this committee to provide the confidence that Canadians need in order to get to the bottom of not just the invocation of the Act, but also making sure that the actions of the government were justified, had met the threshold of the imposition of this Act, so that we can provide that for Canadians. Now, the other thing that I'd like to address, Mr. Speaker, is the other pattern that we've seen, particularly in this Parliament, and it's inexplicable to me how an opposition party can be in lockstep with the government, and I'm speaking specifically about the New Democratic Party, in lockstep with the government in everything they do. You know, we've mentioned during the emergency debate, when you look back at the foundations of that party being the Working People's Party, to see them act in lockstep with this government on everything, even in the support of the invocation of the Emergencies Act, was quite frankly upsetting to many people. And then we saw the Prime Minister last week imply that a lack of support for the invocation of the Act meant that it was going to be a confidence vote. In fact, I stood up just before the vote and I asked the government House Leader about that, and he said, let's just get on with the vote. Well, convention around this place, Mr. Speaker, dictates that the government advises Parliament and the Speaker that this is, in fact, a confidence vote. But what the Prime Minister did and what the government did was they not only browbeat the NDP and put them into fear that we were going to call an election, and we all know that the NDP doesn't want an election at this point, but they browbeat many of their backbenchers, including two of their more vocal backbenchers, the member from Louis-Hébert and the member from Beaches, East York, who came out last week and said that they didn't agree with the invocation of the Act, that it didn't meet the threshold that the government had purported. And yet they were told that if they don't support it, that we were going to call an election, that the Prime Minister was going to call an election. And can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, can you imagine the Prime Minister threatening his own backbench and threatening the NDP that if they didn't support something that he wanted, that quite frankly we don't know whether was justified, which is the purpose of this committee, into supporting the invocation of the Act. And then, of course, by coincidence or not, 2 days later, we saw the revocation of the Act. All of a sudden, everything was fine in the land. Everything was fine in the land. So let's revoke the order. And so the Prime Minister, obviously tried to justify this. And as I said at the start, I believe this was done for political reasons, unless I see evidence otherwise, to justify the many criticisms that the Prime Minister was receiving as a result of inaction on this. So it's not surprising to me, Mr. Speaker, when the NDP supported the Liberals on this and continue to support them, as I suspect, on this motion as well. And why wouldn't they? They're getting a chair of a committee. Why wouldn't they want to support the government on this? And it's extraordinary because it's not the third or fourth parties that get the chairs of the committee. It's the official opposition on oversight committees, Mr. Speaker, that actually get the chairs of the committee, not the third or fourth party. So that's breaking from convention on this, and this is why we have a problem. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, that we propose, and I know that this has been publicized and the government House Leader spoke about this, is the Act in 1988. The way it was written prescribed that, and I brought this up in our initial House Leaders meeting, prescribed that a member of a recognized party with 12 members or more would form the committee, which would mean the Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP and the Bloc, as well as a recognized party in the Senate, which would mean the Conservative Party. That's what's prescribed in the Act and in the spirit of the Act as well. After we went back and forth and this absurd proposal that we're dealing with today came to me, it was my position, Mr. Speaker, that I would default back to the Act. It is not my fault, nor is it the fault of our colleagues or any of the opposition parties, that the government has not amended the Emergencies Act to reflect the current composition of the Senate. That's the government's problem, Mr. Speaker. They've not done that to this point. And now they're saying, well, we have to have those senators there, but it's not prescribed in the Act, Mr. Speaker. So when we didn't agree to this absurd proposal of the committee structure that we're dealing with today, we said, fine, let's go back to what the Act says. It's not my fault that the Prime Minister created the Senate in the manner in which he did, but hasn't done anything to reflect not just this Act, but I suspect there may be other acts that would need to be amended. So if the government wants to reflect better what the current composition of the Senate is, they can certainly do that. And in fact, over the weekend, there was a story in the National Post that suggested that the government was working on this but then they called an election. Working on it, called an election. BC burning, called an election. Afghanistan falling, called an election. There were lots of consequences to the Prime Minister calling an election 18 months after the last one for his own vanity. So, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that there are several other points that can be made on this, but the main one that I want to make is establishing this trust in government. A couple of weeks ago, I was sitting in the Ethics Committee. We had the Ethics Commissioner there, and I asked him about his perception of a level of trust in government. And his response, and certainly in polling we've seen this, is that there has been a significant decline in the level of trust in government, not just recently with the recent occurrences, but also over the course of the past 6 years since the Liberal government has taken over. And for me, this is a matter of principle. It's not a matter of politics. I'm not looking at playing partisan political games. I'm not looking at trying to undermine the work of the committee. We have already established committees in Parliament that are purpose-built for this type of scrutiny, for this type of oversight. And on the Conservative side, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask that we maintain a structure similar to what we have, not this ad hoc committee that the government is proposing. I think it's not an unreasonable request for us to do that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I just want to reiterate the threshold of what constitutes a national emergency and why this is important. It's defined in the Act as an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that seriously endangers the lives, health, and safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, or seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada, and that cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. And there is a strong argument to be made, and I know that many people have weighed in on this. We had a fulsome weekend of debate of whether that threshold was in fact met, Mr. Speaker. And this is what the committee is going to be charged with. Was it a political reason why they invoked this act? To deal with the criticism of the Prime Minister when all of the other emergency powers were already in place, both provincially, municipally, and what has been prescribed in legislation as incredible powers given to ministers of the Crown to deal with these type of situations. We saw situations out in Emerson, Manitoba. We saw the Ambassador Bridge, Coutts, Alberta, police acting and diffusing that situation. The same with Emerson and the same with the Ambassador Bridge. Could those powers that had already been enacted, could the powers given through regulatory and legislative authority to the ministers of the Crown, could they have been sufficient without pulling this nuclear option of the Emergency Act? That's what this committee is going to be charged with. And we have to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that the oversight and the scrutiny that this committee will provide and the inquiry, the subsequent inquiry that's going to follow, does exactly that. This is a matter of trust, and it's up to the government to defend its actions. It's up to the government to justify its actions. It's up to the opposition members, all of us in this place, to use the powers that we are given to provide this extraordinary scrutiny and this oversight on the government so that Canadians can have confidence in their ability to understand what just happened and what happened during the crisis, and whether in fact the government did overreach or extend beyond what it needed to during this crisis. And there's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Ottawa dealt with a lot. There's no question about it. But we have to make sure that the spirit of what the Emergencies Act is intended and those thresholds that the Emergency Act calls for are met, and it's up to the government to justify that. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I will move the following motion, and that the motion be amended, A, in paragraph B, by replacing the words "with 3 chairs, of which 2 House co-chairs shall be from the Bloc Québécois and the New Democratic Party, and Senate co-chair shall be determined by the Senate," with the words "with 2 chairs, of which 1 House co-chair shall be from the Liberal Party, and the Senate co-chair shall be from the Conservative Party." And B, paragraph 1(3), by adding the words "after the election of" the words "co-chairs and." So that amendment is moved by myself, Mr. Speaker, and it's seconded by the member from Kelowna Lake Country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good. The motion, Mr. Brassard, seconded by Ms. Gray, move the following amendment. That motion be amended, A, in paragraph B, by replacing the words "with 3 chairs, of which the 2 House co-chairs shall be from the Bloc Québécois and the New Democratic Party, and the Senate co-chair be determined by the Senate," with the words "with 2 chairs, which 1 House co-chair shall be from the Liberal Party, and the Senate co-chair shall be from the Conservative Party." In paragraph 1(3), by adding the words "election of the" and the words "co-chairs and." The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Government House Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the opposition House Leader, to his constituents, I want to congratulate the people of Barrie for selecting an extremely good candidate in the upcoming provincial election. The mayor of Barrie, Jeff Lehman, is going to run as a Liberal candidate in that election this spring, and I look forward to him representing Barrie at Queen's Park. So congratulations to the people of Barrie. I heard that the leader for the Conservatives, the House Leader, talk about the fact that somehow the Government House Leader said that he doesn't trust parliamentarians to do this work. But in fact, that's not what I heard. What I heard him saying was that it's important to remove the 2 parties from the chairship that had the most at stake in terms of the debate and what went on this House during the debate over the course of the 4 or 5 days. So, I actually think that it's a good plan if we can get the other parties to be the chairs, because it removes what we saw there. But what my question for him is why does it matter so much to have a chair? Why is it so important that the Conservatives have a chair? Like, what do they think that will affect the outcome?
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Honourable Member's point. As I said in the course of my speech, there's no other situation or committee that is structured in the manner in which the government is proposing, where there's actually 3 co-chairs, which includes the members of the 3rd and 4th party. Typically, as I said, oversight committees are designed to do just that, provide oversight and justification of the government's actions. We have 3 committees right now, one as it relates to ethics, government operations, and public accounts, that have Conservative members as the chair. The government's opportunity in this committee is to provide justification for its actions. The committee's job is to provide oversight. It should be, in my opinion, and the opinion of our side, it should be consistent with what we see in other committees of this House. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank my colleague, who I have a lot of respect for his speech. But I come back to the issue that it was much discussed last weekend and continues to be discussed today, and that is The impact of the occupation on the people of Ottawa. Hundreds of businesses were closed. Thousands of people thrown out of work, had no means to put food on the table, keep a roof over their head. There were assaults. There was vandalism. The people of Ottawa, particularly people with disabilities and seniors, were cut off from essential services. There was unbelievable hardship. And yet throughout this, Mr. Speaker, I never saw a Conservative MP express any sympathy at all for the people of Ottawa. I never saw a Conservative MP stand up and say, this is simply wrong, what the people of Ottawa are living through. And when we talk about the loss of jobs in Windsor and in other parts of the country, the 4 charges of conspiracy to commit murder in Coutts, Alberta, I just don't get the sense that Conservative MPs understood the impacts of the occupation. Could the member please explain to us why Conservative MPs never expressed concern for all of the immense hardship that was caused by this occupation?
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have a lot of respect for my colleague. You know, I've been working with him now for the better part of 3 weeks as the opposition House Leader. I respect what he does in that capacity. To characterize the fact that somehow we weren't, as Conservatives, empathetic to the situation, I think is a gross misstatement. Listen, 2 weeks before the action was taken by the police, 2-3 weeks before that, we had said, our opposition leader had said, your voices have been heard. We are listening to you, but it's time to go home. That's precisely what she said, Mr. Speaker. And what I would question the member on is when we had an Opposition Day motion that called on the government to create a plan and an exit strategy, why he would vote against that and his party would vote against that, given the anxiety, the fear, the anguish of people who've lost their jobs and the mental health crisis in this country, why would he not have supported that as part of the strategy to exit out of this pandemic like other G7 countries are doing?
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, there's one point that my colleague didn't touch on, but that I think is important. And I hope that we can bypass partisanship here so that we can get this committee going. But the point is this. I've noticed some complacency on the part of some Conservative colleagues, notably the member for Carleton, when it comes to these protesters. And I'd like to know if the member believes that that complacency is something that should be studied by this committee that will be set up. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's already been a long day. I want to say to the honourable colleague that, you know, it's the government's actions that should be held to account here. It's the government that decided to invoke the Emergencies Act. We need to find out what thresholds were met. We also need to understand, as I said, that there's a strong level of anger and anxiety that exists that has manifested itself across this country because of what people have been dealing with over the last 2 years. What we saw in Ottawa is the same thing we're seeing in Barrie Innisfil, the same thing we're seeing in other parts of the country. And so we need to not just look at the manifestation of what's gone on, but also we have to look at the government's actions. They're the ones that invoke the Emergency Act. The government is the one that have to justify and they have to be accountable for this. That's where the focus should be, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan.
And certainly I appreciate the government House Leader and his suggestion about the use of the Joint Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Regulations. I sat on that committee when Chris Charlton, an NDP member, and former Senator Bob Runciman were the co-chairs, and it worked really well under the independent counsel of Peter Bernhardt. What I'd say, Mr. Speaker, is that we learned at that committee the definition of an SOR, statutory order and regulations. And in those regulations that are referred to the committee, they see, does the government have the authority to invoke those regulations or orders? Does the government follow the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, among others? And does it execute, to and not over-exercise its power? In the emergencies order, I believe the government
it exceeded it did not meet the threshold, Mr. Speaker. So having a committee like the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee would be an excellent suggestion. Why does the member believe that the government has rejected that suggestion?
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that is a great question. I made that point during my speech. I believe that the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee is purpose-built for many of the reasons that the honourable member stated, and many more that's within its mandate. It could have been constituted easily because it's already an existing committee of Parliament. There might have been some moving parts, moving pieces in terms of members. That could have been up to us. It could have been up to the government side to determine that. But you know, why does the government not want the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee? Because I think it doesn't fit their narrative. They want to vilify Conservatives as somehow this mean-spirited, they want to demonize us for our actions of simply listening to our constituents and listening to Canadians, so it doesn't fit their narrative. So by developing and creating a committee that undermines you know, the purpose of what this committee is, I think is quite frankly and honestly the purpose of what the government is proposing.
I have a 30-second question and answer here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, very quickly, the Prime Minister and the government recognized right from the onset of the proclamation for the Emergencies Act that accountability and transparency was important. That's why the Prime Minister even made direct reference to the committee that we're talking about and the inquiry that follows. But my question to the member is, would he not recognize that all of us have a responsibility also to be held to a certain degree to task, and recognizing that what we're really trying to do here is to say that we will have two opposition parties, one that opposed, one that was in favor, and the objection is the no to the government, no to the official opposition, primarily because of other actions that we just don't have the time, or I don't have the time to extend upon at this point.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me start off by saying that the Prime Minister didn't even have the courtesy of introducing the Emergencies Act within our symbol of democracy, which again shows contempt for the institutions. And we've seen this pattern of contempt continue throughout the 6.5 years of this government. The other thing that I would say is what we are proposing in our amendment to have a Liberal member from the House and a Conservative member from the Senate is a reasonable proposal, just as reasonable as our Scrutiny of Regulations proposal was at the beginning of these discussions, which leads us to the hammer being dropped today. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we are being asked to vote on a motion to establish... Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I forgot to mention I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for La Prairie. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, today we're being asked to vote on a motion to establish a joint review committee of the House of Commons and the Senate to fulfill our obligations under Section 62 of the Emergencies Act. I believe there is a consensus on the need for this committee to be struck, and the broad outlines of its composition and mandate are set out in the Act. Under these circumstances, I'm tempted to say that the Bloc will vote in favour of the motion, and I'd like to thank you for your attention. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand that my colleagues from the other parties want to debate to justify their visions of what the composition of the committee should be, and to who should not occupy the vice and vice chair positions. But to be frank, to the extent that the proportion of members of each party in the House is reflected in the proportion of the members of the committee, this really isn't a concern for us. On the other hand, in terms of the realization of the committee's mandate is concerned, I would say that we're very interested and that this exercise even seems to me more crucial. The world in which we live is evolving constantly and rapidly changing day after day. The news of late has kept us on our toes and worried and concerned about the answers that our leaders are giving. Whether we are talking about the pandemic or more recently the war that has just broke out in Ukraine, the governments of all countries have had to react and offer a position and a response that is reasonable, effective, and in line with their values and interests. Unfortunately, these crises have often given rise to others that have also had to be addressed. Some criticize their governments for their softness, or others for their lack of action or lack of audacity or imagination. And while these criticisms are often more than not constructive, they are sometimes virulent and even degenerate on occasion into social disturbances, which themselves constitute other sources of crises that will also have to be addressed. One thing is for sure, the current era brings its share of challenges that are extraordinary and force us to develop solutions that are also extraordinary. And when we go out of the ordinary, we also leave the beaten path. Caution and vigilance must therefore accompany us in every step. In terms of the current debate, while of course it remains at the forefront of our minds, let us set aside for a moment the issue of the war in Ukraine and focus on the mandate of this committee that we must now form. We have to address the outbursts that some have justified as a direct consequence of the authorities' response to the health crisis that the entire world faced, namely the COVID-19 pandemic. This crisis that the pandemic brought did force authorities to impose health measures that not everyone adhered to. And this is, of course, normal. Some people wanted to demonstrate their disagreement in the streets, in front of the public, and that, of course, is obviously normal. This is the legitimate exercise of rights and freedoms recognized by all our governments, both in Quebec and in Canada as a whole. But unfortunately, some people took advantage of this to organize deplorable and often dangerous outbursts which had to be contained. And it was at this point that the Canadian federal government of the day decided to invoke the Emergencies Act in response to the spillover effects of the health measures, which were themselves adopted in response to the pandemic. Was it necessary? Was it appropriate? Helpful? Well, we now have to decide. This introspection is essential. Let us not forget that the Emergencies Act is the heavy artillery of the federal legislative corpus. It is the same act that will allow us to put in place a range of measures necessary to respond, amongst other things, to an international crisis or to a state of war. But still, while the global pandemic and the war in Ukraine did not cause our government enough concern to invoke the provisions of the Emergencies Act, but the protests and the outbursts of the recent weeks did, this committee will therefore have to examine the exercise of the powers and duties if we had reached a consensus with the majority of parties in the House and the Senate. Unfortunately, the party that refused adopted on unanimous consent the House of Commons, also with Senate groups as well. And I think that today we could have adopted on unanimous consent this motion. We could have started the work right away. We could have even started it tomorrow. But there was one party that refused their consent. I would like to know from my colleague, does he find this unfortunate that we have to wait a few more days rather than starting tomorrow morning if we had reached a consensus with the majority of parties in the House and the Senate? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Excellent question. I'd also like to get started quickly. I said that right from the onset. I think there's an important mandate here that has to be done diligently and seriously. Yes, I would like to have had unanimous consent and start work tomorrow, but things always don't happen the way we want them to. But I would go back to things being done diligently and that we solve this and that we can start work this week, because we can't drag things on in terms of how the committee will be formed. We have to start as quickly as possible. My colleague is right.
Please do that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Prairie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking here about creating a joint committee, which is an important thing to do because this is the logical sequence after the implementation of the Emergency Measures Act. Exceptional measures that were implemented. I would like to repeat what the Prime Minister said, just to be sure, that people are just saying, oh, that's just the MP from La Prairie that's exaggerating once again. When the Prime Minister said that he would implement the EMA, he said that this would be the ultimate tool, the last resort, if you will. It's such a last resort that, historically speaking, the only time this kind of measure has been implemented in the past was implemented 3 times. So we have to make sure that this remains an exceptional step, an exception and not the rule. And so I'm pleased to see that this joint committee will be struck so that we can study what has been done in the past before the implementation of this act. We have to diagnose, to figure out what happened beforehand, and to say, was this decision justified? Was it justified to implement this ultimate and last resort measure? And so, yes, of course, we are for this exercise because it's mandatory, but we would like to note that it's a very good idea. If we want to retroactively examine what happened, we also have to examine the crisis as a whole and the questions that we can raise because of these events. First of all, these truckers, before they arrived in front of Parliament, declared they were going to turn up. They said, we are going to protest in front of Parliament. Some of them came from Vancouver. And these 18-wheelers aren't very quick. If you left Vancouver clean-shaven, you arrive with a beard akin to the group ZZ Top. So why did it take such a long time for the government to find a way to welcome them in such a way that they can protest without being able to anchor themselves in a de facto occupation? They did so in Quebec City, and they could have done so here in Ottawa as well. During the first 2 weeks, the Prime Minister was almost absent. At the beginning, he just threw oil on the fire and then said it's up to the police to rectify the problem. But is that really what the government did? Did the government truly show itself as being inactive? We have to ask questions sometimes. We're like ducks on the water. We're serene up top, but we're pedaling furiously underneath the water. So was the government looking calm whilst pedaling furiously under the water? We have to figure out what the government was doing before they used an absolute weapon. Did they even consider the tools that were already available to them? Did they communicate with various policing bodies? did they offer their assistance when the head of Ottawa Police stated, "We need help from the federal government"? Did the federal government follow this advice, this request? What was done? If we want to do good work, Mr. Speaker, we have to be able to answer these questions to figure out what actions were put forward. I could continue on the matter for a long time because we have many questions to ask. On the 14th of February, the Act was implemented, and only 5 days later did they come into action. Why? When they came into action, did they use the provisions of the Act? Could they have done what they did under the EMA without having resort to the EMA? Was it necessary to implement the EMA? That's the questions we have, because we don't quite know. And then Monday, after people left, we arrive here, and then they say, well, the situation's terrible. We have to continue to use the EMA. The Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois rightly thought, well, what are we fighting against? Against whom are we fighting? Because there's no one left outside. And then they convinced everyone, and they said, well, this makes no sense. We need to maintain the EMA. The NDP, the Liberals, were telling everyone that it was essential to continue these emergency measures. About 48 hours later, on Wednesday, the government said, well, actually, we don't need this anymore. We don't need emergency measures. It's like a balloon in a festival of porcupines. It just burst. 48 hours later, suddenly, no more need. It's completely logical. So we want to figure out what happened. For something that was essential one day, and you were here, Mr. Speaker. You were very attentive, and you thought the speeches were very well thought out. And you told yourself, well, this is a bit surprising, because the government is saying one thing, that they have to intervene, whilst we didn't know why. And then they insisted to keep the Act in place on Monday to better remove it on Wednesday. And so it is very important to have a joint committee struck so that they can work and figure out what happened exactly, to figure out was it useful, and how the government will potentially more efficiently act in future if this situation were to arise again. And so in order to succeed, the Bloc Québécois' position was simple. We want measures to be implemented consensually and rapidly. We want a neutral speakership, given the position of every single party. What we need is a speakership that is neutral. So you've understood, Mr. Speaker, that we don't want a single chair in this committee. You can't simply have just one chair. You need two to have at least two personalities. What we need is a composition with two co-chairs, one who's for, one against, or two for, two against. We need two sides. That's what the Bloc wanted. Above all, the Bloc wanted things to be consensual. My NDP colleague was saying that our position was supported by 3 out of 4 parties, etc. I don't agree. We weren't in agreement ourselves. And what I understood is that the official opposition also didn't agree. But I'm not an expert in mathematics, but 1 + 1 normally equals 2. We wanted there to be consensus. In order to obtain consensus, we needed a neutral chairmanship. What is put forward in the Liberal motion is that there's NDP for, I'm talking about the EMA, the NDP who was for, the one Bloc Québécois that was against, and an independent senator who will be Liberal. That's 2 for and one against. That's not neutral. That is not what we are looking for. The Conservative amendment allows us to make a new calculation. Let's do it together. I think even my golden retrievers will understand this. If we have one Conservative, one Senator Conservative who is against, and you have a Liberal MP who is for, that is more acceptable to us. Some parties had internal discussions on the composition of this committee. And what I would like to say is that the Bloc Québécois has always sought consensus, and I'm convinced that the leaders of all other parties will agree. That was our position, and it's still our position. Let us work rapidly. That is the idea. We have to make sure that we do our work as intelligently as possible, because what we experienced was a crisis. The means was disproportionate. We would like to be convinced otherwise. That's all we're asking for. People are saying, oh, the Bloc Québécois said this was disproportionate, and then all of a sudden they pull tons of rabbits out of tons of hats. We might change our mind. We might say, actually, it was a good idea, but that's what we want to know. That's what we're here to debate. The Bloc Québécois will offer its full collaboration so that we can cast a light on this whole situation to ensure that this never has to be used in the future unless it's perfectly legitimate to do so. Thank you.
Still a commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think one of the things that we can recognize within the government resolution is to say that the Bloc, which was in favor, I shouldn't say in favor, they were in opposition to the motion, to the Emergencies Act being implemented as an opposition party. The NDP, on the other hand, were in favor of the motion. Of the Emergencies Act, Mr. Speaker. And so here we have two co-chairs, one in favor, one opposed, that are in a far better and greater position to be independent, taking on the role of chairs. Does the Bloc Party not see the value in that? Two opposition parties. I don't believe Bloc members were out there promoting and congratulating and so forth the protest out in the front.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie, two essential conditions, and I would like to thank my colleague for that question. The Bloc and the NDP, yes, that is a neutral situation, but the problem is an independent senator, well, when you're independent in the Senate, it's like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, like Maurice Duplessis said, still leans in one direction. This doesn't respect the neutrality of the committee. And second of all, we need consensus. The Bloc agrees with this committee, but we need the consensus of all parties for there to be consensus. The Honourable Member for Barry-Innesville. Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker.
Things that has come to light throughout the course of this whole thing is how important it is for the government to be held to account for their actions in evoking the Emergency Act. I want to ask the Honourable Member from the Bloc, the government and the NDP seem to be holding the opposition party to a greater account. How important is it for us to hold the government to account on this?
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, first of all, insisting on the fact that I have to commend my colleague for his question. Once again, neutrality is important. What I would like to highlight, first of all, is that with regards to this idea, the Conservatives justified the fact that we had one Conservative chair. And when I talked with the leader of the official opposition, they were interested in bringing a certain neutrality to the chairmanship. I can only commend this opening and the fact that they diluted what they originally wanted. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, for whom I have a lot of esteem, for his presentation. I have the same question for him. With regards to the importance of consensus, I know that he is working hard towards consensus, so am I. We had the leader of the government in the House, who also did a lot of work to try and reach a consensus, but there was no consensus at the end of the day. So we are where we are. Is it not sad, therefore, that rather than having unanimous consent to a motion that is supported by the Bloc, that is supported by the government party and the NDP, instead of having this consensus, instead of having a consensual motion adopted, We are now in a situation where we are forced to debate the matter for a number of days. Does he find that as tragic as I do? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, I do find that tragic. You can't have a consensus among 3 people in a group of 4. You need consensus between all 4 people, and so we talked about this, and I worked so we could get a consensus. We didn't obtain this consensus because there are positions here that are particularly rigid. I can't reinvent the wheel. I simply have to note that there is no consensus, and one of the conditions under which I would like to have worked is a condition of consensus. The Bloc Québécois is great, but it can't do miracles. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, as you can note, I only have a few minutes before me, 5 minutes, but I would like to start, like other colleagues who spoke today in the House, by sharing my thoughts with the people of Ukraine. As we know, Mr. Speaker, bombardments have started anew, even more severely than before, and so our thoughts are with them. And I speak on behalf of all parliamentarians here in Canada. We are a democracy in Canada. Our thoughts are therefore with parents, for example, who are trying to protect their children in underground shelters, to protect their children from missiles and bombardments, and against artillery barrages. Our thoughts are also with the soldiers and citizens of Ukraine who are standing against Russian armed infantry and tanks that are rolling towards them. They have shown enormous courage and have sacrificed a lot to preserve democracy.
Chair, to start today, like so many other colleagues have mentioned, and I know I speak for all members of Parliament here, that our thoughts are profoundly with the people of Ukraine who currently, the parents are protecting their children in underground fallout shelters and bomb shelters as the bombs have started up again. Even more seriously than what we saw yesterday, that our thoughts are with the civilians and soldiers who are standing up to Russian tanks as we speak, Mr. Speaker. This is citizens standing up in defense of their democracy. And this is something that all of us, I know, feel profoundly, and our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Ukraine at this very moment. And since I only have a few minutes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to address the motion that's before the House. And this motion is to put in place an oversight committee that will ensure that we get the appropriate parliamentary review of the Emergencies Act. I know, Mr. Speaker, all members of Parliament believe this is fundamentally important. I think there have been a lot of discussions over the past week and a half, and the measures that have been introduced, the motion that has been introduced, is something that we support. We believe profoundly that we need to get to the bottom and need to get answers for the people of Ottawa, the people of Windsor, and other communities that saw their jobs so taken away in a moment by the blockades and by the occupation. That we know that the people of Ottawa suffered egregiously during the occupation. Seniors and people with disabilities who were unable to get essential services. We know, Mr. Speaker, that we had a wide variety of families that were subjected to harm to their hearing because of the loud noises, the industrial horns 24 hours a day, the toxic diesel fumes. As you know, Mr. Speaker, for 3 weeks, Ottawa was the most polluted city in the entire country. That comes with health risks that will be continued to be felt for months, if not years to come. The vandalism, the assaults, the fact of general lawlessness, and all of us who were here over that 3-week period, particularly on weekends, saw firsthand how simply that there was no longer rule of law in this community. And so all of those things need to be responded to by this Oversight Committee. And what the government has offered is putting forward is something that has been discussed and negotiated. As I've mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, 3 parties in this House of Commons agreed to it. 1 party refused, which is their right. Though with the unanimous consent, we could have been moving forward tomorrow morning with this Oversight Committee, and I regret that, that there is not that consensus in order to do that. We also have a fair provision for our parties. The Conservative Party actually has the strongest representation. When you take both the Senate side and the House of Commons side, the Conservative Party is represented more than any other party on this committee. Now, the Liberal Party, the Government Party, has significant representation, but also the Bloc, the NDP, the Progressive Senate Group, all are represented as well, the Independent Senate Group. So there's a serious attempt to have good representation from all parties, a serious attempt to have co-chairs that represent both sides of the debate around the Emergencies Act. And I believe as well the government and the opposition parties that are in agreement with this principle also want to move ahead quickly, Mr. Speaker. And we could have moved ahead for tomorrow morning. If we'd had agreement from that 4th party here in the House of Commons, we would have been able to move ahead immediately. And Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to suggest to all members, we need to move rapidly on oversight, and we need to move rapidly to put in place this Parliamentary Review Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member. When he comes back, there'll be about a little over 14 minutes in his speech. Statements by members. The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of over 1 million Canadians of several religious faiths, and in particular Hindu Canadians, and as a Hindu Canadian myself, I call upon members of this House and all Canadians to distinguish between the Hindu religious sacred symbol swastika and the Nazi symbol of hatred called Hakenkreuz in German or the hooked cross in English. In the ancient Indian language of Sanskrit, swastika means that which brings good luck and well-being. This ancient and greatly auspicious symbol of the Hindu religion continues to be used today at our Hindu temples, in our religious and cultural rituals, entrances to our homes, and in our daily life. Please stop calling the Nazi symbol of hatred as swastika. We support the ban of Nazi symbol of hatred, Hakenkreuz or the hooked cross, but calling it swastika is to deny us, Hindu Canadians, our religious right and freedom to use our sacred symbol swastika in our daily life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in recognition of Rare Disease Day. The theme of this year's Rare Disease Day is Share Your Colors, and I offer this limerick in honor of this special day. Millions in Canada, 2/3 of them youth, battle rare disease daily, a sad, somber truth. These diseases touch families on their children, but also their parents. For those stricken with grief, I understand because I share it. My 3 oldest children battle ills of this kind, and the youngest I lost is always on my mind. We here in this chamber have a big role we share, supporting access to treatments and affordable care. So whether Team Blue, Red, Green, Orange, or Gray, please join me in celebrating this Rare Disease Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. People across Canada are in solidarity showing and demonstrating support for people of Ukraine. What we're seeing in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, today is horrific, but Canadians are responding. They're showing up at rallies, demonstrations. In my own home city of Winnipeg, thousands of people came out in solidarity for Ukraine. They're sending money. They're sending prayers. Mr. Speaker, the government of Canada is providing lethal weapons, humanitarian aids. Canadians are coming together because of concern and love for Ukraine. And today I'm calling for this House unanimously to support the efforts of all Canadians to be there for Ukraine in solidarity as one. Long live Ukraine, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. The microphone is not turned on. I'd like to pay tribute to Gisèle Pomerleau, who is the founder of the Women's Centre in my riding in 1995. She defended the rights of women throughout her entire life. Her mission was to help women become aware of their own potential. And she really believed in this cause. She even dug into her personal savings to get the foundation going. She ran newspapers, plays, all sorts of ways of promoting the rights of women. She also defended the rights of seniors. On behalf of this, this pioneer will certainly not be forgotten. She marked my riding, and her name will also be on a new social housing project in my riding. Ms. Pomerleau, we will always be there to ensure that your mission continues to be carried out. Thank you.
Honourable member for Scarborough North.
Today, I am pleased to rise and recognize the C.D. Farquharson Community Association on their joyous 50th anniversary. It all began when a few residents decided to tackle such local issues as area development, education, and community infrastructure. In April 1972, the association's first president, Maurice Liberty, wrote to all residents urging them to get involved. Named after Scarborough's former medical officer of health, Dr. C.D. Farquharson, the association began with 600 households and is now 1,400 strong. Over the decades, hundreds of dedicated volunteers have worked tirelessly on projects like the creation of a neighborhood watch team and block parent program. Bravo au président actuel.
I want to congratulate the current president, Barry Laughlin, and all of their volunteers and members for having reached this phenomenal milestone. Congratulations on having built and supported what is today one of our community's most dynamic and diverse organizations. Happy 5th anniversary.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in this House to stand with Ukraine, its people, and for the principles of peace and democracy, and to condemn the invasion of the Ukraine by Russia. For the people of Ukraine facing war, and for the millions of Canadians of Ukrainian heritage who see their historical lands under attack, Canada's official opposition will continue to, as we have been proud to do everything we can to ensure that Canada steps up and does its part. Vladimir Putin's aggression is an alarming wake-up call to Canada and the free and democratic world, and likewise threatens the safety and security of every Canadian and democracy itself. And policy needs to reflect the geopolitical reality of our world, from doing our part to ensure that Western dollars don't pay for oil and gas that funds Russian aggression, and to ensure that there is a strong NATO that stands up for what's right. The defense of democracy in Ukraine is the defense of democracy in Canada and around the world. Slava Ukraini!
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, February and forever, celebrating Black history today and every day, is the theme for Black History Month this year. I'm proud to highlight two important initiatives from my riding that will be embedded in Canadian history this year and beyond. First, I want to highlight the work of Kwame Delfish, the Malvern artist who designed the 2022 Underground Railroad coin for the Royal Canadian Mint to capture the painful history and journey of people of African descent searching for freedom in Canada. Secondly, the Scarborough Charter brings together over 52 post-secondary institutions to redress anti-Black racism and to promote inclusion and equality in higher education. At its core are its guiding principles: Black flourishing, inclusive excellence, mutuality, and accountability. I want to acknowledge the leadership of Principal Wisdom Teddy and his colleagues at the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. Happy Black History Month, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February is Heart Month. We recognize the importance of heart health and taking action against heart disease, a serious and growing problem and leading cause of death in Canada. For women, heart disease is the #1 cause of premature death, and 20% more women die of heart failure than men. Yet women's cardiovascular health is under-researched, and women often don't know the signs. The good news is that heart disease is preventable. Beating heart disease means focusing on women's heart health and prevention. It means implementing initiatives like mandatory front-of-package nutrition labeling to help inform busy shoppers, a tax on vaping products, and restricting flavors in vapes, which are being used by youth at alarming rates. I'd also like to acknowledge the Heart and Stroke Young Leaders, a group of professionals in their 20s and 30s, like Oakville, North Burlington's Charmaine Tulloch, who are encouraging young people to adopt a healthy lifestyle and prevent heart disease. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
The Putin regime's unprovoked and unjust invasion of Ukraine has shocked millions of Canadians, including thousands in my riding who are of Ukrainian descent. Canadians now understand that the threat from Russia is no longer theoretical. They are resolute in their support for Ukraine and want Canada to do all we can to stop the Russian aggression and restore Ukraine's territorial integrity. Canada, together with our allies, must respond with immediate and long-term actions. Canada must immediately expel the Russian ambassador to our country and recall our ambassador from Moscow. The Canadian government must act immediately to support and expand our energy sector so that the free world can have a reliable source of ethical and environmentally produced energy. Finally, the government must also take seriously our Arctic sovereignty and military preparedness. I call on this government to make these and other actions which support Ukraine and our NATO partners a priority.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Starting today, Canada is easing its border measures and preparing to welcome tourists back to our country in large numbers. I'm proud of our tourism sector, and we're all looking forward to a strong recovery after 2 hard years.
Today, the travel advisory is no longer in effect. And speaking as somebody working closely with our tourism industry, I can only rejoice. Rejoice that we have collectively made it to this stage of the pandemic where the easing of our border measures was possible to do safely. Mr. Speaker, the tourism industry brought in $100 billion to our GDP before the pandemic, and I, for one, want it back. Hear, hear. To all of our hardworking hotel, restaurant workers, to all of the small businesses that rely on tourism, to our fantastic tourism operators and travel agents, I say yes, go get them. And to all of the hardworking Canadians that just need a beach and a break and want to travel, I say yes, let's do this.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, like many Canadians, am a proud descendant of Ukrainian immigrants. Seeing the solidarity of Canadians with Ukraine has reminded me that this conflict isn't just personal for Canadians with direct ties to Ukraine. This conflict is personal to parents who are seeing families separated by conflict. Seeing parents fleeing with their children and sending them to safety before returning to fight has deeply affected me and so many. This conflict is personal to anyone who believes the spirit of democracy in the face of autocrats. This conflict is personal for anyone who believes in the spirit of democracy. This conflict is personal for anyone who has seen or remembers the horror of armed conflict. I think just about every Canadian citizen has good reason to see the invasion as a personal attack, not just on the people of Ukraine, but on all of us, and we must respond accordingly. Our response to this unprovoked and despicable aggression must be strong and swift. We must continue to put pressure on Putin until the complete withdrawal of Russian forces from the sovereign nation of Ukraine. Thank you. Slavia Ukraini.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, whether you're in Lac-Mégantic, Thetford Mines, or Ottawa, our world has changed in the last few days. A whole new meaning has been given to the word freedom. Evil has awoken, and displayed its true nature. Whether you're in Kyiv or Odessa today, peace has transformed into war, happiness has transformed into fear. Whether you're in Moscow or St. Petersburg, mothers and fathers are learning that their children and neighbors are taking up arms against their Ukrainian neighbors. Solidarity has awoken around the world in the face of this savage aggression that is both unjustified and unprovoked. This aggression, all it does is satisfy the desires of a leader who cannot be satisfied. We cannot stand silent. We must take action. I invite all parliamentarians in all democracies around the world to stand united against this dictator, Putin, to stand up for the Ukrainian people, and to stand up for peace, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion announced the creation of 1,458 social and affordable housing units as part of the second Canada-Quebec Agreement on Rapid Housing Initiative. I'm very happy that my riding of Alfred Pellan will be benefiting from one of the 79 projects that are part of this initiative. An amount of $11,390,000 is being attributed to the Office Municipal de Laval for a new project that will see the building of 24 new housing units for vulnerable low-income people. Our government continues to support cities in order to meet housing needs and to ensure that Quebecers, and Laval residents in particular, can experience the peace of mind of home ownership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
10 years ago, the Parliament of Canada came together in an extraordinary motion of solidarity by unanimously passing Shannon's dream to end the systemic underfunding of First Nation education. Shannon Kustashin had never seen a real school, but at the age of 13, she stood up to the brutal conditions in her home community of Attawapiskat First Nation, and she launched the largest youth-driven children's rights movement in Canadian history, forever changing the discussion about Indigenous rights in Canada. Shannon Kustashin never lived long enough to see this historic vote in Parliament or the beautiful school that is in her community. She died in a terrible highway accident at 15, but is now commemorated as one of the 150 most influential women in Canadian history. If Shannon were here today, she'd tell you that the fight is not finished. That yes, we've come a long way, but children continue to have their rights denied through underfunding in a broken federal system. Shannon had a dream that all her little brothers and sisters could go to a comfy school and have their dreams realized. It is our duty to make Shannon's dream a reality for this generation.
The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, over the past few days, the world has been following the situation in Ukraine with concern and shock, indignation and anger. The spectre of war has returned to haunt that country. The people's fears are well-founded, and it's difficult to see hope in some of these dark days. But hope may be found where it was not expected, in the streets of Moscow, St. Petersburg, and elsewhere in Russia, where thousands of Russians are bravely marching. Over the last few days, the Russian police have made 6,000 arrests, according to AFP, and yet the rallying cry, "No to war," continues to ring out. The voice of peace continues to be heard. It's not the Russian people who invaded Ukraine, it's the Russian government. Let's not confuse that. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to highlight the courage of these women and men who, at the cost of their own freedom, are marching on behalf of peace, for Ukrainians, for Russians, and for the world.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, unbelievably, our worst nightmare has been realized with war again in Europe. Vladimir Putin's illegal and unjustified full-scale war against our beloved Ukraine has shocked the free world. No matter the cost, no matter what roadblocks Russia tries to put up, there can be no excuses. Canada and the West must do whatever it takes to support Ukraine. Nothing should be off the table. The cost of not supporting Ukraine in this fight is too great. It means the dictators, the despots, and thugs around the world can redraw the lines of a map by force and get away with it. This is a pivotal moment in modern history of the world. What Canada does now matters. Let's be clear. The illusion of the peace dividend from the end of the Cold War has been shattered. The barbarian Vladimir Putin must be held accountable for the atrocity he is committing in Ukraine now. The bravery of the people of Ukraine has inspired us. The skill of the Ukrainian military and the courage of the citizens who are taking up arms against Russian tyranny is nothing short of breathtaking. Canada stands shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Slava Ukraini! The honourable member for Bonavista Buren Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a true hero that was recently lost in my riding of Bonavista Buren Trinity. He was the last remaining survivor of the SS Caribou sinking, veteran Hidley Lake. From Fortune, Newfoundland and Labrador, he served with the British Royal Navy during the Second World War and later was deployed to Korea. He was one of the 101 survivors of the German attack on the Newfoundland passenger ferry in 1942. At age 24, he did everything possible to save as many lives as he could following that fatal torpedo attack. Loved by everyone in his hometown, he lived a full life to the age of 103 and brought so much joy and wisdom to everyone he met. I visited with him a couple of times and proudly presented him with a certificate for his 100th birthday, which brought a huge smile to his face. He truly appreciated. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of this House, I want to send condolences to Mr. Lake's family and the entire town of Fortune on this great loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Ukraine is heartbreaking and growing more troubling by the hour. We also know it is constantly evolving, and although Conservatives support the government's actions to date, we do believe there are things that could have been done faster. Many of the government's actions were too little, too late. One thing we are asking the Canadian government to do right away is to expel Russia's ambassador to Canada and recall our ambassador from Russia. Will the government commit to doing that immediately?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and Canadians are united in our support for the brave people of Ukraine and their extraordinary president, Volodymyr Zelensky. This is a fight between freedom and tyranny. Ukrainians are fighting for themselves and for all of us. As I rise today for the first time in this House, I'd like to say to the people of Ukraine, from everyone in this House, how deeply we respect and admire them. Slava Ukraini.
The Honourable The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we agree with the Minister wholeheartedly. We think that there are more things that we can do to help the Ukrainian people. Ukrainians are fleeing their country and they're looking for a safe place, but we know they don't want to be permanent refugees. They want to be able to live in a safe, peaceful, and sovereign Ukraine. Canadians and Canada can be a safe haven for them. We have the opportunity right now to host Ukrainians that are being displaced by the Putin invasion. One of the things that we could do is allow visa-free travel for Ukrainians coming to Canada. Will the government commit today to remove the requirements for visas for Ukrainians coming to Canada?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in her previous question, the Leader of the Opposition asked about the Russian ambassador, and I would like to address that. Now is a time when everyone in the world must pick a side. A few brave Russian officials have spoken out against Putin's barbaric war. We encourage all Russians to oppose this war. Silence is complicity, and following orders is not an excuse. And so when it comes to Canada's response, everything is on the table.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. We look forward to a decision from the government on that very quickly.
Speaker, many are saying what we've been saying for a long time, and that is that Canada and the world needs to end its dependency on Russian oil and gas. Canada imports almost $1 million worth of Russian oil every day. The Prime Minister has spent the last 6 years waging a war on Canadian oil and gas. That needs to end. It's bad for Canada. It's bad for the world. It only helps Russia. When will the Prime Minister stop our dependency on Russian oil and instead work to get Canadian oil and gas to the world?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today Canada, together with our allies, took unprecedented action against a world-leading economy. We have hamstrung Russia's central bank, thus depriving Putin of access to his war chest. We have shown that sanctions do work and Fortress Russia is exposed. We agree that oil and gas do fund Putin's war machine, and we're working on that too.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, Putin has gone too far and we have to take action. Since the Second World War, this is the toughest attack we've seen. They've attacked Ukrainian civilians. We think that the government can and must do more. Putin's regime cannot continue to maintain relations with Canada. Can we declare the Russian's ambassador to Canada a persona non grata and recall our ambassador from Moscow immediately? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say in French that we are in support of the Ukrainian people. Canada and Canadians are united in their support to the Ukrainian people and their extraordinary president. Ukrainians are fighting for themselves and for us all. I would like to benefit from this opportunity to tell them that all of Canada respects them and admires them. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I've been told that Ukrainians who are displaced are having a hard time finding safety, and they are providing free taxi services at the border and free shelter. Romania is establishing camps to help Ukrainians, and many people are seeking to flee the country. And now we expect the Canadian government to announce something today. What is the Canada going to do today to help Ukrainians who are displaced? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I as well have family in Ukraine, and our Canadian family has spoken with our family in Ukraine on Saturday morning. We wanted to help our family in Ukraine and find a way for them to come to Canada. Our family in Ukraine said no. We're staying here in Ukraine because we believe that we have to fight for our freedom. Yes, we do have to help Ukrainians who want to come to Canada, but at the same time, we are helping Ukrainians who remain in their country. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. On behalf of the Bloc, I would once again condemn Russia for its inhumane and unfounded attack on Ukraine. I would also like to express our solidarity, as I believe, as does the entire Quebec nation, in Ukrainian people and their courageous resistance. Today, history expects us all to do everything we can to protect these people, to protect their country and families. I offer the Deputy Prime Minister the full support of the Bloc in maximizing aid to Ukraine and sanctions against its aggressors. Can she elaborate on what she expects from the opposition? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think there is great sympathy between the Ukrainian people and the Quebec people. I think we understand each other. So I'd like to thank my colleague for his statement. Today, with our allies, we imposed sanctions that are unprecedented on the Russian economy. The Russian fortress will be unmasked. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we are facing a war and a humanitarian crisis. More than 500,000 people have fled the Ukraine, and the EU fears that this number will rise to 7 million. The government can do more for these families. It can help lift visas to speed up the arrival of Ukrainians who want to take temporary refuge. It can automatically extend all of its existing permits and visas to ease concerns. Will the Deputy Prime Minister take advantage of the support of the Bloc to do everything she can to help these displaced people? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government understands very personally that there is also a humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, and we also understand that Canada has the obligation to support Ukrainians and to give them refuge. And for this reason, we have already started to welcome Ukrainians, including Ukrainians who are here in Canada and who cannot go back to their home now. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Inaudible for the interpreter. You're on mute. Please begin your question again.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez maintenant?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Yes. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 500,000 refugees have left Ukraine in the wake of Putin's brutal invasion. They traveled by crowded trains, by car, and sometimes on foot, mostly women and children. And these people are seeking refuge while Putin bombs their homes. The Liberals have already failed refugees before, and recently the Ukrainian people need our help. Will the Prime Minister cut red tape, suspend visas, and welcome home Ukrainians driven from their country by Vladimir Putin's attack? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, thank you very much for this question, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy that today we unanimously agree in this House that all parties, the Conservatives, the Bloc, the NDP, and obviously our government, support Ukraine and the brave Ukrainian people. It was important, and I'm proud of that. With respect to refugees from the Ukraine, we are here for them. We've already done a lot, and we will do more. They need our support, and they will have it.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Canadians are watching in horror as hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians seek refuge from the unprovoked Russian invasion. The Liberals cannot recreate the disaster in Afghanistan, where those who risk everything to help our country were left behind. The European Union, and most recently Ireland, has already waived the requirements for visas for Ukrainians. And the NDP has been calling on the Liberals to do the same, but this morning, immigration officials said it's not even on the table. Time is of the essence. Will the government immediately waive visa requirements for Ukrainians?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite that the world is watching in horror at what is happening in Ukraine. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? I am also watching in pride at the incredibly brave resistance of the people of Ukraine. And it is important for us to say that we continue to support them in their fight. When it comes to refugees, of course, Canada is there for Ukrainians. We have been, we will be, and we'll have more to say soon.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Canada, like Ukraine, shares a border with Russia, our Arctic. We no longer can afford to take our sovereignty and security for granted. Russia considers the Arctic to be its most important theater, its most important region, and has spent considerable resources over the last decade building up capabilities there. Will the government now act urgently to protect Canadian sovereignty and security by purchasing the F-35 jets, by fixing our naval shipbuilding program, and by immediately modernizing NORAD's early warning system?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for raising the issue of Arctic sovereignty, which our government takes extremely seriously. We are making landmark investments in this area, conducting joint exercises in the Arctic, purchasing 6 Arctic offshore patrol ships, enhancing surveillance. We will remain firm and unwavering in the protection of our Arctic, Mr. Speaker, including in modernizing NORAD. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government isn't participating in joint military exercises between the United States and Scandinavian countries that have been taking place over the last year in the Arctic. Mr. Speaker, Russia supplies 40% of Europe's natural gas and uses this to threaten European democracies by threatening to cut off gas. Canada is the 5th largest natural gas producer in the world. Will the government now commit to fixing our broken pipeline approval process so that we can get new pipelines built to Atlantic tidewater, so that we can come to the assistance of European democracies by replacing Russian gas with Canadian natural gas?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The current situation in the Ukraine certainly underscores the importance of energy security for Canada and for its allies. We are working very closely with our colleagues in the United States and in Europe to address short-term energy volatility, but also to explore long-term energy options.
Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, for a month, Conservatives called on this government to provide Ukraine with lethal aid to defend itself from Russian aggression. The response? Next to nothing until it was too late. Right. The Ukrainian General Staff urgently needs bulletproof vests, MREs, meals ready to eat, canned goods like meat, fish, and vegetables, anti-tank and anti-aircraft missiles. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. Yes. When will Canada deliver?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Speaker, in this age of information and disinformation, I think it is important for us to be aware of the facts. Canada delivered successfully $7 million worth of lethal aid to Ukraine prior to the onset of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And I want this House of Commons to know that not only did we deliver that $7 million of aid, we also delivered $3 million of non-lethal aid, $700 million of economic support, Mr. Speaker. We stand united with Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, this government is challenged on so many levels to act in a timely manner. National security and foreign affairs is where it fails its duty the most. The government sat on its hands and watched 175,000 Russian troops move to Ukraine's borders and then launch an all-out invasion. Our allies have sent a €5 billion package of aircraft, vehicles, anti-tank weapons, and Stinger launchers. Small arms, sniper rifles, and well-wishes don't cut it. When will this government give Ukraine anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons and...
The Honourable Minister.
Multiple conversations with Defense Minister Reznikov from Ukraine, and we have provided support that Ukraine has requested, including lethal and non-lethal aid, including economic and financial aid, Mr. Speaker, and we are in constant touch with Ukraine. In fact, Minister Reznikov called Canada a very, very dear friend, and I look forward to continuing to support him and his country in this time of need. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Vladimir Putin has just put the country's nuclear power on alert. And I would remind everyone that Russia is our neighbour in the northwest, and Russia is close to Canada. And today, our Prime Minister is panicking because he did not modernize the early warning system and has not bought the F-35 jets. Is he aware of this, that we're at risk, and what do they plan to do? The Honourable Minister of Defence. Mr. Speaker, Canada will continue to work with its American partners to ensure that NORAD is modernized so that we can tackle the current challenges to protect the Arctic and its sovereignty. And that is why we have committed to $250 million approximately until the end of 2021 in initial investments. And we are going to continue to work with our partners in the U.S. to respect our sovereignty in the Arctic. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. $250 million is just for maintenance, but these systems are out of date and they have to be changed urgently. Another issue we have is Alouette in Sept-Îles has been subject to a cyber attack from Russia, and these attacks will undoubtedly increase. The Prime Minister has seen this, and he said he's doing everything to ensure the safety of Canadians. But we're talking about a Russian cyber threat. Can the Minister reassure us that Canada has the necessary resources to protect our Canadian companies from Russian cyber attacks? The Honourable Minister of Defence. Cyber attacks are part of Russia's strategy, and we have to strengthen our cybersecurity to protect our companies. The Telecom Security Centre does have the tools it needs to protect Canada and Canadians. And I meet with the leader of this centre regularly, and we are here for Canadians in terms of cybersecurity. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate our unwavering support for Ukrainians who are fighting to protect their country, their city, their homes, and above all, the people they love. Today, Canada and its allies must send a historic message to Russia, to Vladimir Putin, but also to all the leaders of today and tomorrow. The price of war must be as high as possible, and the aggressors must be isolated. Is the Minister taking steps with her partners to exclude Russia from the G20 rather? The Honourable Minister, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Russian has been the object of economic sanctions from Canada and our allies. Our goal is to exert maximum pressure on Putin's regime. The support we announced yesterday is a key step, and we will do more. All options remain on the table to respond to this escalating crisis. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the message from NATO countries must be historic, clear. I repeat, the price for starting a war must be as high as possible, and the aggressors must be isolated. And all aggressors must be targeted. Belarus has disgraced itself by allowing Russia to use its territory to facilitate the invasion of Ukraine. Minsk even seems to be on the verge of having its own troops involved. Is the Minister planning to take steps to convince her partners to apply every single sanction against Russia and Belarus? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, of course, we are continuing to work with our partners. And what will we do? We will continue to implement sanctions. We have already involved 33 million soldiers. We're going to give considerable support, lethal and non-lethal aid as well. And we will continue to work with NATO in the West as well. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the first victims of war are always citizens, and this is once again true here. Already 500,000 of Ukrainians have had to leave their country, leaving behind loved ones and their entire lives. As parliamentarians, we have a historic duty to help them. Recently, the government announced that it would match every donation made to the Red Cross by a Canadian, but there's a cap of $10 million. Mr. Speaker, I think we all agree that this cap is not appropriate. Will the government remove it and commit to do everything possible to help Ukrainians in forced exile? The Honourable Minister.
For that question, and I want to thank all the Canadians for their generous donations to the Red Cross to support the Ukrainian people. We will do more. We're monitoring the situation very closely and getting an understanding of what is needed, and then providing appropriate support. This will be in addition to the $50 million for humanitarian development support that we have already provided. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
$500 million. Mr. Speaker, Canada sends $500 million per year to Russia to import their oil. The government has clearly chosen against building Canadian pipelines. The result is the decision by this Liberal government to instead fund the oppressive regime in Russia. The government boasts giving $120 million to Ukraine and then sends $500 million per year to Russia to fund Putin's war machine. Right. Does the government now realize that their choices on killing Canadian energy projects has funded Russia's invasion of Ukraine?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, the current situation in Ukraine underscores the importance of energy security, both in Canada and with our allies in Europe. We are working actively with our allies on both short-term and longer-term energy supply options, and with respect to the ongoing ensuring that energy security is top of mind in Europe. I would correct my honourable colleague that in 2019 was the last date on which crude oil was imported into Canada, so his figures are actually incorrect.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadian oil is the most environmentally sustainable on the planet, and refineries in my riding are part of the energy economy that's a fifth of our GDP. So why does Liberal ideology always want to shut down Canadian oil in favor of production from dictators and people who violate human rights?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly the oil and gas sector in this country is an important part of this economy, will continue to be an important part of this economy. But as I said to the previous questioner, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is simply incorrect. The last time on which crude oil was imported into Canada at the Irving Oil Refinery was in 2019.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, as long as we need oil and natural gas, we will always be on this side of the House a proud supporter of this Canadian energy. But over the past 20 years, Canada has purchased $13 billion in oil from Putin's Russia. And I'm sorry, but we don't need that. And what is this government doing? It wants to gradually end Canada's oil capacity. Why does this Liberal government, with its stubborn attitude, prefer to encourage dictators rather than promote our Canadian energy? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada is one of the, well, under our government, oil imports continue to diminish to their lowest level in 10 years. And of course, Mr. Speaker, it is a key issue, and we are working with our partners in Europe and in the U.S. to ensure energy security.
For Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today's IPCC report is a dire warning about the consequences of empty Liberal promises. The brief window to ensure a livable future is rapidly closing. While Canadians are scared about the future, the Prime Minister is sticking his head in the sand. He's ignoring the science, handing out billions to big oil and gas, and buying pipelines to fight the climate crisis. Canada has missed every single climate target. We have the worst record of any G7 country. We are in a climate emergency. When is the government going to start acting like it?
Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. The IPCC report shows what people around the world already know, that countries need to take bold action to tackle climate change and adaptation action to fight climate change. We must continue to cut our emissions and build resiliency through our society. Canadians cannot afford another term of conservative inaction on this file, Mr. Speaker. Since we took office in 2015, our government has committed more than $100 billion to climate action, and we're now developing Canada's first ever national adaptation strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, the planet can't afford this, Environment Minister. I encourage him to actually read the IPCC report, which has been described as, quote, an atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. Well, there you go, Exhibit 1. This government held 6,800 backroom meetings with Big Oil. They've left taxpayers on the hook for $21 billion pipeline. They've given heavy subsidies to oil, who are now talking about massive increases in production. To the Environment Minister, the planet is on fire. Why is he letting the big oil lobby lead him around by the nose when he should be standing up for Canadians and standing up for the planet?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I would remind him that through carbon pricing, we went all the way to Supreme Court. All the way to Supreme Court against 4 provinces, Mr. Speaker, including his province and my own, to ensure that we can use one of the best tools to fight climate change, which is carbon pricing, Mr. Speaker. We're still, unfortunately, fighting in the courts against some provinces to continue being able to fight for Canadians, for the health of our children and grandchildren when it comes to climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. Many business owners, Mr. Speaker, from my riding of Ottawa South had to close their downtown establishments in the face of the illegal blockades. The occupation carried on for more than 20 days, and the cost to local businesses is simply staggering. Could the Minister please update this House on what measures the government's taking to help these very hard-hit small businesses?
Good question. The Honourable Minister.
On February 19, 2022, I announced that the Government of Canada would make an investment of up to $20 million to provide non-repayable contributions to Ottawa businesses which have suffered financial loss due to the illegal blockades. This announcement reinforces our government's commitment to helping communities, families and businesses build a strong and resilient economic recovery. We continue to work to ensure businesses affected get the supports they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Coutts, Emerson and Windsor borders were cleared before the Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Act. It wasn't required for demonstrators to leave Ottawa either. Security and financial experts say there were no real threats to Canada and no suspicious financial activity. A lawyer who actually helped draft the act said it was unnecessary, that the burden of proof was not convincingly met, and that there was, quote, no evidence of a threat to the security of Canada. So what changed between the Prime Minister supporting it on Monday night and revoking it on Wednesday?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act was essential to law enforcement's success in ending blockades and protests across the country. We always said that we would not keep the act in force for any longer than was necessary, and we made good on that commitment. And as we've said since the beginning, we're acting on the advice of law enforcement and giving them the tools they need. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to provide all of the enforcement tools that are required to maintain public safety, and I again want to thank all of the members of the RCMP and law enforcement for the exceptional job that they did. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
But, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister implied protesters were terrorists. On Friday, the Deputy Director of FinTrack was asked if terrorists were using crowdfunding platforms to launder money. He said, quote, we haven't seen them, it's not a high risk. But Canadians' accounts were frozen and sweeping powers were put in place. Last week, Conservatives asked if the Liberals got a legal opinion. The Justice Minister just said that he felt standards were met, which is, of course, not an actual legal assessment. So I'll ask again, will the Liberals release the legal opinion to Canadians, and what changed in 36 hours?
The Honourable Minister of...
Mr. Speaker,
The Emergencies Act was brought in the mid-'80s in direct response to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in this country. It provides for rigorous parliamentary oversight, both in this place and in the other place. It also provides for a review. And, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, the Act requires that every measure that is undertaken under the Act be compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker, we will always respect the Charter.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Monday evening, despite the objections of the Conservative Party, the Bloc Québécois, and even members of their own caucus, this government voted in support of invocation of the Emergency Measures Act. By this time, the blockades, the protests, they'd all resolved. Yet, unbelievably, less than 48 hours, this government did a complete 180 and revoked the act. My question is simple. What changed?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear that the impact of the illegal blockades was devastating. We saw borders shut. We saw Canadians who were laid off. Yep. We saw our communities and our neighborhoods that were endangered. And that's the reason why we had to invoke the Emergencies Act. And we did so on the basis of non-partisan professional advice from law enforcement. The Canadian Association of the Chiefs of Police supported us. The Canadian Association of Police supported us. Mr. Speaker, and all of the measures that were exercised were done so with restraint, professionally, and in a manner that was consistent with the Charter, Mr. Speaker. That's what we expected from law enforcement. They carried out their responsibilities with great professionalism, and we thank them for their work. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister used the Emergency Measures Act against protesters to freeze bank accounts, impound vehicles, arrest protesters, all which could have been done with existing laws and bylaws. Canadians were led to believe that protesters were involved in acts of sedition and plots to overthrow this government. Yet, just charges relating to mischief were laid. Other than dropping in poll numbers, exactly what changed in 36 hours for this Prime Minister to terminate the use of the Emergencies Act?
That's a good question. The honourable member for Emergency Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I can very simply explain to my colleague across the way is that the emergency measures and the measures that we provided to law enforcement worked, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, we saw the illegal blockades that were tormenting the people of Ottawa removed from their streets, and the threat against our international borders and trade corridors was successfully removed, Mr. Speaker. We relied on the information from the RCMP and from our law enforcement partners to determine what was required. We provided them with the tools to do the job, and Mr. Speaker, they did the job very ably.
The honourable member for Avignon-Métis-Metapédia. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the government triggered a vote on the first ever invocation of the Emergencies Act in history. 44 hours later, on Wednesday, it announced that it was revoking the Act. So there was the biggest national emergency of the 21st century on Monday night, but on Wednesday afternoon, no emergency at all. Can the Minister explain in detail what happened and what he was advised to do during those 44 hours, or does he admit that we never needed emergency measures after all? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Emergency Measures Act was essential to allow policing bodies to end the blockade and protest throughout the country. We've always said that we shall maintain the Act as long as necessary and then remove it when it was no longer necessary. The Commissioner for the RCMP stated that the EMA had a strong deterrent effect on the protests by encouraging disengagement and by conferring greater legitimacy to the RCMP and to its counterparts, the Honourable Member for Avignon-Métis-Metapédia. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Minister was read from the wrong sheet, because there are many questions like this that the government refuses to answer, and yet the public has a right to know. That is why the Bloc Québécois welcomes the Prime Minister's commitment to expand the inquiry into the use of emergency measures to include the role of the police, the financing of the convoy and misinformation, but this should not be done behind closed doors under government control. So will the government commit to a public and independent inquiry? The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to understand the Bloc Québécois. For a while, they were saying, oh, God, the government isn't doing enough. The government isn't doing enough. But now we're doing too much. We're doing too much. We're doing too much. What is the just middle for the Bloc Québécois? Our measures were targeted, they were temporary, and they were under a framework, and they did the job.
Well, member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, in October, a constituent sent me an email. She works for the federal government. She said to me if she didn't get a vaccine, she would lose her job, despite the fact that she was working remotely and could continue to work remotely. I received another message from a constituent that works for CP Rail. Same situation. Get a vaccine or lose your job. She worked remotely in IT.
Wow.
These mandates are hurting Canadian families at a time when everything is more expensive. Ontario is lifting vaccine mandates March 1st. When will they lift the mandates or give us a plan to do it?
Yes.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, vaccines are the best way to bring this pandemic to an end. And we asked employees of the Federal Public Service to attest to their vaccination status, and they stepped up. 99% of public servants stepped up. Now, the policy will be reviewed every 6 months, and we will make sure that it is determined when it's still required. And we know that having a fully vaccinated workforce means that not only are work sites safer, so are the communities where this large population lives and works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, in my province of Alberta, some provincial restrictions have been lifted. Other restrictions, according to our Premier, will be lifted very soon. With hospitalization rates decreasing, many constituents in my riding are asking why the Liberal government has no plan to remove all federal mandates. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to get their lives back. When will this Liberal government listen to science and provinces to remove all federal mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to hear my colleagues speak about science, because science has been very clear over the last year and a half, Mr. Speaker. What works is vaccination. Vaccination is not punishment. Vaccination is protection. Almost 90% of adult Canadians have been vaccinated twice. We are very grateful to the scientists of this country and other places that have provided us with vaccines that work and are effective.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, in my home province of Saskatchewan, Premier Moe has announced the dropping of public health measures. He was regularly consulting with his chief public health officer while holding press conferences to keep citizens informed. Many other provinces have announced their own plans to drop provincial mandates while regularly consulting their chief public health officers. This government has for the last 2 years been saying that they are listening to science, but the chief federal health officer has been inconsistent at best. When will the government drop the mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak about Saskatchewan. I want to congratulate my colleague, the Health Minister, Minister Merriman, for all his hard work and collaboration over the last few months. We worked really well together on rapid testing, on PPE, on the Paxlovid treatment against COVID-19, on vaccination. I want to congratulate all people in Saskatchewan for having been vaccinated in so large numbers.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, over the last few days, what we've seen in Ukraine is a brutal military assault by Vladimir Putin's regime in Russia on Ukraine, on democracy, and on the international rules-based order that protects countries and civilians around the world. There are countless men, women, and children who, as we speak, are being killed, who are displaced, and who desperately need humanitarian assistance. Could the Minister of International Development please share with this House and with Canadians what Canada is doing to provide humanitarian assistance to the people of Ukraine?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member of Political Center for his strong leadership and for advocating for the people of Ukraine. Canada is deeply concerned about the deepening humanitarian crisis in Ukraine that has been caused by President Putin, and we are monitoring the situation very closely on the ground. And this is why our government provided $50 million to support development and humanitarian aid, over $620 million in loan offers, and just on Friday we announced that we would match up to $10 million the generous donation of Canadians to support Ukrainians through the Ukrainian Red Cross and the ICRC, and we will do more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, it's now been 8 months since a wildfire completely destroyed the community of Lytton in my riding. My constituents still need help to get back home. Nearly 2 years ago, this government provided blank checks without applications to select cities for housing projects under the Rapid Housing Initiative, Major City Stream. What specific assistance will the minister provide to the village of Lytton to build purpose-built housing for vulnerable Canadians who lost everything?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member's question and his concern and advocacy for his community. The Rapid Housing Initiative has far exceeded its initial targets. We've delivered over 10,250 new permanent affordable housing units for Canada's most vulnerable individuals, including those experiencing homelessness and those who are at risk of experiencing homelessness. The member opposite knows from his time as my critic that we have a number of programs in the National Housing Strategy for different kinds of housing needs across the housing spectrum, and I'm willing to work with him to address the needs of his community, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, my riding of Brantford-Brant includes 2 First Nation reserves, one of which is the largest in the country. And it breaks my heart when I review reports like the ones released by the Chiefs of Ontario and the Ontario Drug Policy Research Network. It stated that opiate deaths doubled among First Nations people in Ontario during the pandemic. The opiate crisis was recognized by every party during this past election. How many more lives need to be lost before this government starts taking the opiate crisis seriously?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I share the member's deep concern for the mental health of all Indigenous people who are struggling with so many crises that have led to increases of all kinds of substance use problems and disorders. We have been working closely with First Nations communities on programs and supports that are Indigenous-led that will lead to better outcomes, mental health outcomes, better health for Indigenous people across this country. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite that we must do more, but it must be Indigenous-led, and that's the commitment of this government, Mr. Speaker, to work with Indigenous partners to ensure they have what they need.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, the Equinor Bay du Nord project presents an opportunity for Newfoundland and Labrador to accelerate economic growth coming out of this pandemic. Every barrel of low-carbon, ethically produced oil from our offshore displaces a barrel of high-carbon foreign blood oil coming from Russia and the Middle East. On December 6, 2021, the Environmental Assessment Agency approved Equinor to proceed with Bay du Nord. Will the Environment Minister respect the process and approve this project? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The approval of this particular project is currently with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and therefore I'm not going to comment on the process. But I will say that our commitment has been unwavering in its commitment to support it.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Minister.
What a joke.
Okay, I'm just going to wait till everything calms down before we start up again. We started off really well. We're near the end. Let's see if we can make it extend a bit. The Honourable Minister of Environment, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We remain committed to supporting energy workers in Canada and certainly to working with Newfoundland and Labrador specifically, certainly from the Lower Churchills project, which will provide Newfoundlanders and Labradorians with clean energy for decades to come, the Offshore Emissions Reduction Fund to help offshore workers. We have been there. We will continue to be there, working strongly with Newfoundland and Labrador to advance the economic agenda of that province and going forward.
The Honourable Member for Chateauguay-Lacal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across Canada, our public transportation systems have been devastated by the pandemic. Effective public transportation systems are essential for communities to thrive economically. Could the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister for Finance explain how our government is supporting the rebuilding of public transit? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to express my full solidarity with the people of Ukraine. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle is right. That is the reason for which our government will provide municipalities with an additional $750 million in transit funding. This funding will help fill some of the operational gaps caused by the pandemic. There are two very important conditions for this funding: that our provincial and territorial partners match the amount we are providing, and that provincial and territorial governments match the federal contribution. That's good news, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are just getting slammed by the rising costs of housing, gas, and groceries, among other things. A new poll reveals that over half of Canadians don't feel they can keep up with the rising cost of living. While most people are falling further behind, the ultra-rich are getting richer using tax havens and loopholes. Where's the help for everybody else? Canadians would benefit from a cap on cell phone and internet bills, national pharmacare, and policies to cool the housing market. When can Canadians expect that help from this government?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we absolutely understand the challenges that Canadian families face with affordability, and that is why our government has acted and continues to act. We created the Canada Child Benefit, which is indexed to inflation. And today, a single mother with 2 children will receive up to $13,600 from the CCB. We lowered taxes for the middle class twice and raised them on the wealthiest 1%. We provided seniors with a one-time payment of $500 last summer, and we're increasing the OAS by 10%, Mr. Speaker. And of course, early learning and childcare, which will be transformative for young families.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, last week I met with Ilya and Ludmila in my constituency office. They will soon be Canadian citizens and are excited to begin the next chapter of their lives. However, Ludmila also told me that she's worried about her mom and her family who are living in bomb shelters. And in Ukraine, others are in long lines of refugees at the Polish border. Mr. Speaker, over 115,000 refugees are heading for safety in Poland. Thousands are also going to Romania and any EU country offering sanctuary. However, resources are being stretched to the brink. Can the Minister of Global Affairs inform the House if Canada will provide assistance to countries opening their borders to the Ukrainian exodus?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his question. And Putin's war in Ukraine is an attack not just on the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, but on the idea of democracy in Europe itself. We started preparing more than a month ago to welcome newcomers from Ukraine to Canada. On January 19th, we started a process internal to our department to process applications on a priority basis and have now processed more than 3,800 already. We've also created new pathways for people who are already in Ukraine to make it easier for them to stay and to work while they are here so they can support themselves. In the very near future, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be announcing new measures to make it easier and faster for Ukrainians who are fleeing the war to find safety here in Canada.
And I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons aujourd'hui. Nous avons l'honorable.
We have the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean rising on a point of order, I believe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations among the parties, and I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House reiterate the motion passed unanimously on January 27th, 2021, and call on the new Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to exercise, in the case of Raif Badawi, his discretion under Section 5 of the Citizenship Act in order to grant citizenship to any person to alleviate cases of special and unusual hardship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay.
D'accord.
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That given the Russian Federation's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine, this House, A, condemns the unjustified and unprovoked attack, which was ordered by Russian President Vladimir Putin as a clear violation of international law, the UN Charter, and the rights of Ukraine to sovereignty, territorial integrity, freedom, and democracy. B, condemns the illegal recognition by the Russian Federation of the Ukrainian regions of Donetsk and Luhansk as so-called independent states, and the 2014 invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation and their illegal annexation of Crimea. C, calls upon the Russian Federation to immediately end the targeting of civilian infrastructure, including hospitals and schools. D, call upon the Government of Canada and all parties in the House of Commons to support A, the continued imposition of severe economic penalties, including sanctions targeting President Putin's inner circle, including Russian oligarchs, and those who have supported this egregious violation of international law. And B, the provision of support to the government of Ukraine, the Ukrainian armed forces, and the provision of humanitarian aid to the people of Ukraine. And C, the issuing of an order of general application directing the CRTC to a new broadcasting policy that would remove state-controlled broadcasters that spread disinformation and propaganda from the CRTC's list of non-Canadian programming services and stations authorized for distribution, effectively removing Russia Today from Canadian airwaves. And D, the removal of Russia from the SWIFT payment system, a critical part of the global financial system, an action which must be pursued in collaboration with international partners. And E, stands unwavering and united in our solidarity with the people of Ukraine.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
He is. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to inform the House that Thursday, March 3rd, 2022 shall be an allotted day. Thank you.
The tabling of, okay, 1 second. No. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Will may not be here.
Yeah, he's not. He's fine. Yeah, we've got that. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Pursuant to standing orders, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs concerning changes to membership of standing and standing joint committees. If the House gives its consent, I have the intention to table the adoption of the fourth report later today.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following four reports of the Standing Committee of Fisheries and Oceans. The first report, entitled Striped Bass in the Southern Gulf of St. Lawrence and Miramichi River, Striking a Delicate Balance. The second report, entitled Implementation of the Mi'kmaq and Maliseet Treaty Right to Fish in Pursuit of a Moderate Livelihood. The third report, entitled Aquatic Invasive Species, a National Priority. And the fourth report, entitled Pacific Salmon, Ensuring the Long-Term Health of Whale Populations and Associated Fisheries. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to reports 1, 2 and 4. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank all the staff that helped make this possible, the interpreters, the clerk and the analyst. Thank you.
I believe on that same note, presenting reports from committees, dissenting report from the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to two of those reports. The first Fisheries Committee report on the moderate livelihood. After extensive work at committee, Conservatives issued a dissenting report in response to the Majority report. The Majority report failed to adequately address the time-tested necessities of seasons for a reason. Years of service and research, science and research, have made it clear that conservation of our Atlantic lobster stock is dependent on the fishing seasons that optimize the ability for stocks to reproduce, which leads to greater abundance and stronger ecosystem. We continue to see a lack of enforcement when it comes to out-of-season fishing. As the official opposition, we continue to call on the Minister to fulfill her duties and responsibilities as laid out in Marshall and take immediate action to resolve the current situation. On the Fisheries Committee report with regard to Pacific salmon, ensuring the long-term health of wild populations, while the crisis facing Pacific salmon may not be new, the state of Pacific salmon stocks has never been so dire. Over the past 6 years, 5 different fisheries ministers have asserted that the legislative changes, resources, and direction that DFO has provided were sufficient to restore and protect Pacific salmon. However, the current state and continued declines of Pacific salmon clearly show the government's assertions and actions have failed. In our complementary report, Conservatives call on the federal government to connect federal resources with plans and actions that are already mandated, known, and proven to support the recovery and conservation of Pacific salmon stocks.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 2 following reports from the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. First report is titled A Study of Aircraft Certification in Canada in light of 2 accidents involving Lion Air Flight 610 and Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302. And the second report is titled Emerging from the Crisis, a study of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the air transport sector. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee calls on the government to table a comprehensive response to each one of those 2 reports.
On my feet, I'd also like to thank the Honourable Member for Niagara Centre, as well as all of the members of the committee staff, and all the witnesses that helped make these 2 reports possible. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled Russia's Invasion of Ukraine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it at this time, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Mrs. Block, Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, for Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Scheer, Regina Capel, for Mr. Barrett, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. And Mr. Steinley, Regina Louvan, for Mr. Calkins, Red Deer Lacombe.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. Oh, we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Island.
I haven't said, pardon me, Mr. Speaker, I've been unable to say yes because, as far as I can find in the records of what was sent to my caucus team, we were unaware of this motion. I can't see any reason we would object, except, of course, that the Conservatives object to any unanimous consent motion we might put forward. But in the spirit of good graces, well, oh, come on. Excuse me. I've been in this House for nearly 11 years, and it's only recently that every request for unanimous consent, if it's put forward.
I believe we're starting to get into a debate here, so I'm just going to put the question, and it is up to the individuals to decide whether they consent or not. I'll just leave it to the individuals to make up their mind on that point. All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Motions. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable... No. No petitions today. Or there's none online. Very good. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders.
Consideration of second reading of Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good to be back Monday here. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government have no understanding of Canada, broadcasting, or its history, which may be why the Liberals originally regulated broadcasting through the Department of Marine and Fisheries. In 1928, the 1928 Royal Commission was the first to examine the state of radio broadcasting in Canada. Very few remember that commission, and the nature of broadcasting has changed in the past century, but there were conclusions that are still important to remember today. The 8th Commission report was a model of efficiency that we would do well to take note of today, only 13 pages long, plus a few appendices. There was only one page devoted to programming content, which is where it was noted that, quote, every avenue should be vigorously explored to give Canadian listeners the best programs available from sources at home and abroad, end quote. This flawed legislation, Bill C-11, does nothing to provide Canadian listeners with the best programs. If anything, it discourages creative programming. Regulating programming made some sense in the 1930s when the forerunner of the CRTC was created. Broadcasting then was limited to radio, and with a limited number of available frequencies, the government wanted to ensure a diversity of viewpoints and to ensure that Canadians have access to the airwaves. What didn't make sense was the intervening of the regulator and the government-owned broadcaster created at the same time. Though the Liberals eventually realized that mistake, they continued to fail to understand the needs of Canadians and the nature of the dissemination of information in the 21st century. This government is picking up where it left off in the last Parliament. It brings us a new bill to amend the Broadcast Act. What it doesn't bring is new ideas, nor it does attempt to properly define what it means by broadcasting. According to Wikipedia says, broadcasting is the distribution of audio or video content to a dispersed audience via any electronic mass communications medium, but typically one thing that the electromagnetic spectrum, which is radio waves, in one-to-many model. Britannica also tells us that broadcasting, electronic transmission of radio and television, signals that are intended for general public reception as distinguished from private signals. Mr. Speaker, I would like to forget to say that I will split my time today with the honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's. So, sorry about that. It is the most common form from broadcasting, may be described as systematic dissemination of entertainment, information, educational programming, and other features for simultaneous reception by scattered audience with appropriate receiving apparatus. This bill, by definition, is not about broadcasting, but instead is about extending the reach of the government in an attempt to control the internet and free speech. It may be clogged in technical language, amending this paragraph here and that paragraph there, but make no doubt that this is the intent: limitations on the choices of Canadians. Now, you and I both know that the internet bears no relation to traditional broadcasting. There's no frequency limitation online. The internet is a narrow casting not broadcasting, as content creators can reach smaller segments of the population that have not been served by traditional broadcasters. Canada is home to many world-class writers, actors, composers, musicians, artists, and creators. They don't need government rules which hold back to their ability to be Canadian and to be global successes. Canadian content creators make most of their money, which is about 90%, from outside Canada. Social media platforms are global, and Canadians are taking full advantage, both as creators of content and enjoying what is available. Canadian social media stars don't want the government to telling them what to do when it comes to their work as Canadian. So when the Liberals claim that there is now an exemption for user-generated content, this legislation allows the CRTC to regulate any content that generates revenue directly or indirectly. That means virtually all content would still be regulated, including independent content creators earning a living on social media platforms like the YouTube and the Spotify. Madam Speaker, what's upset the Liberals and the reason why they want to provide us with a new definition of broadcasting with this bill is that they have lost control. Back in the pre-internet days, the state controlled broadcasting. You needed a license from the state in order to start a radio or television station, and that could not be obtained unless you agreed to allow the state to control your content. With the internet, the state has lost its ability to control. Each day, about 720,000 hours of content is uploaded in YouTube only or alone. The Liberals seem to find that offensive. They want to regulate it, to somehow bring the internet under their control and broadcasting used to it. If this is simply a matter of the Liberals wanting a slice of the revenue pie to help offset their record deficits, there are easier methods than attacking all content creators. Instead of attempting to regulate the entire internet, they could concentrate on large streaming services, perhaps those with 500,000 subscribers or more. Extracting money from streaming services to support Canadian content does not require the overreach this government is establishing. Even with those, the government might want to think twice. Forcing streamers from outside Canada to contribute to the various Canadian talent development funds, for example, is full of risks. Fairness would say that if you force these entities to contribute to the fund, then you must also allow them to access that money that the fund is generating. Rather than creating a level playing field, such a move would harm Canada's traditional broadcasters, especially those whose Canadian content is primarily public affairs or sports programming. How would the limited amount they spend on drama compare with the amount spent by streaming services that specialize in dramatic programming? In that context, would anyone still watching the CBC? Certainly. With this bill, what this bill is not addressing, quote, why are we regulating this, end quote. The Liberals, disturbing the free market, have never come across anything that they didn't want to control, but just because they can introduce such legislation does not mean it is good legislation or that it should be passed. For 20 years, there have been calls for the government to redefine the internet and broadcasting. Wise people resisted the argument, realized that the internet, in many ways, is a true example of the democratization of communications. Groups with limited or no access to traditional broadcasting, such as Indigenous Canadians, now have unlimited access and ability to tell their stories without government interference. The Liberals want that to end. There are perhaps 100,000 Canadians driving from all their income from their online activities. The government is not content with the income receiving from their taxes. It wants to tell them what to create. It doesn't care if they have a relationship with their audience already. So our culture industry is flourishing without the government involvement. Madam Speaker, Bill C-11 should not pass. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to the comments that the member made, and I want to thank him for his intervention. I actually think that, you know, I'm very relieved when I see members trying to make suggestions as to how things could be improved in a bill. I noticed that he did that as he talked about the number of subscribers, and perhaps that could be tied to when people, you know, when money has to be paid in order to receive money, not for government purposes, as this member said, but in order to invest back in Canadian culture. But that notion that he's giving, that suggestion, assumes that people who are uploading content are going to be subject to the conditions within this bill. This bill specifically states that those that are uploading content, so influencers, people that are putting their own material out there, will not be subject to the provisions within this bill. I'm curious why the Conservatives are going down this same path that we saw them do with the previous version of this bill last year.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thanks for the Honourable Member for his question. Speaking of last bill, which is the C-10, the amount of opposition we've received, especially from young population, from university students, was unbelievable. One of the most times where I receive calls from students at university level and from average Canadians complaining about the control the government wants to have over the broadcasting in general and specifically on YouTube and Spotify. So that's why this bill is no different than the C-10. That's why we need to vote it down and should not be passed.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my esteemed colleague, what level of appropriate framework from the government would be ideal in terms of online media and broadcasting?
I think the government needs to have less interference in this whole process, less control. And thanks to the Honourable Member for his question. I think less control, it's needed, and less interference. And that will make any bill with regarding to broadcasting and internet a better bill.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut. One moment, please. Your light's not on yet. So the Honourable Member for Nunavut, please.
For many years, our broadcasters and cultural workers have been losing revenue and suffering from unfair competition from web giants. That's why the NDP sees this bill as a good first step to leveling the playing field and making the web giants pay for their fair share. Does the MP intend to put an end to this injustice, or rather protect the profits of the web giants?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
I appreciate the question from the Honourable Member from the NDP. I think it's the opposite, because with that control that the government is seeking through this bill, they're going to take away also from the small guys or the small person or the small players. So this is no good for anyone, and that's why I do encourage the NDP to vote against it. Thank you.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting. The member in his comments talked about this fear factor as if the government is trying to control the internet, and I do find it's unfortunate. It just amplifies that whole right-wing thinking that's coming from
Canada's Foreign Minister. When the Broadcasting Act was last amended in 1991, email was a new thing. Foreign Affairs communicated with embassies through telex. There was no social media, no Facebook, no YouTube, no Twitter, or no TikTok. So the revision to the Broadcasting Act under Bill C-11 is long overdue. I will try and summarize what I believe to be the good, the bad, and the ugly of this proposed legislation. So let's start with the good. There are several important provisions in this legislation that I support, including the requirements to support the increased production of Canadian content by online service providers such as Netflix. The greater support of Indigenous programming is also a good start. Coming from Nova Scotia, I also appreciate the increased support and focus on independent production of broadcasting material. It's a step forward that this bill protects intellectual property of Internet service provider algorithms. Now let's turn to the bad. We are hopeful that when this bill reaches committee, that the government will be open to amending it to deal with our primary area of concern, the regulation of speech on the Internet. It is true that in sections 2.1 and 4.11, the government has excluded individual social media from CRTC regulation. A similar commitment was made in C10 in the last Parliament, but removed by the government at committee stage. However, we were asked in C10 in the last Parliament, now C11, to trust the government in its commitment not to regulate individual freedom of speech. This is asking too much from Canadians who no longer trust this government. We should all be concerned when governments flaunt the law with the SNC scandal, abuses to the public purse for family benefit in the WE scandal, and ignore views of those they disagree with and legislate against free speech with the Emergency Act. Where are the just trust me elements of this bill? They come in sections 4.1 and 4.2. This is the ugly part of the bill. Section 4.1 exempts individual users of social media from content control of the CRTC. Well, this is true to some extent. The government presents a legal pretzel in section 4.2. Let me explain this confusing liberal legal pretzel. The addition to this bill of section 4.1, which says that censorship by the CRTC will not apply to individuals uploading content to an internet service provider, it sounds good. But what the government giveth, the government takes away in section 4.2, where the government can regulate an individual's internet content if it generates any sort of revenue. Without knowing or seeing these regulations, this is a broad power to censor the individual. The government is asking Canadians, don't worry, just trust us. Well, Canadians don't trust this government. We should be especially concerned when the government under this bill seeks to legislate on what Canadians can and cannot say if it generates any revenue at all. Individual content creators with fledgling businesses are now being asked to trust this government through policy and regulation that they will not be censored. There are no legislated guarantees in this bill to prevent them from being censored. In his last public address on April 11, 1865, President Abraham Lincoln said, "Important principles may and must be inflexible. Freedom of thought and speech are principles with which the Government of Canada must be inflexible in defending." So much so that Pierre Trudeau placed these inflexible freedoms in Section 2 of Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It guarantees freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, the very freedoms that are core to our democracy. Our defense of them must remain inflexible, as Lincoln said. Let me be clear. Our freedoms have limits. For example, in a country like Canada, you cannot incite hate speech or other violent forms of language. Both our common law and criminal code have placed limits on that freedom. The distinction in our criminal code and are just and ensure protection of the most vulnerable in our society. If this government wishes to seek further protections for those impacted by racism and other discrimination, I know our Conservative caucus is willing to cooperate, and the criminal code is the appropriate legislative vehicle for such restrictions. Bill C-11 contains more disturbing, open-ended, online censorship regulatory power for the government. The legislation allows the CRTC to regulate any content that generates revenue directly or indirectly in Section 4.22a. That means virtually all content would still be regulated, including independent content creators earning a living on social media platforms like YouTube, TikTok, and Spotify. What does indirect mean? Just trust us, the government asks. Last Parliament, Conservatives were quick to point out the flaws in the nearly identical Bill C-10. But it was not just Conservatives sounding the alarm. Experts, lawyers, academics, many more people testified at committee and spoke publicly about the problems with the bill. A former CRTC commissioner said that the bill would be like a hammer to intimidate freedom of expression. Today, given the continued development of technology and the conditions created by the COVID-19 pandemic, much of that dialogue takes place on places like Facebook, Twitter, and other websites. This bill would infringe upon the ability of Canadians to have to post online and to express themselves freely, even if their post indirectly generates revenue. Furthermore, the bill would infringe on the rights that Canadians have to access content online, which means that the right to view freely will be infringed upon if the bill passes. To all my colleagues, I ask, do you trust the government to decide what you can say, read, and watch online? Bill C-11 gives new, undefined power over the internet to the CRTC. The CRTC was built to balance the needs of competing broadcasters, not those of citizens. The only regulator of thought a Canadian should deal with is themselves. I can assure you, constituents in my riding do not want the censorship elements of this bill rushed through the House of Commons without thoughtful debate and hearings. They want Section 4 amended, and I trust the government will listen to Canadians in this respect at committee and amend this bill. I ask members to be guided by the words of Lincoln. Important principles like freedom must be inflexible. Be inflexible in defending free speech. Amend the section of this bill that gives the government the ability to censor individuals on the internet. It is my hope that courage will manifest in all MPs, and we can all work towards a Broadcasting Act that upholds the freedom of Canadians, improves Canadian and Indigenous content, supports independent production, and does not stifle speech online. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I guess in listening to the two Conservative speakers, you know, one gets the opinion that this is all about freedom of speech and that right-wing reform concept that you don't need to have anything. You don't even need CBC. You know, we need to recognize that the government needs to step up to the plate to ensure whether it's Canadian content, a lively arts industry in Canada. These are all very critical, important aspects of our society. And I would ask the Conservative Party, and particularly the member, does he not support the importance of Canadian content, our arts sector, and the many contributions that they make to our society? If not, what would he say? How does he justify saying no to this bill?
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think if the Honourable Member had actually heard the beginning of my speech, he would have heard that I outlined and said that I support the additional Canadian content that this bill will engender in its process. I did say that. So the confusion, though, seems to be on the other side, that they think just because it's not them, we don't support culture. I've sat on community theatre boards. I've participated and helped my community in that regard. Perhaps the Honourable Member should read Section 11.10.c, which says that the future Canadian artistic and cultural expression must be dealt with, and that the proportion of programs broadcast and devoted for specific genres would be regulated. So I'd like to understand from the government, are they going to tell us how many comedies we can watch, how many dramas we can watch, how many documentaries we can watch, when the CRTC is being given the ability to actually pick what genres we watch?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Personally, I'm against censorship, of course. We have to understand that when my honourable colleague speaks of freedom of expression is the capability to express oneself. It's not permission to say anything you want. There's a distinction between the two. I would like to hear my honourable colleague's definition of this difference between the two.
Member South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. Again, another issue I addressed in my speech, which said that there are reasonable limits placed on freedom of speech through both our common law and court cases, as well as through the criminal code on things that you can and cannot do. I think those are the appropriate vehicles to moderate and protect that we don't have unlimited rights in the Charter. All rights have some restriction, including freedom of speech on things like hate speech. If there are additional areas that need to be regulated through those kinds of issues in terms of criminal behavior, that's the limit to which we should be focused on in terms of limiting free speech. I don't think we should be using the CRTC, an independent, unaccountable government agency, to regulate free speech.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. A brief question, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know the member may have touched on this briefly in his speech, but living beside the United States, we are living beside a giant. And the web giants have incredible power. Our artists and our cultural producers really struggle against that dichotomy. And I'm just wondering, when those web giants are really trying to circumvent our tax rules and our funding for Canadian culture content and the discoverability, I would just like to hear him expand a little bit more on how we try and even the playing field so that we are trying to have more fairness for our important artists and our artistic sector here in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable for South Shore St. Margaret's has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you. Thank you to the member for the question. That is a great question. I think, as I did touch on it a bit, and I get a little chance to expand on it here, the leveling of a playing field of the web giants, online giants in creating Canadian content is a very good aspect of this bill that I appreciate. The ability to and requirement for them to either produce at certain levels or contribute to the Canadian Content Fund. My only challenge is to figure out where in the bill it balances and says what that level of support is, what the money is. That'll be in regulation, I suppose, so we'll have to see that. But it is a positive part of the bill, absolutely.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to rise today to speak to Bill C-11 and to continue this discussion that has been going on for a number, or quite a while, a number of months anyhow, at least a year, because a bill of a similar form to this one was introduced into the last session of Parliament, but unfortunately didn't make it past the finish line. But I think that what we have here is an improved upon bill, an improved upon version of what we saw before that tackled some of the challenges and the obstacles, rightly or wrongly, that were put forward, in particular by the opposition. But I do want to just go back to one of the comments that was just made a few minutes ago by the member who was from the Conservatives who was responding to questions. He said something very important. I think it's important because it represents a lot of the narrative that we're going to hear over the next few days. Madam Speaker, I should I forgot to tell you that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Parkdale High Park. Back to what I was saying, we hear a lot of the language that's being used, and what we just heard the previous member say was he said, we do not want to allow the government to control what you watch. And if anybody is going to be following along with this debate, I want them to pay close attention to the fact that as the debate goes on over the course of the next few days or weeks, whatever it might be, you'll hear that language quite a bit coming from the Conservatives, because this is the exact language that they used last time. It's the language of trying to suggest to Canadians that the Government of Canada sits behind a desk and decides what people can watch and what they can't watch. Nothing could be further from the truth. What this bill does, what the original bill did, what this one is proposing to do now, is to not regulate what you watch, but to broaden the pool of what's available to you. Now, if you come from the perspective of, we live in North America, we should be homogenous in terms of everything that's in front of us. There's no problem with us being just like the United States. We don't need our own individual identity and own individual culture. Then that's one thing. And if that's somebody's position on it, although I disagree with it wholeheartedly, at least that would be a position of coming from somewhere that you still understand the facts. But the fact is that this bill doesn't suggest that. And what this bill does, and what I much prefer, is that we provide Canadians with the opportunities to watch Canadian-produced programming that is produced by Canadians for Canadians as an option of what they can watch. You know, it's very similar to the CanCon rules that apply to radio stations. Right now, if you're in Canada and you have a radio station that broadcasts over FM transmission and AM transmission, you'll be subject to a certain amount of the content that's played during the day being Canadian content. I live on a border city. We're not that far from Watertown, New York, and what you would find quite often, radio stations trying to circumvent those rules, is they would go set up their transmission tower in Watertown, even though all of the broadcasting was actually happening from Kingston. It was being sent over to Watertown, New York, where it was then being broadcast on towers for people to listen to, of which I'm sure over 90% of the viewership or the listenership was from Canadian people, because the broadcast audience was a Canadian audience in Kingston. And so as the technologies develop, as we see new technologies come online and the internet becomes a dominant force in the consumption of content, it goes without saying that if we do believe in making sure that Canadian content is in that pool of availability for those who are consuming it, that we ensure that the Canadian content is there. And so that's the difference. This is not about controlling what people see, because the rhetoric around it, and you know, I trust that we will have a more wholesome or more fulsome debate on this time around, but the rhetoric last time with C10 came down to trying to suggest that the federal government was trying to regulate all social media in order to determine what was put in front of people in terms of what they would see on the other end on the internet. And that's nothing from there's nothing that couldn't be further from the truth. This has always been about making sure that content is available. So what does this bill do specifically? Let me just highlight some of the important points. It brings those online streaming services under the jurisdiction of the Broadcasting Act because, as I previously mentioned, they don't. It will require online streaming services that serve Canadian markets to contribute to the production of Canadian content. This is what I was talking about. So when Netflix or these other agencies that are selling to Canadians, they have to invest in Canadian culture and Canadian produced content. And again, you might not agree with that. You might think that it's okay just to get everything. We're so globalized now that we can just get everything from wherever we want, and that shouldn't matter. And that, of course, is a position to take on this. But it's not the position that I take. It's not the position that this bill seeks to improve upon, because we recognize the fact that that content is extremely important, that a portion of it remain Canadian. This also prioritizes support for content for Francophone, Indigenous, LGBTQ2+ racialized and other equity-seeking creators. It ensures online broadcasters will showcase more Canadian content, as I previously mentioned, and it modernizes outdated legislation to bring it into the 21st century. I think it's also important, Madam Speaker, to talk about what this bill will not do, despite the fact that I don't think it will change. Even me saying this now, we're going to hear people from in this chamber over the course of this debate say that it will do these things, but it won't impose regulations on content everyday Canadians post to social media. If somebody goes and uploads something to YouTube, even if they have a lot of followers, unless they are making money off it, in which case they would be similar to other businesses making money off it, they would not be subject to it. But there is an important point there that I will get back to in a second, because even those that do upload won't necessarily be paying those won't necessarily be subject to this. It also does not impose regulations on Canadian digital content creators, influencers, or users, as I said. And it will not censor content or mandate specific algorithms on on streaming services or social media platforms. I already touched on this. I think it's important to mention it again because this is what we will hear over the course of this debate. We will hear that the Prime Minister is personally sitting behind a computer somewhere trying to set an algorithm so that people see more content that he likes. I know we're going to hear that because that is the rhetoric that happened with C10, and I have no doubt that we will hear that again with C11, although I really hope that we don't. But if history is an indication of anything in this House, when these issues come up, the Conservatives know exactly which ones are going to be the ones that they can push that will be engage public reaction, whether or not it's true. And I do want to just go back to that first comment that I made when I was talking about the things that it will not do, to impose regulations on everyday Canadians. And this is important because the member previous to me brought up the fact that if somebody uploads a video or content and they're making money off it, they're subject to legislation. That's actually not true. There are 3 criterias, and these are and criterias, not or criterias, that need to be met in order for this to be considered commercial content. In determining whether the content is commercial content, the regulator will need to evaluate based on 3 elements. 1, if the content is monetized, which goes to the member's comment a few minutes ago, but 2 other things also have to be present. The second is if the content exists on another non-social media platform, example Spotify, the radio, or TV, and 3, if the content has a unique international standard code, example a song uploaded to YouTube with an international standard music number. Those are the 3 items that need to happen for this legislation to apply. So, to correct the previous statement that as long as somebody was making money off it, they would be subject to it, that's actually not the case. There are 3 pieces of criteria that need to be met there. So, Madam Speaker, I know that my time's coming to a close, but I do just want to say that what this really is about, and I hope that everybody will, at the very least, support the fundamentals of ensuring that the Canadian pool of content remains robust and available to Canadians to listen to, because if you look back at the decades that have gone by, the last 70 years or so, that, even in the Broadcasting Act as it didn't apply to the internet, is what made sure that the content remained available for Canadians to see. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Thanks. Before I go to question and comments, I do want to remind members that if they have thoughts and questions, they should hold on to them as opposed to shouting them out. So questions and comments. The honourable member South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the member, if he had been listening to my speech, would have known at the beginning I said that I appreciated that the bill actually does say that the algorithms are protected. I did say that in my speech. But specifically, since you spent a bit of your speech, the member spent a bit of his speech discussing my speech, very flattering from the member for Kingston and the Islands. I'll read what the Act actually says.
30 seconds.
In making regulations under subsection 1, the Commission shall consider the following: the extent to which the program uploaded to an online undertaking that provides a social media service directly or indirectly generates revenue. In B and C, it doesn't say and, or, it doesn't say any of that. It lists 3 different things. Any one of those things individually can be regulated according to the Act.
Our Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, that's an excellent point, and I do want to correct. I want to make sure it's known that I didn't suggest that this member was saying that the government would control the algorithm. I said that I heard that last time, and I expect some comments to that. But this member certainly didn't in his speech. I listened attentively to what he said. But just to his point, that's an excellent point, and my understanding is that it needs to be all 3 of those things. Therefore, I think that this should be one of the topics that comes up in committee to make sure that that is the case, because it should be that way, and I certainly read it to be that way, and that's my interpretation, and I hope that when it gets to committee, that can be clarified.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. There's something I'd like him to explain to me, to give me a bit more clarity on, and that is the major losses of artists and people in culture and radio broadcasting who have been losing money every month, and this has been going on and on and on because of Section 4.1. Can he give me some guarantees about freedom of expression? The Conservatives had a field day with this, and that's what made this bill come back on the table. And each month, our artists are losing so much every month.
Well, the member is absolutely correct. And, you know, this is one of those, I agree that this keeps coming back. And, you know, every month that goes by, more and more people are suffering as a result of this. I think it was very unfortunate the way that this bill played out in the winter and spring of 2020. It inched along so slowly. We saw delay after delay after delay. And then at the last minute, just before the House and the Senate were going to rise, the bill C-11 was voted on. So, I mean, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I agree with the member in making sure that we protect that Canadian culture and Canadian content is absolutely imperative. The quicker we can get this through, the more we will be able to do that. And it's, you know, Quebec certainly, I know this member is from the Bloc, the Quebec certainly has a strong and robust sector as it relates to film and audio in one of our official languages, but there are so many other companies throughout the rest of the country that are equally doing so in English, and we need to continue to preserve that.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, in my lifetime, I've watched a dramatic shift in the media landscape from local newspapers to the conglomeration of these multinationals now. We've gone through to Web 2.0, and now we're into Web 3.0. So my question through you to the honourable member is, has the government made consideration for the shift in the distributed model of user-created content? I'll give you an example. For instance, we have a company like TikTok who provides user content creator funds everywhere else but in Canada. So how are we going to ensure that the individual creators that are Canadian that are creating content are adequately compensated and not create a situation where the fund just goes to the multinational conglomerates which have completely captured our traditional media?
A brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Oh, I think that the member raises an excellent point. I'll be the first to say I don't have an answer to that. I certainly hope that the committee will look into this at that stage. And you know, if what he's suggesting goes beyond just this piece of legislation, then that's something that we need to tackle, because it's absolutely detrimental to Canadian culture and Canadian identity that we continue to make sure that the proper funds are available for product and content that
And I want to start with restoring peace between Canadians in terms of and aggressively
development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I rise today, it's for the first time since 5 days ago, Mr. Putin in Russia decided to very unceremoniously and aggressively invade a sovereign nation. And I wanted to just express my absolute solidarity with the people of Ukraine, my absolute solidarity in terms of showing gratitude and appreciation for their bravery in the face of this blatant aggression and violent and unlawful act. And to simply state, in terms of representing my constituents of Parkdale High Park, I will continue to advocate with every fiber of my being for the well-being of Ukraine, for the well-being of Ukrainian Canadians, for assisting them in any way, shape or form in terms of assistance militarily, assistance with their defense, assistance with immigration, and in terms of restoring peace to their land. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to turn now to Bill C-11, and I want to start with Canadian content creators. Madam Speaker, I learned a heck of a lot about Canadian content and Canadian creators during the course of the 42nd Parliament, when I had the ability to serve as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage at the time, the current Minister of Foreign Affairs. And what I learned about was the sizable, voluminous contribution that these content creators make to the Canadian economy. Indeed, in some respects, it either is equivalent to or outstrips contributions from sectors such as the mining sector in this country. It is staggering the amount of GDP output that is attributable to Canadian content creators. Around $19.7 billion of Canada's GDP and approximately 160,000 jobs are linked to things like publishing, writing, music, things like producing theatre, producing film, producing television products, etc. My riding of Parkdale High Park, which I've had the privilege of representing now for the third straight time in terms of this within this Parliament, is home to many of these creators. And what they've said to me is I apologize, Madam Speaker. They said to me, Member of Parliament, they've explained to me this is what we do for a living. This is how it contributes to the Canadian economy. But they've also said this is where our trade, our craft is suffering. And they've walked me through these steps. Because you've heard from the member from Kingston and the Islands, some of the other members of this debate who've talked about where we were about 30 years ago when we had the Broadcasting Act and where we are now. And where we are now is a fundamentally different place where people consume, people view, people listen in a completely different manner than 30 years ago when this Broadcasting Act was last touched. And why is this relevant, Madam Speaker? It's relevant because we as parliamentarians, it is incumbent upon us to make sure that our laws are responsive to the current state of the nation. Our laws need to be reflective of current norms, current technological features, current aspects of day-to-day life. And that is really, really critical because what we've had, Madam Speaker, is for decades our system guaranteed the creation of Canadian movies, TV shows, and music that made us proud because we ensured that traditional broadcasters, the Bell and Rogers of the world, Madam Speaker, were contributing to such Canadian content. Now, why is that critical? It's critical because we live next to this very large nation, Madam Speaker, that creates a whole lot of cultural content. And it's very easy to get dwarfed by that content, particularly in its English language form, if we are not supportive of Canadian content. So we adopted these ideas about mandatory contributions financially from Canadian broadcasters, which were usually through a television screen, Madam Speaker, ensuring that they could then help us create the next Kim's Convenience, the next Schitt's Creek, Madam Speaker, the next Beachcombers. And I know I'm dating myself. I'm a little bit older than I look. But, Madam Speaker, but that kind of cultural content is critical. And what we've seen is an erosion of that kind of cultural content because we're no longer asking these new types of broadcasters to contribute because the system simply hasn't kept up. And who's responsible for all of that? Well, I'll be blunt here, Madam Speaker. All of us are responsible for all of that because we haven't acted quickly enough to deal with Spotify, to deal with Apple Music, to deal with YouTube. Because when we legislated this most recently, which is 3 decades ago, those things didn't even exist. In fact, the internet was still in its infancy, probably just the plaything of the US military at the time. Because we're reaching back to around 1991, Madam Speaker. But now, what we know is that most Canadians, not me, I tend to prefer Spotify, Madam Speaker, but most Canadians today get their music from YouTube Music. That is an incredible statement, Madam Speaker. It's not from the radio, it's not from old vinyl or cassette tapes, and again, I'm dating myself, Madam Speaker, but it is from one particular platform, YouTube Music. And unless we directly regulate that type of platform and ensure that it is contributing to the continuity, creation, and support of Canadian content, we could see great Canadian musicians or great Canadian musical acts simply go by the wayside. So do we want to have the next Tragically Hip, Madam Speaker, the next R. Kells, the next Drake, the next Justin Bieber, etc.? I desperately want to see that. I want to see that for our country. I want to see that for the children that I'm raising. But we can't see that unless we actually take an active step to support this industry. What we have is Canadian broadcasters in the traditional mold, the Bells and Rogers playing by one set of rules, and we have streaming platforms playing by entirely another set. There needs to be one set of rules for all. So what will this bill do, Madam Speaker? We've heard a little bit about this during this debate. What the bill will do is provide the CRTC with express powers to require broadcasting undertakings, including online undertakings, to make financial contributions to Canadian content and to its creators. And what have I heard about over these last years as the Member of Parliament from Parkdale High Park? I've heard basically a plea that this exact kind of measure be put into force. I've heard it from ACTRA. I've heard it from the Directors Guild. I've heard it from the Writers Guild. I've heard it from the Association of Canadian Broadcasters. Over and over again, they've said, unless you support our industry in terms of where it is being viewed or seen now at that level of broadcasting, and not just in its old modality, we are in jeopardy. we and all of the goods that we create, all of that Canadian content we create is in jeopardy. And why is that important, Madam Speaker? Why is it critical to have, everyone chuckled in this chamber about the beachcombers, but why are those touchstones significant? They're significant because they tell a Canadian narrative. And I think that's good and that's right and that is proper because it is important as a nation-building exercise for people to see themselves reflected on what they see and hear, but also to learn about themselves in terms of what they see and hear. And that's why I think another aspect of this legislation that I hope gets touched on in this debate is important, because we're trying to also make sure that a Broadcasting Act 3 decades later reflects the reality of Canada. So the city I represent, Madam Speaker, boasts it is one of the most diverse, if not the most diverse city on the planet. That is the city of Toronto. We would like to see the broadcasting offerings that are available, including online, to reflect that diversity, to reflect people of color, racialized people, immigrants, Black Canadians, etc., Madam Speaker. There's a specific provision in the legislation that actually references promoting Indigenous language vitalization. That is something I also had the ability to work on in the 42nd Parliament, something that I feel very, very strongly about. The way we do that and keep moving the yardsticks forward, Madam Chair, is by amending the broadcasting legislation. Now, I want to deal with, in these last 2.5 minutes, Madam Speaker, what this bill is not about. And we heard a great deal about this in the last Parliament, and I'm very keen to ensure we don't hear about it in this Parliament. Particularly now, Madam Speaker, because my opening comments were about Ukraine, and we know that not just this country, but the planet is seized with addressing misinformation and disinformation right now. And to purport incorrectly or benignly sort of misconstrue what is in a piece of legislation versus what is not helpful for the discussion about this legislation, nor is it helpful to the public discourse in this country, let alone on this planet. And I mean that very seriously, Madam Speaker. So this bill has a specific carve-out, and the carve-out is clear, Madam Speaker. User-generated content, video games, and news media will not be affected by the proposed changes. It is quite clear, Madam Speaker, that what we are doing is ensuring that social media, which allows people to share their thoughts online, and that is, for the most part, a very, very good thing, we agree that it is vital for Canadians to be able to express their views, which is why the bill specifically states that the regulator cannot make regulations that infringe on freedom of expression on social media and online platforms. That is critical, Madam Speaker, because we are not talking about individually generated user content unless that content is being commercialized, a point that was adequately addressed by the member from Kingston and the Islands. And it is important that people understand that fact does not get misconstrued in the context of this debate or when this bill hopefully moves to committee. Madam Speaker, why is this important? It is critically important in terms of taking outdated legislation and moving it into the modern age 3 decades hence. It is also important because it allows us to ensure that Canadian stories, Canadian narratives are being told, Madam Speaker, and it is important to ensuring that there is a playing field. The simple principle is basically this, Madam Speaker, that if you are benefiting from a system, which clearly the YouTubes and Spotifys of the world are, then you need to contribute to that system. Another participant in this debate mentioned that other jurisdictions have already taken the step of ensuring contributions from online streaming platforms. We are simply making sure that Canada levels the playing field internationally, but also vis-a-vis traditional broadcasters and online streaming broadcasters. I hope that is a concept that all members of this House and all parties in this House can get behind. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and enjoyed working with the member on the Justice Committee. My question is this. We're both lawyers, so this is a very unique scheme in the way it's been designed. In the fact, and I'll actually quote from Michael Geist, respected professor, the bottom line is that the potential scope for the regulation is virtually limitless, since audio-visual service anywhere in Canada subscribers are caught within the rules. That means what this does is it creates this giant scope, and then it allows the government in certain instances to put exemptions. Would it not have been much more intelligent in a much better way, in the way that we normally draft things, is just to cover the area we want to cover, as opposed to giving this giant scope to the government and then exempting where they choose to exempt?
Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member opposite for his question, and I appreciate his service on the Justice Committee as well, and I look forward to working with him in this Parliament. I think it's an interesting point in terms of sort of the tactic you take with legislative drafting, but I think one thing is clear in the context of the debate on this bill that was quite vociferous when it was C10 in the 43rd Parliament, is that people wanted a surety that user-generated content by an individual person posting something to a platform like YouTube would not be caught. And that is why we've put an express exemption to that very effect into this legislation. It has been cast wide because the platform and the nature of the streaming services are wide. But with an adequately tailored exemption, I think it is clear to Canadians that we're not here to limit freedom of expression unnecessarily. But what we're trying to do is actually empower freedom of expression by creating more of that expressive content, by empowering the creation of more Canadian content through this funding model. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've been discussing C11. We've been talking about fair share, paying our fair share of supporting Canadian content. What will the government do for C11 to ensure that web giants aren't those who are deciding what the definition of fair share is? I thank the member for Trois-Rivières for his question. I learned French in Trois-Rivières 30-odd years ago. It's not just a matter of regulating web giants, it's a matter of telling web giants exactly the amounts that they have to pay. It will be detailed. Our strategy is not to simply have a laissez-faire system where companies can make all the decisions. We will decide. We will decide how to regulate companies. We will decide how much they will pay. The same applies to our taxing system. The next step will be combating hatred online. Thank you.
The Nunavut Film Development Corporation noted an array of challenges to Nunavut's competitiveness in the industry, such as an absence of tax credits, bandwidth challenges, limited program budgets, and expensive production in the north. Can the member speak to how the amendments in Bill C-11 can redress such challenges to better support Inuit, First Nations, and Métis cultural creators?
Parliamentary Secretary.
So I would say kuyanamik to my friend opposite, and I think that's a critical question. And I think when you actually carve out the promotion of Indigenous culture and particularly Indigenous languages in the legislation, which has been explicitly done, what you do is you create an opening to address the exact problem she's highlighted. We know that we need more Indigenous voices and Indigenous content online. We know that in order to support it, it sometimes costs more money. But by having the legislation crafted as it is right now with that specific exception and that specific prioritization, that allows us the opportunity to dedicate some of the funds that are coming in from the Amazon Primes of the world to be dedicated specifically to the promotion of Inuktitut and about 90 other Indigenous languages in this country. Merci beaucoup. Kuyanamik.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll keep it brief. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary touched on this. We've become increasingly alarmed by disinformation sites, and of course, as we are horrified by Russia's aggression against Ukraine, we realize that Russian disinformation was authorized by CRTC. I think we're outraged to find that Russia Today was being broadcast to millions of Canadians. My honourable colleague, this isn't within C11, but can we be sure this sort of disinformation will never be licensed again?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
So I thank the member opposite for her question, and believe me, I share her concerns about Russia Today and about Sputnik, and I'll be very candid with her in saying that we've got an issue that we've raised with CRTC. They ultimately are the independent regulators, but I'm very confident and pleased by the fact that Bell, Rogers, and TELUS have all committed to removing Russia Today from access in Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very excited to speak on the bill today. A few things I listened to in the last couple of minutes, Madam Speaker. I heard the words misinformation and disinformation. And in our own society, it seems like if there's information that's put out there by the woke society, then that's good information. But if somebody has a difference of opinion, that's horrible information. I want to give you an example from my own province of New Brunswick where this is prevalent. As a provincial MLA from 2010 till just last summer, we had two major projects in New Brunswick. One was the Energy East pipeline, and the other was the natural gas project, which was also in my province. Now, at the time, natural gas didn't get widespread support, and It ended badly, and we never developed the industry. With the Energy East pipeline, we couldn't get support from the province of Quebec at the time, for whatever reason, and that didn't happen either. So if you look at today at what's happening around the world, it would be misinformation to tell Canadians, or New Brunswickers rather, that those two projects were not worthy. Because if you see what's happening in the world today, and you look at the energy sector around the world, New Brunswick would be well positioned to have its gas industry and very well positioned to have a pipeline sent from Alberta to both New Brunswick and Montreal. These would have been very good projects, but you're not going to hear that from the Liberal Party of Canada. You're also not going to hear it from the Green Party of Canada. So we can't have it both ways. So what you see here today, Madam Speaker, if we talk about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that's really about what's at stake. Now, although I'm not a lawyer, I will speak about this in general terms where I think it's understandable. Freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression. Freedom of the press and other media of communication. Section 2B of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees us all the liberty to express ourselves without reserve and without coercion from the state. That is a core principle of our constitutional heritage in this country. Although it was embedded in the Charter in 1982 from the Prime Minister's own father, it goes back hundreds of years through the English liberty, this parliamentary system transmitted from one generation to the next. I'm going to give you a quote from Sir Winston Churchill. "Everyone is in favor of free speech. Hardly a day passes without its being extolled, but some people's idea of it is that they are free to say what they like. But if anyone else says anything back, that is an outrage." And we see that in this country. Now, I understand the precedent of a war and how that's the biggest issue of our time. But in this country, it's all too often where the woke community can go out and spew what they like and drive it down everybody's throat and then try to compare us to American politicians, which couldn't be any further from the truth. But see, that is an example of misinformation and disinformation, just as another example. This bill seeks to take away that right and those freedoms, Madam Speaker. Do not take my word for it. I can quote directly from one of the least two former commissioners of the regulatory body that would be empowered under this bill to control internet content. Peter Menzies described the bill as an assault on freedom of expression. Another former CRTC member explained that it would allow political appointees to determine what we see and what we say on the internet. Senator and great writer David Adams Richards from my home community of Miramichi said something along this level. It was like a knife through the heart of the freedom of expression we enjoy in this country. These are some quality names, some very well-known individuals who have some very strong points on this. I'm splitting my time with the Member of Parliament from Haldimand, Norfolk. I forgot to mention that, Madam Speaker. There is a lot we do not know about this bill. First, because numerous of its amendments were voted before they were even made public to the committee. The Liberals want a series of bureaucrats, unnamed, unelected, and unknown, to decide what Canadian content is heard and what is not heard. I'll give you an example. Mainstream media. Mainstream Canadian media often runs American political content without Canadian content, gives a strangely outward and seriously biased opinion on the content, and feeds it to the Canadian public without any local content, but including their opinion each and every time. And yet, we pay for this as Canadian taxpayers. Long gone are the days when media put out the facts and let the public decide what was right, what was wrong, what was liberal, what was conservative. The public used to determine these things on our own accord, Madam Speaker. And I think as a country, we got along better then as a people. And I think we need to somehow get back to that. But another example is community association in a Canadian neighborhood telling us about local food drives. It's in a Canadian neighborhood, it has a Canadian author, it has a Canadian story, it's a Canadian initiative in a Canadian city, and it's read almost exclusively by Canadian readers. Yet it would not be considered, presumably, Canadian content, therefore it would be demoted, Madam Speaker. That is just the daily pedestrian content we get online. What about the more conscientious stuff? The government is going to decide what kinds of political views are Canadian. Of course, endorsing the Prime Minister's left-wing agenda and his ideology will be a prerequisite of Canadiana. We can be sure of that. Liberal Party members have effectively been saying for generations that they and only they represent Canadian values. Therefore, only the values they espouse would be considered Canadian for the purpose of this act alone. So, Madam Speaker, not only can the Liberals not tell us what content would be acceptable and what would not, but they cannot tell us who would be subjected to the bill. Originally, they had explicit exemption for users, the everyday Joe and Jane who post stuff online. It's called user-generated content. The Justice Department said, don't worry, the bill won't affect any of them because there's a very specific exemption that excludes them. However, the Liberals showed up at committee, and all of a sudden, and just like that, here we go again, Madam Speaker. Another example of a government that can't be trusted. So the issue here, the Liberal government has introduced Bill C-11, formerly Bill C-10. Last year, the Liberals passed Bill C-10 in the House of Commons without allowing a full debate at the Heritage Committee to address many outstanding concerns from experts and parliamentarians on how this legislation affects Canadian rights and freedoms on the internet. Canada's Conservatives support creating a level playing field between large foreign streaming services and Canadian broadcasters while protecting the individual rights and freedoms of all Canadians. Canada is home to many world-class writers, actors, composers, musicians, artists, and creators. Creators need rules which don't hold back their ability to be Canadian and global successes. Earlier, I gave an example of Senator David Adams Richards, well-renowned writer from the Miramichi River. This bill is a near copy of the Liberals' deeply flawed Bill C-10 that fails to address the serious concerns raised by experts and Canadians. While the government claims there is now an exemption for user-generated content, the legislation allows the CRTC to regulate any content that generates revenue directly. 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people need to be free to see anything that's available so they can make their own decisions for themselves. That's the liberty we have in this country on what's important, what's right, what's wrong, what's just and unjust, and what the facts are. Now more than ever, Madam Speaker, Canadians need to know that their freedom is their own and that it doesn't belong to politicians, bureaucrats, and judges, and that it belongs to each of us. And on this founding principle, the people can feel free, Madam Speaker. And freedom is paramount. It's the one liberty we all want and need, and each of us are prepared to fight for it, especially the Conservative Party of Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. In the member's remarks, he alluded to a discussion that was being had around RT and Russia Television and misinformation, and I heard the member suggest that this government, that the Liberal government, considers misinformation only those things that the government doesn't agree with or doesn't like. I'm wondering if the member could clarify for me if that's indeed what he's saying, and if he does indeed agree that Russia Television is full of misinformation about the war in Ukraine. Thanks very much.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, everybody knows that the propaganda system that comes out of Russia, that wasn't a part of my speech. I don't disagree that it's full of propaganda. My point, Madam Speaker, is that every time this government brings a bill forward, every single time, it borders on a communist-type policy. It borders on it every single time. Because they're trying to take away what we can see online, what we can read online, who can shop to try to advertise to sell us something online, and it's clear that the government doesn't want the people of Canada to think for themselves on their own content. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Miramichi-Grand Lake for his speech. I'm somewhat concerned by my colleague's perception with regard to freedom of expression. Traditional radios and televisions, in my opinion, were not limited with regard to freedom of expression. I'd like, however, my colleague to think of, put himself in the shoes of a creator who, for a year and a half now, even more, has been trying to produce a creative work, has perhaps even managed to stage it, and in the audience, someone is filming it and puts it on YouTube. This creator has paid everyone, and yet anyone else will be able to see this content broadcast. How can the member stand for this? It's as if somebody's going right into the creator's wallet and taking the money. Does the member understand the issue, the importance of this issue? It's as if money's being taken out of someone's pockets. The Honourable Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
And that issue very well. I was in smoke-filled bars from the age of 17 till 30 years old. I was a singer in a band and I traveled all over the place. I remember writing an album and having to worry about that very thing. You would go to a bar when cell phones were just starting to be a thing, and somebody would take a recording of you, a recording you didn't ask for. And then maybe your song, which you never released yet or really didn't do much with it, and then it would end up on Facebook. I understand this issue very well, and I do sympathize, and that's an issue that happens very often in our society. But I think the issue here today is, with each new bill that's brought into the House of Commons from the Canadian government, the Liberal government, there's a freedom that's being taken from us every single time.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. I just think I need some clarification. We know that in digital media, royalties paid to Canadian creators are 3 times lower than those to the traditional media users. And I look at this bill and it seems that it will make the discoverability of Canadian content producers so much higher, which really will provide opportunity. I'm just wondering, does he have a solution if he thinks that this won't work?
A brief answer from the member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
Very good question. I think part of the thing for an artist and a creator is to take control of your work. You have to get the copyrights for your work before you put it out. There's always a danger when you're performing live or doing especially with music, there's a great danger. I appreciate the question. I don't think this bill is solving that issue, and I think it's infringing on our freedoms. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Thank you. Social media platforms and internet search engines are the main source of news and information for the majority of Canadians. Canadians rely on online sources not just for information, but to share their unfiltered stories and their creative expressions. The internet is a powerful resource. It has made presidents, prime ministers, and even celebrities. The immense power of the internet can be used as a shield or as a sword. As a shield, it is an opportunity for the average person to participate in the media and to be able to showcase their talents without going through big broadcasting networks. As a sword, it can be used as a form of control and a limitation on free speech. Woe unto you if the internet falls under the control and the force of a government that will use it to divide, demonize, and control. We have seen that authoritarian governments have gone so far as to systemically censor and limit thought, free speech, and freedom of press by using the internet. While we want to trust our governments, unfortunately, we have seen that this Liberal government has a not so subtle agenda of controlling and overreaching. As lawmakers, we must resist the desire to distrust and unduly control Canadians in a free and democratic society. We must also resist any government initiatives to try to mold Canadians' opinions and preferences by limiting their online options and opportunities. Neither the Liberals nor any government, regardless of your political stripe, can be trusted to be neutral referees of what is preferred speech and preferred content. The Prime Minister's response to one of the biggest protests of our time is evidence of this. We saw that our Prime Minister refused to listen to legitimate concerns of fellow Canadians, even when those who trucked from clear across the country came to just have a conversation, choosing instead to label people as racist, misogynist, anti-science people with unacceptable views. And this was done in order to silence and cancel their voices. A Prime Minister who can hardly tolerate differences of opinions within his own cabinet and party cannot be trusted to respect the different opinions and preferences of Canadians. Freedom and the opportunity to share information and content must be protected, and primarily it must be protected from governmental interference. Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act, opens the doors to government control of Canadians through their internet activity and speech. We've heard these concerns about this government in the last iteration of this bill. Unfortunately, the same concerns remain with this bill. The Honourable Minister has stated that the intent is to level the playing field for Canadian creators and producers. It is argued that Bill C-11 will make it easier for Canadians to access Canadian content. While this objective is noble, unfortunately, this legislation continues to be fundamentally flawed, just as the previous bill. Primarily, it gives the Canadian Radio, Television and Communications Commission the power to control what Canadians can and cannot access and view. As a result, the government inevitably can begin to drift into the authoritarian territory, tempted to block, hide, and promote certain content. Under this new bill, as you scroll through the latest videos on YouTube or Google searches, the government's algorithms will decide what pops up in your search. This is an attempt to control and censor any content they find inconvenient or un-Canadian. In effect, this government would control what you see when you search for a video on YouTube or conduct a search on Google. By so doing, the government would be picking winners and losers by predetermining which content creators are worthy of viewing and hiding content the government thinks Canadians should not see. More nefariously, this legislation could be used to control and limit speech and opinions that differ from those in power. In believing the far-reaching impact of this bill is potentially more dangerous than we can ever imagine. You see, Madam Speaker, when it comes down to it, the problem with this legislation is that it leaves the impression that Canadians cannot be trusted with their online choices. And the Liberals don't think that Canadian creators can thrive without their meddling. The reality is that Canada has produced a tremendous amount of art and talent to share with the world, and they do extremely well when compared to their global counterparts. and on platforms such as YouTube. Madam Speaker, this means that before the Liberals started meddling with regulating the internet, many Canadians had already had successful media careers online without government oversight. Also, very problematic with this bill is the lack of clarity around the definition of what constitutes Canadian content. In addition, because of the stringent Canadian content requirements, many new emerging artists will not be considered Canadian enough to be protected and promoted under Bill C-11. These requirements will also adversely impact on minority communities in Canada who rely on cultural content from their home country. Canadians may be blocked from accessing ethnic streaming service providers who will choose rather to opt out of Canadian market rather than pay the high costs and enter into the red tape. As parliamentarians, we need to know exactly how this bill will be applied before it is enacted, and the regulatory decisions should not be left up to the CRTC. Madam Speaker, I want to raise another point that is related to this topic, and one that many Canadians are greatly disturbed by. Last year, MPs of all parties were horrified to learn of the abuse being facilitated by MindGeek, which has a corporate presence right here in Canada. We were encouraged to see members of Parliament from all parties, including many of our colleagues across the aisle, question why a company should make billions off of broadcasting the abuse of others. But here we are now, talking about making the internet safer, more friendly for Canadians, better for children, and our focus is on whether someone is generating revenue from TikTok and how the CRTC can make them pay into the system. Is this bill all about money and controlling what Canadians think and manufacturing groupthink? Where is the decisive action to address the broadcasting of sexual violence? Where is the urgency to protect vulnerable girls, women, boys, men in society? If we're talking about making the internet safer for our kids, maybe worry a little less about what Netflix is airing and more about why a giant company has been profiting from broadcasting sex-trafficked girls. What is the priority of this bill? Shouldn't we be more worried about the access of our children to sexual violence instead of worrying about whether the content is made in Canada? In closing, Madam Speaker, it is in many ways, this bill is an attack on free speech. It is an attempt to control what Canadians say and watch online, and it shows that this government has its priorities all wrong. I would call upon my colleagues to rethink this bill and to work together to truly make Canada a safer and freer country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is with respect to the importance of Canadian culture and why it is that the Conservative Party has made the determination that it's not worthwhile for us to protect and encourage, promote, and provide additional support for our arts community from coast to coast to coast, which is, from my perspective, and I believe a vast majority of Canadians' perspective, a positive thing. Recognizing it's not only important to recognize it, but there is a need to protect it. Does the member or the Conservative Party not recognize the need to protect our culture and heritage and our arts industry?
The honourable member for Alderman Norfolk.
Thank you for the question. Absolutely, Canadian content is very, very important. The problem is that this bill cannot define what Canadian content is. We have Canadian producers who would not be considered in the category of Canadian content. So until this bill can properly define Canadian content, it is hard to say that the Liberals are attempting to protect it because they have not defined it.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis.
The honourable member for Avignon, Métis, Matane, La Matapédia. I'd like to thank the member for her speech, and I have a question with regard to the algorithms. The department said that it wanted to focus on results in terms of discoverability, but I'm wondering how it would be possible to have the same results if we're not using the algorithms. And that is something that is common on the platforms and on social media, so shouldn't that be added to the bill?
A member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Thank the honourable member for her question. In fact, we are actually using algorithms currently. What this bill proposes is that they will choose which content, which speech, what Canadians must view. In the current system, the algorithms are driven by an individual's choice of what they want. What this bill proposes is that they should usurp that choice and they should impose the government's choice upon the people. And that is what we're opposing. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for their impassionate speech and some of the issues that are really present to that member. But one area in particular, given the COVID-19 pandemic, artists have been hit hard, not only across the country, but in my district of Edmonton-Griesbach. This legislation would find ways to ensure that small content creators ensure that they actually get the surplus and funding they need. I have a community-membered organization called Arts on the Ave, and they're suffering right now, and they need this bill. They need to show that Canadian content matters. Would the member comment on supporting small businesses, particularly arts businesses in Canada?
The honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
I thank the honourable member for his question. And yes, the support of small businesses is very, very important. And that's why I would encourage small business funds to be created to assist in that capacity. But to limit Canadians' choice and what they can see, and for a government to dictate and pick winners and losers is not the Canadian way. Thank you.
For another question, a brief question, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. The honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk, is she aware that the bill consistently says that it's within the meanings of the protections of freedom of expression and the Charter, both in the original Broadcasting Act and in these amendments? I don't see, and although I'm very suspicious of government, any way that the government's trying to control what we think or say under Bill C-11.
A brief answer from the member for Haldeman Norfolk.
I would vehemently disagree with the honourable member. In fact, the proposition is that the government will use algorithms and pick winners and losers, decide which content should show up above others, and it would create a lot of problems, especially in smaller rural communities, in ethnic communities. Many communities actually get their Canadian content from outside Canada. From producers that are producing content outside Canada. And this would not be included in this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And like a number of members have chosen to do, I too want to just start off my comments by just reflecting in terms of what's happening in Europe today. Many of the constituents I represent and their heritage and their families are one of the reasons why Winnipeg North has that great diversity. Beautiful cathedrals to communities to industrial and commercial developments in Winnipeg's North End, the contributions in general that the 1.3 million people of Ukrainian heritage have made to our country is immeasurable, Madam Speaker. And when we see what's taking place in Ukraine today, it strikes into the hearts of over 1.3 million people of Ukrainian heritage and millions of others. And as I've stood in my place previously, just to indicate to the people of Ukraine and our Ukrainian community worldwide that in Canada is a friend that will continue to be there in every way possible, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the patience in members allowing me to say that at the beginning of my comments. In regards to Bill C-11, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of thoughts that come through my mind as I'm listening to members from the opposition talk about C11. And, I can't help but think in terms of what it is my colleague from Kingston and Islands was talking about in terms of what we could anticipate. It's almost as if he was prophesizing, Madam Speaker, and already, a couple of hours into it, we're starting to see it come true. Actually, I didn't think it would be as extreme as I've seen it, Madam Speaker. In fact, because of Posty notes, I actually made a couple of quick notes on some of the things that we were saying from the last two Conservative speakers. Now, Madam Speaker, you get this. The government will tell you what to watch. This is the type of lines that they're saying. No need for oversight. There's absolutely no need for oversight, according to the Conservative, or at least some members of the Conservative Party. That C11 is going to enable censorship. So the government wants to start censoring what Canadians are watching. That we need to vote against this to protect us from the government.
Yeah.
This is communist-type policy if this legislation were to pass, Madam Speaker. These are the types of things that I made note of as I was listening to Conservative speakers. Now, in fairness, Madam Speaker, I suspect that they're getting those speaking points from the back room.
That's right.
From the Conservative back room, behind the curtains, go behind the doors there, and you'll find some speaking notes there. And that's the Conservative spin.
That's right.
Really, think about it. At the end of the day, what we're really talking about is modernizing the Canada Broadcasting Act. The last time it was done in any substantial way was 1991. I was a parliamentarian, believe it or not, Madam Speaker, back in 1991. And in fact, I can recall when I first bought a computer to use in my parliamentary capacity was back in 1988. It was a compact, and it had a 5.5-inch floppy, Madam Speaker. And now imagine being at the Manitoba Legislative Building, and you want to get access to the internet. You better be hooked up to a phone line, number one, and the very first thing you heard was that dial tone kicking in, and then a number going out. And you want to talk about speed, I can tell you those computers back then were really, really slow. 1991 is when we last changed the Canada Broadcasting Act. Can you imagine what we have seen evolve in terms of technology, in the advancements of computers since then, Madam Speaker? You have to wonder what world the Conservative Party of Canada is living in. I think their minds are still in the protest, Madam Speaker.
Would make sense.
Where do they come up with these ideas that the legislation is some sort of government conspiracy to the extreme, that's offended the extreme right to the belief that the government of Canada is going to be watching what they're doing on the internet so that we can feed in our government agenda? Do they really believe that, Madam Speaker? 1, 2, 3 speakers already, and these are the type of conspiracies that they're talking about? I find that it is, it's completely irresponsible to try to give false information to Canadians when we are debating such an important matter. The essence of the legislation is actually fairly straightforward and fairly simple. It's recognizing the fact that 1991 was the last time that we had any significant change to the Canada Broadcast Act, and we are modernizing it. In other words, we're taking into consideration everything that's been happening with respect to the internet in particular, Madam Speaker. And there have been massive changes. And I'd like to get into a few of those. But before I do that, I want to encourage members of the official opposition that they seem, and maybe it's because they're leaderless. Well, they have an interim leader, but they are starting to veer fairly hard right. And I don't say that lightly, Madam Speaker, because if you listen to their comments, and you've got to start wondering who are they trying to appeal to? Do they not realize that legislation that is being brought forward, I believe, in general, is actually fairly well supported by industries, by different stakeholders, ultimately, I would even argue our constituents. Instead of trying to state the facts about the legislation, they're digging deep so that they can send out these weird emails in order to give misinformation and try to raise money. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that that is a huge disservice to the House. There is no conspiracy on this side of the House. All the Government of Canada is trying to do is to modernize the Act by recognizing that the Internet matters, and it's really changed the lives of Canadians. So what type of things is it actually doing? Well, you know, most people back in the 70s, or you can go back to the 60s, 70s, and 80s, understood the importance of television and would watch television considerably. And they recognized, given our proximity in particular to the United States, that there was a need to ensure that Canadian content would be there, that we would be investing in Canadian content and supporting that industry. Today, if you look in Canada, you will find in all regions of our country, no matter how remote it seems to be, that there is examples of our heritage and our arts programs that are there. You can see it in our schools. Many schools across Canada, actually I would suggest to you all schools in one way, either directly or indirectly, provide some form of heritage and arts programming or learning programs. Madam Speaker, when we talk about who we are as a people, it's important to recognize Francophone language, Indigenous people, our very multicultural fabric of our society and how it's ultimately evolved. We have some amazing, talented people. And I often make reference, for example, to the Folklorama in the city of Winnipeg. Every summer for 2 weeks, we get pavilions from all around the world, made up of all primarily local talent from the city of Winnipeg, but it goes beyond that to include rural Manitoba, and we often get guests that come from outside of Canada, but primarily, Madam Speaker, it's local talents. And many of those local talents are dependent on cultural funding and hope to ultimately maybe be on a TV sitcom or to be able to become a professional singer, Madam Speaker. And that's why we brought in the Canada Broadcasting Act many years ago, because back then we saw the value of it. You know, today we still see a debate that comes from the Conservative Party in regards to CBC. Because one of the things that CBC was charged with was to ensure that Canadian content was there, real, tangible, and moving forward and promoting. You know, the programs that it brought in go far beyond Hockey Night in Canada. And at the end of the day, we still get some Conservatives that want to see the demise of the Canada broadcast system, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, I can appreciate the fact that we have seen so much within the Canada Broadcasting Act in terms of its impact on ensuring that we've developed a healthy arts community in Canada. It is a significant impact. You know, I don't know offhand the millions of dollars. What I do know is that we have a powerful Quebec caucus that often talks about the importance of the cultural and the arts community in the province of Quebec. I know it's there, it's healthy, and it's strong because of many of the comments I hear from my colleagues, Madam Speaker. You know, I know in the province of Ontario, you know, a couple of weeks back I was watching, I think it was called Kim's Corner. And it's kind of nice, at least I believe I got the name right, Madam Speaker. It's kind of nice, you know, when I see watching a TV program and there it is in Toronto, a city that I'm very, that I like a great deal. Or Corner Gas from Saskatchewan. And I know there's an immense amount of pride from the people living in Saskatchewan, almost as much as rider pride for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker. That's all a part of our arts industry. When you think about these programs, it's not just the actors and actresses that are being employed. We're talking about, as an industry, when I'm in downtown Winnipeg and I see these huge semis and I see a house being lit up or a block being lit up, I know that there's a production taking place. I've been inside the Manitoba legislature where when the ledge is out, the movies cameras will come in, Madam Speaker. And they're not coming in because of the politicians. They're coming in to reflect and hopefully produce a hit so people around the world will have the opportunity to see some of the structures in the province of Manitoba. It takes people to make those productions possible. I know the province of British Columbia has set up a huge industry, Madam Speaker. But it doesn't matter which province or territory you look at, you will find, number one, that there is an industry that is there. And number two, it's an industry that people want to see grow. Because as an industry, it provides a lot of jobs, and it helps us identify in terms of who we are as a nation, Madam Speaker. We are different than the United States. This is not legislation about freedom. Listen to the speeches that you hear from the Conservative Party. You would think that this is all freedom of speech. And nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. There's not one Liberal member of Parliament that doesn't believe in the importance of freedom of speech. In fact, Madam Speaker, it was the Liberal Party that brought in the Charter of Rights that guarantees freedom of speech and individual rights.
That's right.
And we are very proud of that fact, Madam Speaker. We are a party that created the Charter of Rights. And that's why when the Conservatives talk about freedom of speech, what they're really trying to do is to justify voting no on this legislation.
Exactly.
There is really no reason for the Conservative Party to be voting. Like, I listen to them. For those that stay away from the freedom of speech argument, for those that stay away from the freedom argument, there has been no real articulation as to why it is that this is bad legislation, or at the very least couldn't go to committee, Madam Speaker. If you ask each and every one of them, I'm sure most, I would like to think, would recognize that yes, Canada does have an arts community, and that is a good thing. I would think that a majority of them would believe that. I would think that a majority of the Conservatives would at least believe that there's a difference in the internet from today than back in 1991, Madam Speaker. Well, a number of them anyway.
Some of them.
Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, you know, the legislation passes here on a second reading, and then it goes into committee stage. So if there are some concerns that are there, and I too have some concerns too, there's an opportunity to be able to go over those concerns. You know, commercial social media and what that actually means, I'm very much interested in what CRTC has to say. The Minister of Heritage has made it clear he would like even CRTC to come out and provide a better and clear definition from their perspective as to what that commercial social media would look like, Madam Speaker. You know, there are some legitimate concerns. I'm not trying to say that it is absolutely perfect. If there's ways in which we can improve the legislation, given the response from the department and this minister, the government is open to ideas and thoughts to improve the legislation. But if your only real argument in terms of why you're voting no against it is strictly about freedom, I really think that this has more to do with the conservative far right's behavior that we have witnessed in the last 3 weeks, Madam Speaker. And we have seen that. You know, you'd think that they've all taken out memberships to support international Trump re-election campaign or something, Madam Speaker. You know, it's amazing in terms of how it is that the Conservative Party of Canada at the national level feels that they have to use the word freedom in order to justify voting against this legislation. And then they criticize the NDP for agreeing to see this bill go into committee. Go figure, Madam Speaker. You know, and they say, well, you know, it's coalition. Well, Madam Speaker, you know, without the support of other opposition parties, we wouldn't have passed Bill C-2, Bill C-8. Those are supports for Canadians for the pandemic, relief, so that for lockdowns and the purchasing of masks, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives voted against that too. They vote against everything, and then they try to tie in the word freedom. Well, Madam Speaker, I think that they need to regroup. You know, how far right are they going to go?
There you go.
Madam Speaker, you know, it's a resurgence of the reforms.
That's right.
I think that's what we're starting to see.
Exactly.
The reform, and it's being rooted from a certain area and a certain number, Madam Speaker. Yep. And I think all Canadians should be concerned about that. Yep. And, you know, in one sense, I would say, don't worry about the issue of freedom. The legislation is good. Do the right thing. Support your constituents. Vote for this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for giving the caliber of speech that members of the House have come to expect from him, with many trumped up comments. I think it's clear. And I would say that as a Conservative, I'm not at all ashamed or embarrassed about the fact that our party champions freedom of speech, the freedom of individuals to make their own choices. But I wanted to ask the member a specific question about misinformation. We've heard a lot in this House today about RT and the problems with it, and I share those concerns. But I have similar concerns about state-backed misinformation coming from news channels that are controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. And we shouldn't forget that the issue of state-backed misinformation, even of torture and forced confession happening on air, isn't just an issue coming out of Russia. It's also an issue in China. Shouldn't we be dealing with that as well?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we have the CRTC, which has done Canada quite well over the years. At times, we might have some concerns in regards to it. It's apolitical. It's there to ensure that industries and the Canadians as a whole are represented well, and there is a sense of accountability that is there, instituted to ensure that we continue to have confidence in CRTC and the types of things that it is doing. But just to conclude the thought in regards to when I mentioned about the word freedom, again, I would emphasize that the Liberal Party, the Government of Canada, understands and appreciates the word freedom. After all, we're the ones that brought in the Charter of Rights.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. The Liberal Party and the Bloc Québécois agree on one thing, and that's rare that we agree. We agree on the importance of having Quebec content and Canadian content on these platforms. If that's the goal, well then, why exclude algorithms, the methods that would achieve this result?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I personally have a bit of a problem with that. I suspect that it'll be one of the issues that will be brought up at the committee stage. I'm glad to hear that the Bloc support Bill C-11. It sounds that they will be voting in favor of it going to committee. I see that as a positive thing, Madam Speaker. You know, it's time that we look at those whether it's the Netflix, the Craves, or Spotify, and recognize that we need to level the playing field, and that's what this legislation is attempting to do, and I believe it will be successful at doing it if we can get it passed through the House.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Langford, Malahat, Cowichan.
Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, Madam Speaker, thank you. I listened to my colleague's speech quite attentively, and I did enjoy his reference to the struggles of connecting to the internet in the 1990s. I'm thankful that my children will no longer know the struggle of connecting through a 28K modem and the horrible screeching sound that it made. But Madam Speaker, the member for Winnipeg North and I both served in the 42nd Parliament. And at that time, the issue of web giants and their unfair competitive advantage was brought up a number of times. And so, Madam Speaker, my question to him is, why did the Liberal government wait until now? Why did it not take advantage of the majority government it had to pass legislation back then to tackle this issue? And does his government have an estimate as to how many workers were negatively impacted by that delay in our cultural industries? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, after 10 years from the Conservative government and then coming into government, there was a number of legislative initiatives that were brought forward, and this was, as I say, it's the first major overhaul of the Canada Broadcasting Act, and it had to go through a process of consultation, and we do need to recognize the fine work that the departmental officials have done, and the most important thing is that we finally have the legislation here. We are in a position, because we're at the beginning of a mandate, who knows, maybe with the right support we can continue on for the next 3 years, Madam Speaker. We have the time now. Let's see if we can pass the legislation and amend legislation that's long overdue, as I know would be very supportive to our industries.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member from Winnipeg North. The crux of this legislation is that streaming platforms have access to our market in Canada, but don't have any responsibility to pay for our content creators, our artists, and our performers. And this act is there to help with our performers. I've heard Conservatives across the way saying that this is the government reaching in, when really it's the government giving tools to the CRTC to be able to support our industries. Could the member talk about how the governance actually works here between the Government of Canada, the CRTC, and the market?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a real important question. We need to recognize that by passing the legislation, we're giving CRTC, which is independent, politically independent of the House, Madam Speaker, the power to be able to ensure that there's a level playing field. So, for example, if you are Netflix, there's going to be the obligation to be able to contribute to Canadian content and funding. That Canadian content and funding has always been their obligation for television networks. So we're leveling the playing field so that both sides have to be able to contribute to something important to all Canadians.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg North for his comments. And a lot's been said today about web giants, and I think he said that the internet matters, and I agree. But the concern I have with the member from Winnipeg North is when he's talking about introducing new rules on the internet. I'm worried that he himself has broken previous rules. He himself used one of those web giants to break the Elections Act by advertising to more than 35,000 of his constituents on Election Day against the Elections Act by using a web giant. In fact, that member has spent over $10,000 on advertising on Facebook using one of those web giants. So I have to ask the member, if he's broken the elections law before by using one of the web giants, will he commit today to following this law if it gets passed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I've addressed that issue in the past. I think what's important here is to recognize at the end of the day that you have, whether, as I say, Netflix, Spotify, Crave, other YouTubes, these are the types of platforms that Canadians expect and want the government to ensure that there's a level playing field. That, in essence, protects our arts and cultural communities. It's an investment. It's the right thing to do. And I only wish the Conservatives would get on board. And if the member wanted to give me leave after I'm done on this bill, I'd be more than happy to talk in great detail about an incident that Conservatives and others, I believe, might have even been involved in too.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly, I'm pleased with Bill C-11 so far, but there are things that trouble me within it. For instance, the removal of which happened in amendments to C-10 in the last Parliament, of Canadian ownership of our Canadian broadcasting. That seems to be a little bit more wobbly, a lack of clear support for smaller producers and smaller creators. But there's this other piece of work that we need to do on broadcasting, and that's what I want to ask my question about. When will we see this government provide a comprehensive piece of framework legislation and funding to get the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation back to what it should be doing? Ever since they put Wheel of Fortune on air and competed with private broadcasters, I've felt that CBC, as it should be, was slipping between our fingers. I don't think this country, when we talk about not being unified, I think we need, he's passed away, he can't help us, but Peter Zalski in Morningside used to hold us together in the same way that watching the news with Knowlton Nash held us together. Something's gone wrong with CBC. I'm a big fan, but I feel as though the competing with private broadcasters has not been the way to go, and we need to get back to a CBC that's more like the BBC.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The member raises two issues. The first one is something that I think might be an appropriate place to be able to discuss at the committee level, addressing her specifics. I know she's very thorough in terms of reading the bills and their details and does a lot of research. So I don't want to give her any sort of misinformation, but I would suggest that she raise it with the Minister of Heritage, who is very open-minded on it. In regards to CBC, I'm a big fan of CBC. At the end of the day, I think CBC Radio in particular has done so much in terms of not only holding our country together, but is listened to worldwide, and through the decades has had a very positive impact on Canadian identity.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to just rise and give my voice to this debate today as well. And I just wanted to note right off the top that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Saskatoon Grasswood, a longtime member here. I've served with him for as long as I've been elected, and I want to thank him for all the work that he does as well. So, Madam Chair, today I will be speaking about C11, and I just want to bring to the attention of the House an article that I found online by Mamneet Bhullar. I think it neatly sums up the concerns that we have with the bill C11. The government is got a new minister. They got rid of Jumpsuit Stephen and got a new minister on it, but it doesn't make the bill any better. There's still the same problems that we've seen in the past. And we're hoping that the government can actually improve upon the bill rather than just bringing back the same old bill. Now, the one dramatic improvement that we've seen from the bill is that user-generated content is excluded. That's a dramatic improvement from the bill that came out of the last Parliament, only because, Madam Chair, that part of the bill was taken out of the bill at committee. That was something that was put in. It was something that was helpful in getting support for the bill, but there was no ability for...
I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Waterloo on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think we all work hard and we come here to represent our constituents, and just to make sure that I did hear what I thought I heard, I think it's absolutely inappropriate, the comment that the member just made, and he likes the fact that it slid by and nobody else noticed. I would ask that he apologize and retract it from the record. It was entirely inappropriate and it does not belong in this chamber. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
One moment, please. Yes, they are terms that are extremely demeaning for other members of this House, and it would be appropriate if the Honourable Member apologised for calling a Minister of the Crown names that are not really...
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Continuing on with my speech, the online streaming bill, Bill C-11, has...
Is the Honourable Member apologising for the comment? That was the purpose.
Madam
of
Chair,
the point of order and my comments.
All right, Madam Chair, I did note that there is a new minister on this particular bill, and I am
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on a point of order.
The member named the minister in a derogatory form that was based on the way that he did it, and you have now identified that that is inappropriate. The only course of action for him at this point is not to try to justify it, but to actually apologize and withdraw the comments. Otherwise, we have to look to the House to how we deal with this situation.
Yeah, I do recommend that the Honourable Member apologise, not only because of the comment was derogative, but also for naming the person, the Honourable Member. So I would recommend highly that the Honourable Member apologise.
Madam Chair, and I apologise for doing what I did indirectly, what I'm not allowed to do directly. I'm sorry about that, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this bill continues to be an assault on freedom. There is no doubt about that. There is no doubt about that. The last bill made significant reference. I gave a speech on Bill C-10 in the last Parliament, and it gave significant reference to the fact that there was going to be algorithmic transparency. And that was something that I was in favor of. Algorithmic transparency is something that we definitely want to see. But that's the challenge with that concept that comes out of this bill is not so much that the algorithms will be transparent, but that the government will be able to dictate the outcome of these algorithms. So that is the challenge that we see. And so this particular C-11 is, again, bringing in the government into the spaces. So now we hear over and over again from the Liberals that they want to level the playing field, they say. They want to level the playing field. Well, Madam Chair, I have a story, significant story of folks in my riding that would like to start a radio station. You know, it's very easy to start a podcast. Extremely easy to start a podcast in this country. There's a number of hosting services available to you. You're able to Facebook Live if you want to. There's a number of ways to start a podcast. It takes you about probably an hour and you have your own podcast. On the other hand, Madam Chair, to get a TV or a radio station started in this country, particularly in a part of the world that I come from, which is vast and large, particularly in a place like that where there is no other radio stations, where there's only a handful of people living in northern Alberta. There's one radio station, the CBC, and another folks come along and they'd like to start their own radio station. The amount, the amount of time and energy that is spent to try to start a radio station in northern Alberta is significant. And we've seen this over and over again. And now I'm glad to hear that the Liberals want to level the playing field, so to speak. But when it comes to starting a radio station in a small town in northern Alberta, folks have worked for years and years, literally a year. They've spent a year trying to get approvals for a radio station in northern Alberta. They could get a podcast up and running immediately. But I would point out to you, Madam Chair, that internet in rural Alberta is somewhat spotty. It's probably better than most other parts of the country, given the fact that we have the oil patch everywhere and it brings the internet everywhere. But besides that, it's still not the same as it is downtown. And so the internet's not readily available. So if you start your podcast in northern Alberta, you may have some troubles with the internet. But to start a radio station is something that could be broadcast to your entire community, local news, that kind of sort of thing. The amount of paperwork, the amount of effort that you have to go through to start that radio station is immense. Never mind the cost of going through with that. Setting up the facilities just to broadcast is probably $20,000. All of these kinds of things. The government could be, with a bill like this, the government could be trying to level the playing field and making it easier for Canadian content generators to get their content up in the airwaves so that their local community can hear it. But they're not doing that. They're not doing that, Madam Chair. They're trying, instead what they're trying to do is they're trying to pick winners and losers. And that's what we've been saying all along. This is the freedom of being Canadian is that you can bring your message to the public square regardless of what the government has to say about it. Now, the thresholds for starting a radio station are immense in this country, and the government is entirely responsible for that. Now, Madam Chair, I'm not saying that the government should get out of that. I think there's specifically in the radio space, there's specifically a role for the government. We can't have the folks with the most powerful radio kicking everybody else out of the radio waves. That wouldn't be appropriate. You would just end up with a war. But in northern Alberta, where there's 2 radio stations in a small town, certainly we should be able to organize, say, like, all right, you've got 98.1 and you get 93.7, and as long as you nobody else, you're not interfering with anybody else, there isn't anybody else for not another radio station for another 300 kilometers, Madam Chair, I don't see what the big deal is. Why all the regulatory process? Really and truly, it's like, yeah, start your radio station, get rolling. Don't mess with the other folks. Now, I understand when you get down into Toronto, for example, where there might be hundreds of radio stations all competing within 1 or 2 notches on the dial, it's going to get a little bit more confusing, and it's going to take a little bit more to manage that. And that is the role of the government. The role of the government to manage the differences between those radio stations. And so rather than trying to make the internet services operate as if they're and be regulated as if they're radio stations, how about working the other way? How about making it so that it's much easier for the radio stations to get operating, so that they can operate much more, make it so that you can start up a radio station in about as easily as you can start up a podcast in this country. That would be a leveling of the playing field, in my opinion. That would be trying to ensure that no matter the method of bringing your voice to the public square, you're able to do that regardless of which mode you're using. And that would be fantastic if we could level the playing field. And I think that's entirely within the CRTC's wheelhouse. But instead we see kind of the other way. We see more radio and TV, legacy media struggling to compete with the new platforms. And instead of the government kind of taking the shackles off, reducing some red tape, making it easier for them to compete, no, we're going to put more red tape, more regulation on the internet, and then take money from the internet and give it wealth transfer essentially from internet service providers back to the legacy medias. And that, Madam Chair, is where I really think that this bill falls really flat on its face. Now, this whole question of Canadian content, that becomes a real interesting debate. For example, Madam Chair, there are several podcasts and folks that I listen to. One of them is Viva Fry, for example. That's a YouTube sensation, fellow out of Montreal, good Canadian guy, and he is got his own YouTube channel. He's a lawyer by trade, and he explains the law and how the law works here in Canada. And he's generally at odds with what the Liberals are up to. Now, are the Liberals going to be disputing whether he has Canadian content? Would they be concerned about who's contributing to his online following, those kinds of things? That's exactly the kind of thing that we're talking about. Another one that I follow is Redneck Quebec. That's another one that I'm really excited about. His antics on a snowmobile are impressive. Enticer Larry is another one that I think is great. And Rut Daniels these are all another great Canadians that have their own following on the internet, and is, in my opinion, definitely Canadian content. But how and where is these decisions going to be made, and will these folks that I really appreciate on the internet and our content creators, will they be given the results or the benefits of this new regime that is being brought in by Bill C-11? And so I hope that I've been able to explain kind of the two issues that I see around who defines what Canadian content is, and also the leveling of the playing field. Is not, we don't have to bring the streaming services up to the same amount as the radio stations, but rather bring the radio stations down so that they can compete with the streaming services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Going to be honest, Madam Speaker, I had a really difficult time following that logic between making it easier to get on the radio. I imagine what makes it difficult to get on the radio is purchasing all of the equipment, including the antennas. Yes, I am aware that the CRTC has a lengthy application in terms of it requires a lot of work in terms of filling that out. But the real thing that would make it hard to get on the radio, I imagine, would be all of the equipment that you need to get that you don't need in order to get on YouTube or whatnot. But nonetheless, on this point of algorithms and the government setting up, I think it's important to point out to this and many Conservative members that the legislation specifically says the Commission shall not make an order under paragraph 1E that would require the use of specific computer algorithm or source code. So it's clear that there cannot, from the legislation, that there cannot be government control over the algorithm, despite the fact that this member would suggest otherwise.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say to the member that it takes about $20,000 in terms of equipment to get set up. So yes, it's 100% much more difficult to get on the radio. However, the equipment is readily available. If you have the $20,000, you can have the equipment up and running overnight. However, what you cannot get is the license to start broadcasting with that overnight. That takes several months, and several review boards, all these kinds of things. I have a significant case in Northern Alberta right now that I'm dealing with the CRTC, and we are unable to get a radio station in Northern Alberta where there is only one other radio station servicing the entire community. As for the algorithms, Ms. Ranmeet, in her article, she writes that she talks about the algorithm manipulation, and she says this is an odd fix because rather than stating that the government, she says that they cannot manipulate the algorithm, they can demand an outcome, which is essentially a manipulation.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Lac-Beaupré. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to check that I'm properly heard. Can you hear me? I had a problem with my headset earlier. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I feel a bit like my colleague across the way. He said he didn't really understand our colleague's position. What I understand is that my colleague fears algorithms will be regulated by law, except that it's expressly said in the law, in the Act, that algorithms will not be regulated. Article 4.1, which was our stumbling block during the last legislature, and compromised C10, well, that article was reviewed. And social media users, user-generated content will be exempted from this article. So the problem has been solved. I'll give the member the chance to respond.
Just again on that point around algorithmic transparency and the manipulation of the algorithms, the bill specifically says that the government cannot regulate the algorithms. But what happens in practice, Madam Chair, is that the regulations for Canadian content will effectively manipulate the algorithm. If the government can say a certain percentage of your content must be Canadian content and it must show up in Arnold's feed, that is essentially manipulating the algorithm, and that's precisely what Ms. Ranit said in her article. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, on the topic of manipulated algorithms, I would tend to agree. One would only have to reference all the fake leadership participants and followers on the Conservative leadership's candidates. And so when we talk about algorithmic manipulation, and you look at what just happened in the occupation, my question through you to the honourable member is, would the honourable member agree that big corporations like Facebook, like Twitter, and like TikTok have a disproportionate impact on our discourse? And would he agree that they need to be perhaps broken up, as well as some of the big conglomerated mainstream media outlets that we have, like National Post and others?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Yes.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good day, everyone. I'm once again honored to have the opportunity in this place to speak to matters contained within Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act, a new name. I say again because, as many will remember in the previous Parliament, we tackled these issues under a different bill, and it was called C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act. This is a new bill and a new title, but, Madam Speaker, we still have the same issues that exist with this bill. It was interesting because moments ago in committee, the Heritage Minister admitted that C-10 was flawed. He said 2.1 should never have been in there, 4.1. He mentioned those two that we fought on this side on C-10 for weeks. But unfortunately, even with the flawed bill, it passed the House, but then they called the unnecessary election and the bill died. But this is the first time the Minister of Heritage has actually admitted it was a flawed bill, C-10. So here we go now with C-11, an update. We all know the update is necessary, Madam Speaker. It's been 30 plus years since we updated the Broadcasting Act. I was even a young broadcaster 30 plus years ago when this came out. Okay? At that time, believe it or not, there was no internet, right? It was just radio and TV back then, a little bit of newspaper, right? But of course, the internet came, and the World Wide Web, as we know it today, has changed a lot. There were no internet companies, Madam Speaker, no online streaming services to compete with the healthy Canadian broadcasters. But when the predecessor of this bill was drafted in Parliament last session, we addressed 4 major areas of concern where the government legislation lacked the significant consideration. I mentioned a couple of those, 2.1 and 4.1, but we'll go on. Social media companies, we all know, such as Facebook and Google and their various properties, like YouTube, to pay their fair share. We agree. Second, creating that level playing field for digital platforms like Netflix, Spotify, conventional, to compete with the conventional Canadian broadcasters. Define Canadian content. This is the important one, I think, Madam Speaker, and it's the third one, because we need to define Canadian content production and media fund contributions by digital broadcasters. What is the formula? And finally, the power given to the CRTC, better known as the Canadian Radio Television Communications Commission, to attempt to regulate in such a broad manner. This is an organization, Madam Speaker, which struggles to enforce their own regulations now. If we can even look at today, Russia Today. Well, they really never did take it down. It was the big conglomerates that moved in and took Russia Today down, like Bell, like Rogers and Shaw. So it's interesting. I think we all agree the CRTC should have moved long before Russia Today was pulled down from Canadian programming. 40 years ago, Madam Speaker, internet companies and streamings were not even a consideration, but digital information has become absolutely accessible to everyone in this country. The demand for mainstream media, television and radio has nosedived. Streaming services become the primary source now of entertainment for many Canadians. Television stations have had to downsize their operations along with the radio stations. Many have gone dark in this country. The same is true for radio. And you know what? The radio stations right now, they have another issue. Their revenues have dropped as much as 40%. Part of the problem is the public broadcaster, CBC. This government gave them another $150 million more during the COVID to compete against private broadcasters. I just told you the private broadcasters' revenue has gone down 40%. CBC has gone up $150 million more in the budget, meaning you can see what's happening in the market. CBC, public broadcaster, is going up, while the private broadcasters, radio listeners, certainly going down, and thus the advertising isn't as good. So the result, like my province of Saskatchewan, we have seen a major decline in local content. Easy access to digital content has been beneficial to the consumer, but with the outdated Broadcasting Act, the broadcasting sector has had some steep hurdles to overcome, and I've mentioned those just seconds ago. So is it fair to ask, what does a modernized act need to accomplish? And does the government's latest attempt, Bill C-11, actually achieve this goal? The first concern that we should all address is the notion that the internet needs to be regulated. We need clarity, defined parameters, clearly defined parameters, which aspects the internet will be regulated and to what extent. So will Bill C-11 create an environment where virtually all the content would be regulated, including independent content creators earning just a modest living from social media platforms such as YouTube? Bill C-11 is almost a copy, as I mentioned, of the previous Liberal offering, C-10, which was flawed and failed to address many of the concerns addressed by the experts during those hearings. When we speak of creating a level playing field, Madam Speaker, is it the context of giving Canadian content creators the protection they need to produce and compete without impeding their ability to succeed at home and globally? Regulation done properly will support the success of Canadian content producers and meet the objectives, I feel, of the Canadian heritage mandates to support artists and the cultural sector. The bill, though, leaves very little hope that this is what's going to be achieved. I remain very concerned about the CRTC being tasked with administrating the Act. I believe, and I've been in the business of television and radio for over 4 decades, I've seen it that the CRTC is already stretched to its limits with the broadcasting and certainly the telecom situation in this country. CRTC lacks the capacity to carry out the current mandate effectively. How can it be expected to take on the internet? CRTC struggles to cope with the 4,000 or 5,000 entities in the broadcasting sector. We're seeing it in the industry committee now, where Rogers wants to take over Shaw. It started last year. We still have no definitive action on the CRTC. Will they make a ruling soon on the takeover of $26 billion? Can they even predict the number of entities that they will be required to look after once the online streaming is added to their mandate? And how much money Madam Speaker. There is the one. And how much talent will the CRTC need on board in order to keep up with this bill? In fact, do they even understand the scope of the undertaking yet? How many years will it take to understand the criteria and scope and accumulate the resources needed to carry this out? Now, during our last debate on C10, I asked the CRTC chairman, Ian Scott, who, by the way, is stepping down in September. He's had 5 years. How is the CRTC ever going to pay for this? He gleefully told the committee he would be going directly to the Treasury Board. Well, Madam Speaker, you know what that means. The taxpayer will be paying more for their services. What is perhaps most disappointing is that the CRTC will be handed the power to develop the rules of regulating, and they can make those rules up as they go along. This act endows the CRTC with the ability to determine its own jurisdiction without constraints. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was very interested to hear the honourable member across the way, especially given his background in broadcasting. What I was listening for in his speech that I didn't hear, and my question is on the support of our artists and creators, the people that bring the content to broadcasters, whether it's the radio or streaming services, and how there's a value gap, that they're just simply not paid for the value that they create, and how this act is put in place to address that, to bring support to our artists and creators. Could the honourable member comment on how this act can improve the lives of our artists and creators in Canada?
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Guelph. He's so true. Many of our newfound talent actually came from YouTube, and then they progressed from there. Many don't deserve to be on YouTube, quite frankly, as their careers will never lift off, but it's a way to try to get started. This will be the discussion as we move forward on C11, what to do with the internet, the YouTube, and so on, because many performers in this country are making a pretty good living right now with their talent on YouTube instead of the traditional media that we know today of radio and TV.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague from Saskatoon Grasswoods for his speech. He's a very honourable colleague with whom I sit on the Heritage Committee. Now, we don't always share the same viewpoint on things, but we certainly have the same passion. I'd like to ask him, he was part of the discussions on C10 during the previous Parliament, and now we have this bill, which is quite similar to C10. Does he think that committee discussions will go well, and does he intend to work constructively so that we can move forward and improve this bill so as to pass it? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Drummond. He's a valuable member on the Canadian Heritage Committee. He has been there for years. We worship his input. We always have interesting conversations. I think for the member of the province of Quebec, one of the issues that we had in C10 is protecting Quebec culture. And we did not see eye to eye on that a little bit because, you know, when you get to Netflix, they're not going to really shoot a show or a production in maybe Montreal because it has a limited segment of the population. They would rather do it in English because it has a larger audience. So, you know, we'll go forward, Madam Speaker, on C11. It was interesting because as he was just in the same committee I was, the changes that they've made to 2.1 and 4.1 from the old bill to the new bill, maybe it's time that this bill, in fact, will pass with those two new changes. We'll see.
Honourable member for Nunavut.
The Conservatives have made it clear that they are good friends with our American neighbours. The Conservatives have referenced the importance of Canadian content as well. I do want to ask the member if they agree that Canadian content, such as the medium is the message, is a value to be protected, or is it more than allowing American sensationalism, such as "Make America Great Again," over that? Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I'd like to thank the member from Nunavut. I was up there 4 years ago for a 2-week tour with the Senator, Dennis Patterson. Enjoyed it immensely. The member would know APTN was formed in this country because voices were not heard. That's right, the public broadcaster, CBC, did not do a good enough job of giving the voices of Canadians. So what had to happen? APTN Television out of Winnipeg was formed. Why? To give the voices of Canadians. I would hope that in Nunavut, their voices are too heard correctly as we move along on C11.
Question, reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin, Madam Speaker, with an aside. I'd like to begin by telling you that I am wearing blue and yellow, the colors of Ukraine, like many of my colleagues. Yesterday, with a number of my colleagues in the Assembly to support Ukraine in Montreal, and there were a number of these assemblies across the country, and I saw why the Ukrainians are going to win out in the end, because regardless of the outcome of the Russian invasion, the Ukrainians have taken a path that will allow them to reach what they are targeting. Because when a nation decides to live freely in a democracy, they will get there in the end. Right now, Quebecers are concerned about families who are stuck in Ukraine. One of my constituents, Mr. Nelson, has not heard from his wife. She has taken refuge in a bomb shelter. Likely she cannot charge her phone, and that's why he hasn't heard from her. But Mr. Nelson, we will support you.
Selon préambule, Madame la Présidente, sur la situation.
Madam Speaker, this has something to do with the debate today. The war in the age of digital media plays out on a different level than it did a few decades ago. Today, and we have seen this many, many times, especially over the past few years, public opinion is much easier to manipulate than it used to be. And that's a danger, Madam Speaker, and we have to be vigilant. There's a very clear example of this. In fact, today we talked about this earlier. My colleague from Saskatoon Grasswoods mentioned it. The Minister of Heritage appeared before committee this afternoon, and we talked about Russia Today, the national broadcaster, which has been spreading propaganda and has been banned from a number of Canadian chains. I'm not saying that censorship or a gag order is always the solution, but I'd like to point out that this is an extraordinary measure, because trying to shut down speech or messaging that we don't want to hear is not always the solution. And I said this to the minister earlier by saying today, in the case of Russia Today, which is spreading propaganda for the Russian regime, that is spreading disinformation to justify its actions in Ukraine. Yes, it's justified, but once again, a precedent must not be set and to use it in order to censor other media outlets that may have dubious content that we may not agree with, but they must not necessarily be gagged. Hence the importance of this Broadcasting Act that takes into account today's reality. The previous bill, or rather the current bill, has not been amended since 91, and we've heard that quite a few times today and when we spoke about C10. So it's about time that we overhaul this bill. But I'm very pleased to finally rise to speak to this long-awaited act to amend the Broadcasting Act, which has to do with online streaming as well. When we see that 16 months after the bill was originally tabled, and which was eagerly anticipated by the cultural industry and by broadcasters and by the media industry, 16 months then, we are at exactly the same point. Well, about the same point, because yes, a number of improvements have been made to C11. Improvements that are the result of the numerous amendments that were tabled when this bill was studied in committee. And I would like to underscore the fact that many of these amendments are thanks to the Bloc Québécois, especially with regard to the discoverability of Canadian and Francophone content and that of different cultural communities that make the Canadian media universe such a wonderful thing. And if C10 had been adopted, the CRTC would currently be holding its hearings in order to regulate the industry to create a fairer environment for all of the actors in the cultural and broadcasting sectors. If C10 had been adopted, our content creators, our programming businesses, our artists would once again be motivated to create broadcasts, films, music, because they would finally trust that the government would be putting in place an environment where their content would not serve only, or rather solely, to enrich Chinese and American billionaires. Madam Speaker, those people are not calling for subsidies. They're not calling for pandemic assistance. All they want to do is create. They want to sing, dance, produce shows. They want to earn their lives honorably, doing something that they are impassioned about. And we've lost so many people since the beginning of this pandemic. So much expertise has migrated to stabler sectors, something that is less stressful because often these are parents. And we often underestimate the contribution of these people to our society, because I will repeat this again and again because I think that people don't realize this. Culture is not an expense. Culture is an investment. Culture earns us money. It contributes to the Canadian and Quebec economy. Artists, people in the cultural sectors, they're not a bunch of lazybones who live off of subsidies. This industry racks up some $60 billion a year, and it employs over 600,000 people in Canada. So it's an asset, not just in terms of money. It's because it conveys who we are as a nation. It shows the entire world what our identity, our values, our personality, and our true colors are made of. What will remain if we are unable to broadcast what our culture is? Well, the rest of the world will continue to think that Canadians, well, they play hockey, they drink beer, they drink Tim Hortons coffee, that Quebecers eat poutine around a campfire. You know, it will just be all these cliches, these stereotypes that you and I are all sick of seeing across the world. And that's what our television, our radio, our cinema, that's what they allowed us to showcase who we really are, our values. So our creators, our producers, our broadcasters have to be able to continue to showcase our values on these new platforms that technology has imposed upon us and that we're becoming more and more dependent upon. We've heard a great deal of criticism, sometimes ideological, sometimes partisan, sometimes there are reasons for it, but I'm talking about content regulation, and that is criticism that I find relevant because everyone has the right to their opinion. Everyone has the right to say, well, the quotas for Francophone content, that's not a good thing. I started to work in radio in the mid-1980s. In the mid-1980s, I was a young radio host, and we had to play a certain amount, a certain quota of Canadian content in terms of music. And I can tell you something, I hated that. It really annoyed me because it wasn't great. Now, sure, there was excellent music. We have excellent artists in Canada and Quebec, but at the time there was a very limited choice. There was not much music in terms of different styles of radio. I had sort of a youth-oriented program, so there wasn't as much choice. And I must say very frankly today, Madam Speaker, that I found it very, very boring to have to respect these quotas. But over the years, I can tell you that I noticed the positive effects of that regulation.
I noted the positive impacts of encouraging that this content be played on Quebec radio stations. This led to new music groups who were discovered thanks to this regulation that had been implemented in order to highlight, to showcase our music, our artists. There were extraordinarily positive impacts. We could listen to French language radio for hours and hours, and we would never grow tired of it. We wouldn't even have to listen to the same things because there's enough to listen to different music all the time. Some radio producers, though, they do think that we should be listening to the same songs over and over again, but that's something to talk about another time. We can concretely note the positive effects, all the benefits of this regulation. If it works for French language radio, if it works for traditional media, the system will also work for digital media. And we need to do this for digital media for the same reasons that I outlined earlier, because it's done through our media. It's about our art, our culture, our TV shows, our movies, our talents, who we are showing to the whole world. Canada is not just full of poutine eaters and coffee drinkers and beer drinkers wearing sash belts and sitting around the campfire. Our culture is so much, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to draw a parallel to something else. It's urgent that we have a new regulatory framework to update the 1991 framework, and this is made even more urgent by the fact that right now there is a crisis in the culture industry. This crisis has been amplified, made worse by the omnipresence of digital media, GAFAM, in our media universe. Information media, they are losing out on all ad publicity, and we really need to regulate. Some statistics. Since the beginning of the pandemic, 180,000 jobs were lost temporarily or permanently, and over 50,000 culture workers, artists, and content creators threw in the towel and decided to go towards another career because they weren't getting a minimum standard of recognition and support that most Quebecers and Canadian workers get. They decided to do something other than what they're passionate about doing. And we will get back to that. We need to think about how we treat our artists and content creators, how important they are to us. We should perhaps update the legislation on the status of artists. I think it would be important to do so. These self-employed culture workers, due to their worker status, they don't have access to government problems, and we need to support them. The Union of Artists, Madam Speaker, carried out a survey of its members recently with some alarming results. 61% of survey respondents said they'd lost interest in their art. 35% said that they had sought help for the psychological distress they were experiencing. 15% had suicidal ideation during that time. Madam Speaker, 15% of artists. That's a lot of people thinking these thoughts. Madam Speaker, there's culture, but we also need to discuss broadcasters. businesses everywhere in Canada, up to a few years ago, were able to grow and evolve in a system that they helped build. This system guaranteed them some protection from being invaded by large foreign media consortiums, because we had an act ensuring that the system would be owned by and controlled by Canadians. For decades, these businesses contributed to the development of Canadian and Quebec content. They also contributed to showcasing cultural and linguistic diversity and promoting it. They have spent and continue to spend substantial sums of money to do business. They must do so because of the conditions of their licenses. Many of these businesses are flagships of our economy in Quebec and in the rest of Canada. And many of these businesses are shouldering a heavy burden to continue broadcasting. What message are we sending to these important employers, to these broadcasting businesses? They have done so much for artists. A colleague earlier was talking about the APTN. Yes, of course. And some of these are smaller businesses, and they don't have the ability to produce programming and share it with cultural communities. There's a really great company in Montreal that we should all discover. And as I was saying, First Nations culture, and there's Vestibière, PTN, APTN, Madame Speaker, these are examples worldwide. I think we should be very proud of APTN, and we should also be proud of our broadcasting system, which is the reason why we have such successes. The message that's being sent to broadcasters right now is that it's okay for huge sharks to come in and poach most of the revenues, siphoning off the bulk of advertising revenue without having to make any major contributions to the system, while they have to not only pay and pay again, but also our businesses, they have to submit to heavy and costly regulation that is counterproductive and decidedly inequitable. Madam Speaker, these days there's a lot of talk about politicization of issues. Everything seems to be politicized. It's normal. We're politicians, so it's normal to politicize issues. If not, then we're not in the right place. But Madam Speaker, when it comes to some issues, we need to take things more seriously. We need to go beyond ideology or systematic obstruction. We need to be more open-minded when it comes to some issues. C11, this bill is not yet perfect. We will have the opportunity to improve it. But, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, this bill is an excellent start, and it should not be blocked as C10 was last year. I sincerely hope that all members of this House, members of all parties in this House, will see this bill as essential for Canadian broadcasters, Quebec broadcasters, and also for the entire culture sector, for our artists, for our content creators, and for self-employed workers in the industry. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way. I think he's nailed it, that the value that we have from our artists is something that we should be paying for, so that artists can continue to create for us. And what they do for our communities and how discoverable they are. Could the honourable member comment on how the American streaming systems don't always find Canadian artists such as you would find in Quebec or in the rest of Canada?
The Honourable Member for Drummond. I thank the member for his question, Madam Speaker. Indeed, when it comes to discoverability, when it comes to this uniqueness of Quebec content and Canadian content, we have a duty, we have a responsibility to protect this content. Indeed, big American and foreign broadcasters are not as concerned as we are with our content, and they don't have to, because they are big fish and we are different. We are unique. We need to protect our content. We need to protect ourselves, and if we want to do so, at least in our country, then we need to have what we deserve. And so imposing discoverability to those businesses is essential.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his very thought-out speech. I really appreciated listening to it. And I think one of the most important points that I heard was how important Canadian content is and how important it is that we don't see content that continues to perpetuate stereotypes, but really broadens the experience, the Canadian experience, and that we see it. I know a lot of folks in the work that I do, I have to bring the attention to them of our content creators. And I know that web giants are using every loophole to get out of paying taxes in our country and making sure that our Canadian content is boosted. So I'm just wondering if the member, through you, Madam Speaker, could talk about how important discoverability is and how this bill will address that issue and bring forward Canadian content producers so that all of us can hear the wealth of Canadian stories.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, my colleague has made an excellent point. There are some real gems, some real cultural treasures to discover in Quebec and everywhere in Canada. Madam Speaker, we need to give small communities, we need to give unique cultural groups opportunities. We have a beautiful country and a beautiful nation. Quebec is a beautiful nation. We're waiting for it to become a country. We have such wealth that needs to be supported. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, it is incumbent upon us to protect these gems and to give them the worth and place that they deserve in our system. And if the big players are going to come into Canada, then we get to set the rules. The principle of discoverability of content, I repeat, is essential. It is a matter of survival for our culture in order to get rid of stereotypes that are always talked about, that I talked about earlier. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his impassioned remarks about culture. His words are words we don't hear often enough within these four walls. I would like to hear my colleague about, not about censure, but the fact that artists have to be able to express themselves, and in order to be able to do so, they need to be able to earn a living. So that is a type of self-expression, freedom of expression. And a second question, when it comes to discoverability, should artists depend on web giants or should they depend on us, the government? The Honourable Member for Drummond. I thank my colleague for the member for Trois-Rivières for his question. Madam Speaker, I'd like us to be able to depend on the goodwill of American companies. It would be nice if they demonstrated that they care deeply about the uniqueness of Quebec and Canadian content and protecting Canadian and Quebec culture. But unfortunately, that's not the case. I think the government needs to set some rules and then ensure that those rules are respected. Freedom of expression means that there has to be an environment within which people can express themselves, and I think that legislators are those who should ensure oversight of this. For example, the CRTC is an agency which can regulate this in more detail. The government absolutely has a critical role to play in this, in discoverability of content and in artists' freedom of expression through various media. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member
for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was about to sit down. My colleague and I sit together on the Heritage Committee and work well together. One of the things that I'm so proud about Canada is that it's bilingual, two official languages. And so...
Member's mic on? Because I'm not hearing. Okay, yeah. So please.
One of the things I'm proud of, my colleague and I, we sit on Heritage Committee together and work well and protecting our cultural sovereignty. One of the things I'm proud about Canada is that we have two official languages. So I was wondering if the member opposite, if he can share with us the importance of the bill, online streaming, how it will protect and basically support artists in both official languages.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. I thank the member for Kitchener-Conestoga for his question. I must admit that after our discussions this afternoon, I was expecting him to ask his question in French, but maybe next time. Madam Speaker, indeed, some amendments were debated and voted on in the context of C10, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that these amendments had been taken up as sections in C11, the new version. There are provisions ensuring that official languages are valued and highlighted by various broadcasting businesses, online or traditional. It is absolutely important to showcase the work of cultural communities and minority communities. I'm thrilled to see that Indigenous culture is becoming more and more discoverable, and there is so much great content of theirs to discover. This is why, Madam Speaker, it's essential that we set the rules. These rules must absolutely apply to foreign businesses operating in Canada. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamétis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which I much appreciated, especially what he said about quotas. When I was younger, I found it annoying to always hear the same 2-3 songs of Ariane Moffat and Cowboy Fringant on the radio. I do love them, but over the years we've had so much more diversity in our music. I have more of a comment than a question. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about my colleague's great work with this bill, and he also worked on C10 in the last Parliament. Since my time here in 2019, this is one of the most massive individual undertakings I've seen to ensure that Bloc Québécois suggestions are taken under advisement. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much. I thank my colleague for her comment. I didn't hear a question, but I will, in fact, continue with something she was saying. She named some artists who, well, were maybe able to succeed thanks to the quotas that had been set years and years before when I was getting my start in radio. Ariane Moffat is a veteran in our music scene these days, but she was brand new on the scene when I was starting out in radio. All of this just speaks to the importance of C11, the importance of all these ways to promote our content. Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I join you today from the National Capital Region, I respectfully acknowledge that the land on which I'm located today is the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Madam Speaker, the Online Streaming Act is about updating the Canadian broadcasting system so that it better reflects our current environment. And our environment has changed drastically over the years since the last time our Broadcasting Act had any major reforms, which was back in 1991. Although much of the discussion has centered on technological shifts over the last 30 years, today I want to focus our attention on the concerns, the achievements, and our priorities of Indigenous peoples with respect to broadcasting. Updating the Act is necessary to affirm the important place that Indigenous peoples have within the sector. Madam Speaker, we need to ensure space for Indigenous voices, for Indigenous stories, and sovereignty in the broadcasting system. So much has been achieved in the broadcasting and audiovisual sectors by Indigenous peoples in Canada in the past 30 years. Madam Speaker, the Aboriginal Peoples Television Network was founded in 1999 and recently launched their digital platform, APTN Lumi. Imaginative launched in 2000 and now is the world's largest Indigenous media and arts festival. The Indigenous Screen Office was founded in 2017 and has quickly become an integral part of Canada's audiovisual sector. Canada's first national Inuktitut television channel, Uvagut TV, launched in January 2021 and helps to promote and revitalize Inuktitut cultures and languages. Let's take a moment to recognize the accomplishments of Indigenous broadcasters, of Indigenous creators and storytellers, and let's build on that as a strong foundation. There's no doubt in my mind, Madam Speaker, that the Online Streaming Act can support greater diversity, authentic representation, and narrative sovereignty for Indigenous peoples in Canada. Music and video are powerful media for shaping culture and changing opinions. Historical representations of First Nation, of Métis, and Inuit people in the audio-visual sectors have reinforced racist notions towards Indigenous peoples, and they've stifled their voices. It is now essential that the amendments to this bill advance narrative sovereignty for Indigenous screen-based storytellers and support opportunities for Indigenous persons working in this sector. These changes will ensure that Indigenous peoples will see more of themselves reflected on screen and support Indigenous peoples in their efforts to revitalize Indigenous languages and culture. We hear that Indigenous communities desire ownership and control of cultural content. We understand the importance of self-determination for Indigenous peoples in Canada to not just see themselves on screen, but to participate in the creation of songs and stories that are shared within Canada and across the world. Madam Speaker, modernizing this legislation is an important first step in our shared path towards a more modern, a more vibrant and inclusive broadcasting system in Canada. This bill intends to further support Indigenous peoples in the broadcasting system. Madam Speaker, many Indigenous peoples rely on oral history and community transfer of knowledge, language, and traditions. Broadcasting can assist that with the preservation of Indigenous perspectives. Broadcasting is an education tool that can help break down stereotypes and advance reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. I imagine the tremendous benefits to Canadian society if Indigenous voices are enhanced. We create space for discussion. We listened with interest. The following key messages are what we heard. Indigenous storytelling, content creation, and narrative sovereignty are important. Representation of Indigenous peoples and the diversity of interests among First Nations, Métis, and Inuit is vital. The Online Streaming Act follows on the path of ensuring that Indigenous peoples can tell their stories from their perspective and find content in the broadcasting system that reflects their lives and their experiences. Madam Speaker, the Act creates space for programming that reflects Indigenous cultures and Indigenous languages. It specifically states that the Canadian broadcasting system should provide opportunities to Indigenous persons to produce programming in Indigenous languages, in English or French, or in any combination of them, and to carry on broadcasting undertakings. It states, the programming that reflects the Indigenous cultures of Canada and programming that is in Indigenous languages should be provided. This policy statement is now no longer qualified by the words, as resources become available. This is as it should be, Madam Speaker. The Online Streaming Act will contribute to other activities designed to support Indigenous peoples and culture. The government continues to work closely with the Indigenous Screen Office to empower communities and support Canada's diverse Indigenous screen-based storytellers. Indigenous artists and stakeholders have raised many concerns over the misuse and misappropriation of Indigenous arts and cultural expressions. Historically, Indigenous stories have been excluded from mainstream media and, if included, were mostly told from the perspective of non-Indigenous people. Supporting Indigenous creators through an Indigenous-led funding mechanism ensures that decisions over funding allocations are made by Indigenous decision makers, helping to advance that narrative sovereignty in the audiovisual sector. With the announcement of $40.1 million over 3 years in Budget 2021, The government is fully committed to supporting the Indigenous Screen Office, as well as providing additional ongoing funding so more Indigenous stories can be told and seen. Madam Speaker, this bill will support Indigenous creators so that they can tell their own stories in their own words, and it emphasizes the need for Indigenous-run broadcasting services. This bill will contribute to fulfilling existing commitments through the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The government committed to take action through consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples to take all measures necessary to ensure that the bill introduced is consistent with the declaration, prepare and implement an action plan to achieve the declaration's objectives, and table an annual report on the progress to align the bill and the action plan. In addition, the government is committed to partner with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people to implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and to collaborate on the implementation of an action plan to respond to the calls for justice from the National Inquiry to Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. As highlighted through these measures, broadcasting can play an important role in promoting and protecting Indigenous languages, arts, cultures, traditions, and perspectives, and ensure that advancing reconciliation between Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples is continued and comes to a resolution. I am hopeful that the Online Streaming Act will move us further along the path towards reconciliation. Broadcasting plays an important role in making sure that all Canadians see themselves represented. It is a tool used for sharing information, making each other heard and listened to, while reminding us of our many origins and shared journey. It is the ability to shape culture, change opinions, and point the way towards a better, more inclusive future. And the work does not end here. We are committed to continue listening to and speaking with Indigenous peoples to ensure that their voices are heard and their stories are seen on screen. We are committed to meaningful partnerships and engagement with Indigenous peoples to ensure the promotion and revitalization of Indigenous culture and languages. And we're committed to ensure a more inclusive space where that vital role of culture in the process of healing and reconciliation will be realized. Culture continues to play a role in the process of healing and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous cultures have been insufficiently reflected in our broadcasting system, which is a problem that the Online Streaming Act is trying to rectify. Culture is paramount to healing and reconciliation. It is at the core of understanding and moving forward together. I strongly urge the members of this House to support the Online Streaming Act. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to share my own personal experience with all of this. I immigrated to Canada when I was 12 years old, and throughout my youth, I didn't really get to understand and appreciate the Indigenous people's lived reality. And it was only until my greater years, as I grew older, that I actively sought to educate myself. And I think when we really include these cultures, when we really try to actively reconcile with Indigenous peoples here in Canada, then I think the best way for us to do that is through our online streaming, to make sure that the way that we are broadcasting, to make sure that what we are broadcasting is inclusive, it is diverse, and it, most importantly, helps to shape the future of what we want our Canada to see. Now, we talk a lot about Canadian values, and if we don't feel that our Indigenous peoples are included in that, then we fail, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I will stop. I believe I'm out of time.
The honourable member will have 8 minutes and 30 seconds coming to her when the debate starts again, and she can take up where she left off from there. Pursuant to an order made earlier today, the House shall now resolve itself into committee of the whole to consider motion number 10 under government business. La Chambre se formera maintenant en comité.
The House will now go into committee of the whole. Before we begin this evening's debate, I would like to remind honourable members of how the proceedings will unfold.
Speaking will be allotted 10 minutes for debate, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. Pursuant to the order made earlier today, the time provided for the debate may be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 16 periods of 20 minutes each. Members may divide their time with another member of the chair, and the chair will receive no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent. Nous pouvons maintenant commencer.
We will now begin tonight's Take Note debate accordingly.
Mr. Trudeau moves that this committee take note of Russia's attack on Ukraine. Debate. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be speaking tonight. I'll be sharing my time tonight with the Minister of National Defence.
Civil defence sirens that date back to World War II. Some test them every month, some every year. But when sirens went off in Lviv, Kharkiv, and other cities in Ukraine last week, it wasn't a drill. Ukraine is under attack. And the sound of war reverberates throughout the whole world. The Canadian government has long condemned Russia's incursion into Ukraine. Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected, and the Ukrainian people must be free to determine their own future. Mr. Speaker, this invasion is unjust, unprovoked, and illegal. And as I said before, Russia will be held accountable. Depuis la semaine dernière,
since last week, with our allies and partners, Canada has announced several series of concerted sanctions. These sanctions are severe and they have concrete impacts. They target Russian institutions and banks, as well as people such as President Putin and his partners, as well as Belarus, which is helping make this possible. Canada is also targeting Russia's participation in the SWIFT bank. And we all applaud.
Depuis 2015, dans le cadre
Since 2015, with the Unifier campaign, the Canadian Armed Forces have trained more than 33,000 members of Ukraine's Canadian Armed Forces, and we all applaud their ability to withstand the aggressor. We will continue to send humanitarian and other aid. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are continuing to stand with Ukrainians. As I said to President Zelensky last week, we are all deeply inspired by his courage, by the courage of his compatriots as well. President Putin clearly underestimated the courage and the resilience of the Ukrainian people, as well as he underestimated the determination of Ukraine's allies and partners.
The many people I met showed me how much they loved their country and how hard they had fought for democracy. Listening to them reminded me of how peace and stability is not something we could or should ever take for granted. Now, with the unfolding tragedy in Ukraine, the whole world is reminded once again of just how fragile peace can be. Mr. Speaker, in the shadow of authoritarianism, we here know that the path forward is the rule of law, universal values, and freedom. That's why Canadians and members of this House stand united with Ukraine. Democracies everywhere stand together. We stand with the people around the globe protesting against this brutal war, from Vancouver to Montreal, from Berlin to Prague, from Minsk to Moscow and St. Petersburg. We hear their voices, and we all hope they will overcome the sound of sirens and bombs. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Questions? Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his words this evening. One of the things that Canadians are talking about a lot, and we've been discussing it throughout the course of today, is the need for energy independence, energy security in this country, whether it's liquefied natural gas, whether it's natural resource production, making sure that this country, our Canada, is energy secure. I'm wondering if the Prime Minister can speak to the events that have happened in Russia and the need to secure energy in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past number of weeks, we've been working closely with our allies in Europe who indeed are dependent to a large degree on imports of energy from Russia and are right now in a difficult position. That is why we are so touched by the steadfastness and the strength of the European response in putting severe sanctions on Russia, even though there is uncertainty in terms of their energy security. And I have assured them that Canada and countries around the world will be there to support them as they move forward. Canada is a producer and exporter of energy. We have banned, as of today, any imports, which were already negligible, from Russia of crude oil. But we will continue to work with the world to make sure that we can stand strongly against Russia and support people in democracies everywhere.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hail the fact that here in this House, and it's been the case globally as well, there has been a convergence of ideas with regard to this adversity. Many people are happy to see that the government is working with large organizations, G7, NATO, and so on. However, there are still decisions that have to be made locally. For example, the decision to continue to require visas for people who want to come from Ukraine to Canada. Not so long ago, and you'll please allow the comparison, we could go through Roxham Road without a visa to get into Canada. Is this something we're going to need to tell people who want to come to Canada to join their family? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for several weeks now, having seen the increase in tension provoked by the Russian threat, our Department of Immigration, our Minister of Immigration, have been working to accelerate processes so that Ukrainians can indeed come to Canada. And that's exactly what we've been doing. We're seeing an increase in the number of applications, processed applications that are already in the system so that people can come faster. And we're also looking at the visas of people who are already here and the applications of people fleeing from Ukraine to let them come more quickly to Canada and even stay here after the end of this unfair war. We will always be here to welcome people who are fleeing war around the world, and we will be there for Ukrainians as well.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are witnessing a humanitarian crisis unfold in Ukraine with bombings and attacks and casualties. So Canada must do its part as countries around the world are stepping up. One of the things we can do is learn from the past where there were significant problems with welcoming people in emergency crisis. And I look to Afghanistan as an example of what not to do, where we failed ensuring the safety of our allies to get to Canada. So when will the Prime Minister ensure that we have a visa-free, barrier-free access to Canada for Ukrainians who are seeking refuge in this time of crisis?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the weeks leading up to this terrible last week we've had, Canada was already positioning itself in case the worst, which did come to pass, came to pass. Our Immigration Ministry and Minister have been working hard to ensure more resources for treatment of requests to come to Canada, opportunities to accelerate the treatments of work permits to Canada, opportunities to stretch out the permits of those who are here now, and most importantly, to make sure we're able to take in as many Ukrainians who are fleeing the violence as possible, to be able to settle in Canada, to hunker down while this passes, or perhaps even, as so many Ukrainians have over so many generations, choosing to stay for good in Canada. We know Canada has been extraordinarily enriched by Canadians of Ukrainian heritage, and we will continue to be there to welcome in Ukrainians to build a better life for themselves here, but also back home in Ukraine.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, Putin's actions over the past week are appalling for all of us who stand for peace, security, and democracy. I would like to send my very best to President Zelensky, Minister Reznikov, and the Ukrainian people for their strong resistance against Putin's ruthless aggression and unnecessary war. Je sais que plusieurs Canadiens regardent.
I know that many Canadians are watching the horrible attacks by Putin on the Ukrainian people, and they want to know how they can help and what we as a government are doing to help them.
Threat not only to the people of Ukraine, but also to global safety and stability, Mr. Speaker. In the face of this brutal assault on the Ukrainian people, our support for Ukraine is unwavering. Depuis le premier jour,
From day one, Canada has been there for the armed forces and the people of Ukraine. We have consistently supported Ukraine and our NATO allies in the face of this unprovoked aggression by Russia.
Provided lethal and non-lethal equipment to bolster their defenses. Canada has pledged millions of dollars in defensive military equipment to Ukraine. First, $23 million delivered since 2015. Second, $10 million delivered earlier this month, including sniper rifles and ammunition. Third, just yesterday, Minister Joly and I announced an additional $25 million in non-lethal aid, including night vision gear, helmets, body armor. These items have been specifically requested by the Ukrainian government, and we are stepping up to meet their needs alongside our allies. Now, to support the delivery of aid and to contribute to NATO efforts in Europe, Canada is also providing 2 C-130J tactical airlift aircraft for a minimum of 2 weeks. One of these aircraft departed Canada for Europe today, and the other will follow later this week. And at the request of Ukraine, and in coordination with NATO allies, we announced today that we are committing additional lethal aid to Ukraine, including at least 100 anti-tank weapon systems and 2,000 rockets, which are working to deliver as quickly as possible in the coming days. Nous renforçons.
We are also reinforcing our support for NATO's eastern flank by extending Operation Reassurance.
Canadian Armed Forces has delivered well over 700 training sessions throughout Operation Unifier, Canada's military training mission in Ukraine. And in addition, we have 3,400 soldiers at the ready in case they are called up by NATO to serve for our alliance in a defensive and deterrent posture, Mr. Speaker. Canada is not alone in this mission to help Ukraine. NATO allies are more united than ever. The world has become a dangerous place, and while these dangers can feel far away to Canadians, these are tumultuous times, and we must unite as a country and redouble our efforts to support our allies. We stand with the people of Ukraine. We will continue to support them in the face of unwarranted Russian aggression. Slava Ukraini. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister of Defence for her speech and for her support of Ukraine and for the announcement today of providing some anti-tank missiles and more ammo, which the Ukrainian military needs desperately. And I know that, Minister, we've been putting pressure on you for some time to do this, and I think it was back in 2018 when the Conservatives first said that we could take the weapons that were originally destined for the Kurdish Peshmerga to be sent over to help Ukraine, which included anti-tank missiles at that time. Now, in addition to the announcement today, I'd like to know what type of time frame, Madam Minister, when those will actually get delivered, and how soon are they going to be either procured here in North America, or are they coming from existing inventory that we have in Canada? And ultimately, how do we get more of them to help Ukraine in their battle against the Russian Federation?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I must say it is heartening to see politics put aside in times of crisis. And I will say, in response to his questions directly, we are working to get this lethal aid in the hands of Ukrainian soldiers as soon as possible. And in order to do that, we are working very closely with our allies to ensure safe passage of the lethal aid, as well as safe delivery to the Canadian Armed Forces and to Ukrainian soldiers as well. And in terms of his question relating to the inventory itself, the lethal aid that we have announced today does come from existing inventory, and I will continue to reiterate that all hands are on deck. We are continuing to ensure that we are responding as quickly as possible to the requests of the Ukrainian government. My conversations with Minister Resnikov over the past number of weeks have been instrumental in allowing us to know precisely what it is that Ukraine needs and how we can best deliver it to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to hear what she has to say on the fact that Ukrainians currently are fighting with a great deal of resilience and courage. It's unprecedented. There are some 500,000 Ukrainians who have fled, and we may be called upon in the future to avoid the errors of the past. So we need to be ready, and I'd like to hear what the minister has to say with how the CAF is ready to play a humanitarian role in welcoming the Ukrainians who have fled in collaboration with the neighboring countries and with charitable organizations. The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And first, I would like to say that the Canadian Armed Forces are ready. They stand ready to support the Ukrainian people, and they will help Ukrainians who have fled and who are fleeing. What we have already in place are more and more harsh sanctions. We will ensure that we have trained over 33,000 Ukrainian soldiers. We have already delivered significant financial aid, and we have also delivered lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and we have also provided cyber assistance, which is very important today in the current context. And lastly, we have provided reinforcements to NATO's eastern flank through Operation Reassurance. So the Canadian Armed Forces stand ready, and we are there for the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
The only comment that questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. A 30-second question, hopefully a 30-second answer, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this conflict, we have seen the Russian army direct intentional attacks against civilians and civilian targets. I want to know, Mr. Speaker, how is the Canadian government documenting these possible crimes, and how will we work with our allies to make sure that Russian military commanders and their civilian oversight are held to account after this conflict so they don't escape justice?
The Honourable Minister of Defence, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. We know that these attacks, cyber attacks included, are part of the Russian playbook. We have been watching Russian escalation at the Ukrainian border for months and months, and we are very well prepared in terms of our intelligence and connections with the Ukrainian government to document the loss of life. More important, however, is making sure that we are stepping up with humanitarian and economic aid and ensuring safe passage for Ukrainians as they leave Ukraine. And we are doing all three, Mr. Speaker. We have provided over $700 million worth of economic and humanitarian aid thus far alone, and we are also ensuring safe passage for Ukrainians as they leave their country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Painful and heartbreaking days for the people of Ukraine. It's unbelievable to watch images of families fleeing the violence, of citizens volunteering, lining up to receive weapons to fight for their country, and of parents sending their children away to safety while they stay behind to defend Ukraine. In the last few days, the world has seen the defiance and strength of Ukrainians standing up for their freedom, independence, and sovereignty against the unprovoked aggression of a violent dictator. Their voices were joined by millions of people here in Canada and around the world, including thousands of Russians who took to the streets to oppose the war, many of them dragged away to prison. As the official opposition, Conservatives stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and its people. And we condemn Putin and his gang in the strongest and harshest terms possible. Putin's ongoing invasion of Ukraine is the first major European conflict since the Second World War. It is a serious violation of both international law and our collective humanity. This amounts to the most serious threat to the rules-based international order since 1945, and because of that, it is a serious threat to global peace and security. That's why Conservatives fully support the actions taken by the Government of Canada thus far. But we are calling on the Liberals to do more. On Saturday, we released our proposals for immediate additional action, and I would like to outline them for the members tonight. First, we are urging the federal government to expel Russia's ambassador from Canada right away. Second, we are asking the government to recall Canada's ambassador from Moscow. Thirdly, we ask the government to direct the CRTC to revoke the license of Russia Today so that Putin's propaganda machine can no longer reach Canadian homes. We are glad that companies like Rogers, TELUS, Bell, and Shaw have already done this, but we would like to see the federal government take more of a lead on this issue. Fourthly, we believe Russia should be isolated internationally by urging their removal from organizations like the G20 and the OSCE. And fifth, we would like to encourage the government to implement visa-free travel from Ukraine to Canada to help families escape here to safety. The Ukrainian people do not want to be permanent refugees. They want to be able to live in a free, peaceful, and sovereign Ukraine. But Canada can be a safe haven for them in this moment.
Conservatives support Ukraine. The Russian invasion threatens peace, international order, and global security. That's why we support the Canadian government's actions. But we are calling on the government to take additional steps, such as strengthening our defenses and committing to NATO against Russia's threats.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government can't afford to take our peace and security for granted any longer. We need to take Putin's threats seriously. We need to make sure Canada is prepared to face aggression with the same level of determination we've seen in the Ukrainian people. That's why Conservatives are calling on the government to come forward with a robust plan to defend Canada's Arctic security and sovereignty. This includes modernizing NORAD's early warning system. It's also time that we fix Canada's long-broken military procurement system. We must accelerate the national shipbuilding program, and finally, it's time to purchase F-35 jets. In addition, we need to work in closer cooperation with Scandinavian allies and the United States to ensure Canada's north remains Canada's. Liberals have ignored our Arctic for 6 years, and this Russian invasion of Ukraine should be a wake-up call to get serious about Canada's Arctic. Mr. Speaker, Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine has highlighted another serious problem. Russia supplies as much as 40% of Europe's natural gas, and we're seeing them use this power to intimidate Europeans and Ukrainians. If supplies are cut, people can't heat their homes, entire industries will collapse, and Europe's GDP will plummet. Canada has the answer here. Canada is the world's 5th largest natural gas producer. But we can't export gas to our European allies because we can't get pipelines built. The Liberal government has failed repeatedly to recognize that Canadian oil and gas is the most ethical, most environmentally responsible oil and gas industry in the world. It is clearer than ever, Mr. Speaker, that Canada's oil and gas is vital to the security and sovereignty of both Canada and Europe. It's clearer than ever that when the Liberals stop, delay, and hamstring Canadian oil and gas from being extracted, transported, and sold both at home and abroad, the biggest winner in every way, shape, and form is Putin. Canada and the world loses, and Putin wins. Why in the world would we want to do anything to help Putin fund his war chest? The Liberals need to stop putting up roadblocks to oil and gas development and exports. We need to get new pipelines built so that we can sell our energy to Europe and others and end Russia's monopoly on natural gas. Mr. Speaker, for over a century, Canadians of Ukraine descent have enriched our communities and our culture, especially in the prairies where I am from. Canada, and Manitoba in particular, share ties with Ukraine that cannot be broken by war and aggression. When Ukraine declared independence from the Soviet Union 3 decades ago, it was Canada, under a Conservative Prime Minister, that was the first country to recognize its sovereignty. We must honor that legacy. As Canadian parliamentarians, I know we honor that legacy. Mr. Speaker, Canada's security is tied to Europe, and Conservatives know that. Canada must strengthen our own defences and renew our commitment to the NATO alliance in the face of the threats from both Russia and China. As we speak tonight, Mr. Speaker, Ukrainian families are huddled in subway stations, calling for our help, just as the British did during the Blitz over 8 decades ago. A country that faced the horrors of the Stalin regime with the Holodomor, but nonetheless emerged from the grasp of communist dictators, is again fighting off tyranny and violence. We must stand with them. The federal government has stepped up in the last few days, but there is more that can be done. As they say in Ukraine, Slava Ukraini, Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. But let's do more than just say those words. Let's take action now and in the days and the months to come to do the right thing for Ukraine, for Canadians, and indeed for the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the interim leader of the opposition for those important remarks and for the demonstration of unity that we've seen in this chamber on such a pressing global issue. I know that in my riding, in Toronto, in Manitoba, right around the country, we've seen Canadians of all backgrounds, all demographics coming forward and standing up for democracy against Russian aggression, calling out for what we need from this Parliament. And we've seen some of that delivered even just today with the addition of additional lethal munitions and lethal armaments to assist Ukraine in defending its own sovereignty. But they've also talked to people like me who represent Ukrainian Canadians and to others in this chamber about a distinct type of threat that is emerging, which is a threat of cyber security and cyber threats. And wonder if we could have the interim leader of the opposition's comments on how do we combat this pernicious threat in terms of the online world where cyber threats are festering, and if her party will work with our party in combating this, including with combating what exists online and how to getting tough with these kinds of important cyber threats. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, and I do want to thank my colleague for that question. And indeed, cybersecurity is a threat that has been a reality for a number of years. I know when we were in government, I was Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety, and we were talking about it at that time, that it's a new theatre of war, the cybersecurity and the threats that come certainly from Putin, from countries like Russia, but also countries like China. I think that's why it's so important that we move forward quickly to ban Huawei. I think that there are immediate threats that we have to take seriously, that we as a country working together with our allies, listening to our allies, listening to our allies, for example, who've already banned Huawei. That's something practically that we can do. But certainly we recognize the threat that there is. And I think the other thing in all of this discussion that we should be recognizing, we talk about Russia and the Russian threat, but let's be clear, this is a threat from Putin. There are millions, I would say, of Russian people in Russia and around the world who do not support what Putin is doing. And I think it's really important that we recognize that. There are good people who are right now just as saddened, heartbroken, and probably terrified at what this dictator is doing. So I thank my colleague for that question, and I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you. I thank the member for Portage-Lisker for her comments and her depiction of the situation. But, conflict resolution can only occur through dialogue among parties. Why does the member for Portage-Lisker insist on sending the ambassador or representatives to Russia when, at the end of the day, all that will do will break the dialogue? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Appreciate that question, and I agree. In some ways, it is symbolic, but in our world order, it is an important symbolic gesture and actual action to send an ambassador home and recall one's ambassador. It sends a strong message that the country and the leader of that country, in this case Russia, is being isolated. I do not believe we can negotiate with Putin. I don't think diplomacy works with him. I think that's been very clear. So, to answer that member's question, yeah, we all agree. It is in a sense a gesture, but it's an important one. And I could be wrong, and if the government has more information, maybe the Russian ambassador to Canada right now is saying something to our government or will say something publicly against Putin. I've not heard that. I think we would very much welcome that, and that could change our position. But at this point, we have not heard the Russian ambassador say anything against what Putin's doing, which means he's on side. And in that case, he needs to leave the country, and it's our government that needs to expel him.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague. I myself represent an Alberta district in Edmonton-Griesba, and there's many Ukrainian families who come to me looking for support, particularly for their loved ones overseas. Right now, this government's IRCC system is backlogged, it's broken, and it's not effective. Would the member please comment and elaborate on the need to reunify Ukrainian families and the need to ensure that IRCC plays a major role in reuniting Ukrainians and bringing them to safety? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that question. I think we're all feeling the same way, that we want to be able to help Ukrainians who are fleeing. As I said in my speech, I don't think the Ukrainian people want to be permanent refugees anywhere. They want to be able to live in their home nation of Ukraine, a free, sovereign, peaceful nation. But in the meantime, Canada can be a safe haven. Our suggestion is that we ask the government if they would remove the visa requirement. And I think the fact is, we all saw what happened when Afghanistan came under attack, and the fact that we were not able to bring people to Canada and protect them in the way that was expected of a nation like Canada. So what we're trying to say to the government is, let's get rid of the red tape right now so that we can immediately try to help people who want to come to Canada and be protected until peace is restored in their home nation.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Honourable Member, who, of course, and the Leader of the Conservative Party, would she and her party consider adding to the list of actions we should take, looking across Canada at the assets in this country bought by Russian oligarchs, millions of dollars in real estate? Can we move fast and seize those assets to send a message to Putin and his cronies?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for that question. I think that's definitely something that we very much could support. I think that it's very disturbing to see Putin's assets being protected, hidden, and the money laundering. You know, I think money laundering is a big problem in Canada, not just with Russian oligarchs, but also with Chinese. So this is a prime opportunity to deal with some of these major problems that we have seen occurring in the country. And Canada should not be a safe haven for gangsters, thugs, dictators to protect their money. That has to stop. This is the best time. We're all in agreement. Let's get it done, and let's punish some of these dictators.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my leader for her speech today. Canada is united for the people of Ukraine. One of the things that she did raise in her speech was the importance of Europe's reliance on Russian gas and how that's put so much at risk. It's funding the very missiles, the very tanks that are invading into Ukraine today. Canada can play that special role. We also know the Americans, they bring in 590,000 barrels of Russian oil every day. Can Canada not just assure the European security through our energy products, but can we also work with the Americans to secure North American markets so that we keep Putin away from being financed from our dollars, from the Americans' dollars, from the Europeans' dollars, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think what we're seeing highlighted, there is some areas that have been ignored or maybe not represented in an honest, real way over the last number of years. Today and the last week have really come to light. And one of them is the issue of Canadian oil and gas and the benefit that it plays on the world stage. We've been long proponents saying Canada is the most ethically responsible oil and gas, but usually it's in the conversation around the environment and climate change. So we've been fighting for Canadian oil and gas to be used on the world stage because we believe it's actually the best thing for the environment. But lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, it's actually the best thing for the world's safety, security, and energy sovereignty. We are seeing that today. So we're here to say as Conservatives, and we think it's time that the whole House would agree, let's be champions of Canadian oil and gas. Hear, hear. Because it's good for the environment, but even more importantly, it's good to protect our sovereignty. And we are seeing today the biggest threat to our globe right now, Mr. Speaker, are dictators and tyrants like Vladimir Putin. So let's put that into perspective, and let's do what we can as Canadians to protect sovereignty, peace, and security. And we do that by getting Canadian energy to the world.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, my ribbon is a bit different from the ribbons my colleagues are wearing. It was given to me yesterday at the Solidarity demonstration in Montreal yesterday. We got the impression that Montreal, Quebec, and Canada, and many other major cities and capitals in the world stand united. We stand united in condemning an unjustifiable incursion based on falsehoods, lies, perpetrated by a dictator. And now some oligarchs might have some issues with their bank accounts. There has been violence. Mr. Speaker, what of the right to self-determination? We often conceive of it as something that we want to earn. Think of the people, the Catalan people, the Kurds, the Scots, Taiwan. We often think about self-determination as something that we can't lose, that we don't want to lose, as something that we must protect with our voices, with our hearts, and sometimes with arms. Thus, tonight, I must commend the courage of the Ukrainian people. I commend the incredible catalyst for their courage. That is, the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. Speaker, confronting a dictator like the father of Russia with his fantasies of conquering other nations, well, standing up to such a dictator is risky. Imposing sanctions is also risky, but less risky at the end of the day than to choose, as an international organization, to take up arms. I'd like to believe that these sanctions, which are severe and substantial, these sanctions which are being imposed on Russia, I want to believe that they have an effect, closing airspace, bank repercussions, cutting off business, limiting oil exports. All of this has an impact. Unfortunately, though, there are two things we should not mix up: a dictator and the people who he rules with a fist of iron. But when it comes to impact, when it comes to freedom, when it comes to enjoying life, President Putin's primary victims, his first victims, are his own citizens. Seemingly inspired by some of the worst moments in history, he seems to want to continue in this direction. How can we not act despite risks? There has been a lot of bravado, there have been lies, there have been fights, but we must still take action. Among the actions which are, in my view, very important, the need to be a welcoming country. We talked about it earlier today. Quebec and Canada already have many Ukrainian nationals and people of Ukrainian descent who are looking at the situation in Ukraine with great worry. but sometimes feel hope. They feel hope because the Ukrainian army is strongly standing up for itself. Ukrainian teachers, Ukrainian military members, Ukrainian athletes, they are taking up arms to defend their freedom, a freedom which they feel is legitimately theirs. There are many actions that we can take to support them, to support these individuals who are being displaced and have to go elsewhere. The Prime Minister did bring this up, and it seems that there's agreement in the House about what Ukrainians need. We need to facilitate the arrival of Ukrainian families, Ukrainian refugees. So, why not drop visa requirements, the usual requirements? Earlier, we talked about tens of thousands of people who went through Roxham Road. There were many issues, structural issues, and especially language issues, and many of them actually stayed in Quebec. We were able to welcome with open arms so many people at Roxham Road, so why aren't we able to act the same way and be so welcoming in this case? There are many impacts on the Russian economy, notably limiting its oil exports. Mr. Speaker, I say this with all due respect, but when it comes to that, I take issue. National security cannot be achieved through transportation and trade in oil. No, rather, it can be achieved by something else. But, you know, this is just as dangerous as it was for the planet 2 weeks ago. But this doesn't seem to be what I'm hearing in this House. A tragic situation should not be instrumentalized, used in order to benefit Canadian oil. Because, in fact, we wonder what impact it would have on Vladimir Putin. I think that we should be suspicious of this. Some measures must be considered, for example, taking Russia out of any international institutions of which it is a member. However, getting rid of the ambassador, I don't know how useful that will be. Often it is said of the Russian president that you can act either with words or with weapons. We do need to keep the channels of communication open, and I think that we can do so with diplomacy. We must keep diplomatic ties and communication open. We will support Ukraine. Ukraine wants to be and to stay free. Many Quebecers recognize themselves. They can identify with this. They can identify with what Ukrainians are experiencing. We in the Bloc Québécois want independence and freedom for Ukraine, just as we want it for Quebec. And Mr. Speaker, I speak for all of Quebec in claiming that Quebec offers its unwavering friendship and support to Ukraine and to its President, Vladimir Zelensky. Questions and comments?
For Etobicoke Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the leader of the Bloc Québécois for his speech. I thank Bloc members for supporting many of the measures taken by the Government of Canada recently in order to support Ukraine during this extremely difficult period. Recently, the Government of Canada announced that it will be sending a third shipment of lethal aid to Ukraine, anti-tank Does the Bloc Québécois leader support this decision? Why is sending arms to Ukraine a very important measure? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, you know, for a long time, we claimed, and I was one of the people claiming that we had to be prudent and careful before sending weapons because weapons are not peaceful by their nature. The situation that the Russian president has put Ukraine in is a desperate situation. So it seems necessary now to offer these men, women, military personnel, civilians, it seems necessary to offer them a way to preserve and protect their dignity and prosperity. We can also understand that when we send anti-tank weapons, Ukrainians are dealing with a military power which has major means and is going through their peaceful streets. We must remove this excessive force with force if necessary.
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Merci à mon collègue, le chef du Bloc. Nous avons parlé beaucoup aujourd'hui, ce soir, à propos de faits
As my leader mentioned, there's a large problem. That is, there are many countries, and that includes Canada, that use natural gas that comes from Russia. This is truly a problem for the world. Countries that buy natural gas from Russia and Putin are working against Ukraine right now. What does the Bloc Québécois think of using only natural gas that comes from Canada rather than buying natural gas and oil from other countries? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, in some respects, it's the thought that counts. Are we saying with compassion and generosity, we're trying to ensure Europe has energy security, or are we simply trying to find a place to sell Western Canadian oil and gas? This is an outdated form of energy. And at any rate, even if we were to start the projects right away, the gas and petrol wouldn't arrive to Europe quickly enough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his wonderful speech. Many things we agree with, as a matter of fact. One part I'd like the member to elaborate more on, Mr. Speaker, is that in regards to funding for our allies in Ukraine and making sure that they have the resources they need, the government has, as a matter of fact, been able to support Ukraine with some funding, but much more needs to be done. Would the member agree that money in hand for the government of Ukraine is needed now more than ever? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I'd say that, yes, of course, it wouldn't be stupid to say they need more money, but I have the feeling that there will be more money sent to the Ukraine. I don't have anything to reproach the government in that respect. As the days go on, the money, the way money is sent, the money sent for weapons and food, well, perhaps something could be sent more directly. Anyway, this is going to cost something. I expect that there will be considerable expenses from the large democracies around the world, whether through direct money or different forms of aid. Question and comments?
Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the leader of the Bloc Québécois. I completely agree with him And I appreciate his courage for saying that there is no reason for us to support fossil fuel energy. Today is the day that the Intergovernmental Group on Climate Change published another report saying we're clearly headed to disaster. And I found a quote from the Ukrainian delegation head. Sorry, the quote is only in English. Svetlana Rakovsky says this.
Human-induced climate change and the war on Ukraine have the same roots. Fossil fuels and our dependence on them. We will not surrender in Ukraine, and we hope the world will not surrender in building a climate-resilient future. Son commentaire, s'il vous plaît.
His comment, please. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I don't want to completely change the debate. Of course, the report is alarming, and I've ended up thinking that people who have power, political, economical, and other, are they ready to really, truly face climate change, or are they not simply trying to gain more money through other forms of commerce that will hurt others? And I know this is incredibly cynical. I don't think that an increase in fossil fuel exports will help Ukraine or anyone else. I think that in this context, as in others, we must envision other solutions. We must dramatically accelerate. We should not be dramatically accelerating procurement from the West Canada or elsewhere. The Honourable Member from Monterville. I had the impression that you couldn't see me. A little earlier today, I asked the government if it was not perhaps the right time to apply the same sanctions to Belarus as have currently been applied to Russia. My question for the head of the Bloc Québécois, does he not believe that Belarus, who is an accomplice of this Russian invasion, Russia would not be in Kiev today if Belarus had not offered its territory to help with this invasion. So should we therefore not apply the same sanctions to Belarus as those have already been decreed for Russia to date? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. If you'll allow me to say, Mr. Speaker, it will be only a few hours before the Canadian government takes a similar approach. Increasingly, jurisdictions in Europe are imposing similar sanctions on Belarus as those have already been imposed on Russia, because the accomplice of a dictator does not make the second dictator less guilty. Strategically speaking, we've understood that a buildup of troops on the Belarus border has enabled Russia to attack Kiev. From what we understand, Ukrainians are waging a very courageous battle to maintain its dignity, and in this spirit, to moderate and even get all these people out of Ukraine, in fact, who shouldn't be then I think, yes, indeed, there should be the same sanctions imposed on Belarus. Before we return to the debate, I'd like to remind all members that many people would like to ask questions. Sometimes you may feel that you've been ignored, but the chair is not ignoring you. We're simply doing a rotation through the members so that everyone can ask their question at the right time. So please, if I may I ask for your patience, and please persevere and you'll have a chance to ask your question.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats strongly condemn President Putin's flagrant aggression against Ukraine, and we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. My thoughts go out to all Ukrainians who are worried about this unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russia. War always brings terrible loss of life and human suffering. And as Canada has welcomed a significant population of Ukrainian Canadians, I spoke with some of them today who shared their worries, their fears, spoke with a young man whose parents still live in Ukraine. And despite the fact that his parents live in the Western region, which hasn't seen as much military action, his family lives just kilometers away from where rockets fell. I spoke with Bodana, and she shared with me her fears that she can't sleep at night. She has family and friends. She's got cousins that she's trying to sponsor, and she can't sleep at night without making sure that they're okay. She hasn't slept many hours over the past number of days. She's constantly checking in, constantly worried that something might happen. These are just two of the many, many stories of Ukrainian Canadians who are deeply worried about what's happening in Ukraine. And in this serious crisis, I want to outline two specific things, or two specific areas where Canada can play a significant role in supporting people in this time. One is with stronger and more severe sanctions, and secondly is with an emphasis on humanitarian relief. I'll begin with the sanctions. The Liberal government must continue to use all tools to deter Putin's aggressive actions. And what we can specifically do is to impose additional economic sanctions where it hurts Putin. And that's by sanctioning Putin's closest oligarchs. I spoke with Bill Browder, who is the author and the motivating force behind the Magnitsky laws in Canada and the Magnitsky Act in other countries. He has outlined that the current sanctions that are in place, both in Canada and in other countries, ignore many of the ultra-wealthy oligarchs who hoard Putin's wealth. These oligarchs are well known through the diligent work of many activists and advocates, including Mr. Browder. We can use the Magnitsky laws in Canada. There's two categories, both one for human rights violations and secondly for corruption. We know who these oligarchs are. Many of them were identified by Alexei Navalny, who was a political opponent we all know that Putin imprisoned, tortured, and attempted to kill with poison. We need to use the tools that we have to hit Putin where it hurts, the money that he's hoarded in the names of the oligarchs, whose money is in country, or their resources are located in countries around the world. We also need more tools to identify where oligarchs are hiding their money and to deal with money laundering in general. We can accelerate the creation of a publicly available nationwide beneficial ownership registry. This would provide transparency on property ownership in Canada, including those owned by oligarchs who we know have property in Canada. And the current timeline for this registry is 2025, which is simply too far away. Putin's greed is well documented. It is his weakness. It is well known that the oligarchs hoard his wealth, the wealth that he has stolen from the Russian people. We need to stand up to Putin and do it in a way where it hurts him most, and that is his wealth, and that is by sanctioning those oligarchs with the tools that we have. We need to do that. That would have a significant leverage in putting pressure on Putin to end this war. Secondly, we need more support in humanitarian aid. And I break that down into two areas. Since Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, 1.5 million Ukrainians have been displaced from their homes. Many came to Canada after the initial invasion 8 years ago and have successfully resettled in communities across the country. With Russia's current invasion of Ukraine, the situation for people on the ground has become unfathomably more dire. Ukrainians will be seeking safety and refuge in Canada. And for years, we've been calling for visa-free access for Ukrainians and calling for urgent action. That's what we need to do. The government must work collaboratively to support and resettle those who've been displaced by this escalating humanitarian crisis. We need to automatically extend expiring documents and permits for all Ukrainians currently in Canada. Those who are already here should not be compelled to return to severe risks and danger in Ukraine. We need to make sure it's easy and that there is a barrier-free access for people who are seeking refuge and safety. We also need to increase humanitarian aid. Ukrainian people need our support more than ever, and Canada needs to plan for that humanitarian aid. The crisis is worsening. Families are torn apart. Children have been killed. Over 500,000 Ukrainians have fled the country in a few days, with many more internally displaced. All children in Ukraine, at least 7.5 million, those that are under 18 years old, are in grave danger of physical harm, severe emotional distress, and displacement. Canada must work with our allies, including the United Nations, to respond appropriately to this terrible situation. As we've seen with the Syrian crisis, neighboring countries who host refugees rely on significant support from those donor communities to ensure that the basic needs of the refugees and local populations are met. So we ask the government to ensure that additional funds to Ukraine will not be diverted from the existing humanitarian envelope that continue to necessitate Canada's attention. We are pleased to see the matching funds for the $10 million with the Red Cross, but this is just a drop in the bucket in terms of the massive needs. We need a plan with significant financial commitments to helping Ukrainians, both within Ukraine and those who have managed to get to safety in neighboring countries. Members of Canada's humanitarian coalition are operating in Ukraine and its neighboring countries. They also deserve our support. Canadian community, the Ukrainian community in Canada is also offering to provide support and is raising funds. We need to support those efforts as well. We know that there will soon be a UN call for funding, and Canada must provide its fair share of support for this call. Les néo-démocrates condamnent fermement.
The NDP firmly condemns President Putin's actions against Ukraine. We are firmly on the side of the Ukrainian people. We understand that all Ukrainians are upset by this attack by Ukraine, an unprovoked attack. War always leads to terrible human suffering. Earlier today, I spoke to Canadians of Ukrainian origin. They are extremely worried for their friends and family in Ukraine. We must help, urgently help, increase sanctions against Putin's oligarchs, increase humanitarian aid to Ukrainians and to organizations that seek shelter, that help those who seek shelter. We must also help refugees seeking shelter here in Canada so that they can arrive here in complete safety.
We must recognize that Ukrainians seeking safety from the dangers right now in their homeland do not have months to spare. The most urgent action is required. The government must do everything in its power to help these people find safe haven from the threat of violence in Ukraine caused by Russia. New Democrats stand in solidarity with Ukraine, with the people of Ukraine. We commend and acknowledge their courage, and we will offer, and we encourage this government to offer all help possible to support them in this time of need. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I commend the Honourable Member for his thoughts in his speech. And it seems to be a general consensus that sanctions are the way to go, specifically Magnitsky sanctions. When he mentioned that he'd had a conversation with Bill Browder, I've always appreciated the advice that Mr. Browder has shared with me over the years, and I was just wondering whether he could share with the House any specific thoughts that Mr. Browder had with respect to sanctions and any specificity particularly on Magnitsky sanctions.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much for the question. Mr. Browder really wanted to highlight that sanctions will only work if they target Putin. And what we've seen is Putin is not someone who cares about his country. He has robbed from the country, but he does care about his wealth. And his wealth is hoarded by oligarchs. And he pointed out that the Magnitsky laws provide for a provision of corruption. And where we can identify corruption, there's many cases where we can tie oligarchs that are close to Putin with corruption, and that those oligarchs need to be sanctioned. So we need to start naming and sanctioning specific oligarchs closely connected to Putin involved in corruption. And that is something that will significantly impact Putin in a way that can apply real leverage and pressure on him to stop this war.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Leader of the NDP for his comments. And I know that he was talking about Magnitsky sanctions. As a matter of fact, I've worked very closely with Bill Browder when Senator Raynal Andrzej, formerly in the other place, and I brought forward legislation here in 2017 to have the Magnitsky Act become legislation. Unfortunately, the federal government hasn't used Magnitsky sanctions since 2018. And really, for people to understand how the kleptocracy works in the Kremlin and in Russia, and understand how corrupt Vladimir Putin and his inner circle is, that everyone needs to read Red Notice, the book Bill Browder wrote about Sergei Magnitsky, who is his lawyer and accountant, who was trying to tell the truth of what was happening there. And of course, he was sadly arrested, impugned, beaten, and then died of his injuries in prison. So we know that we have a lot more work to do. So I'd ask the Leader of the NDP if you want to talk more about how the government should be using Magnitsky sanctions, since it sends the message in concert with our allies around the world that our country cannot be used as a safe haven for those who are corrupt foreign officials, for those that are enriching themselves through stealing from their own citizenry, and for those that are really having and causing gross human rights violations. And we've never seen human rights violations in a long time at the level that we're witnessing right now in Ukraine, all carried out by Vladimir Putin and his war machine.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. What's been identified really clearly is if we want to apply pressure on Putin, the current approach of sanctions, while important symbolically, will not impact Putin. He is someone who has amassed significant wealth by stealing from his own country. So sanctions on the country will not be sufficient to curtail his actions or to send a clear message that will actually hurt Putin personally. That is the only way to apply pressure in this case, is to make the pain be felt by by President Putin. And to do that, we know that his wealth is held and hoarded by oligarchs. They need to be, and many of them have been identified by many different advocates. We need to identify and sanction those specific oligarchs with the Magnitsky law, with the sanctions that we have, the powers that we have. And that will send a very powerful message and hurt Putin where it counts, his greed and his wealth amassed by stealing from the country, from stealing from Russians. That is what we need to do, and that is a powerful tool that has yet to be used effectively. And that's a part of what we're calling for, to apply real leverage and pressure to end what is going on in Ukraine, to end the violence, and to stop Putin from continuing to do it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the NDP leader for his speech. We are in dire times. I agree with most of his messaging, especially with regard to targeted sanctions. I'd like to hear him on two things. In his opinion, should we extend the sanctions to Belarus to ensure the swiftest impact and the strongest impact possible. And I'd also like to know what he has to say about the preservation of contacts with the ambassadors. I'd like to know what his position is on this proposal by other political parties. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. In other cases, in normal circumstances, we can send a message through diplomats. But in this case, what is clear is that President Putin doesn't care about that type of thing. He is someone who is controlled by the fact that all he thinks about is money, and that is his weakness. So if we really want to help the Ukrainian people who are suffering right now, then we must target sanctions that will really hurt Putin. And that means the oligarchs. We have to target the oligarchs and their wealth. That is how we can really make a difference and put pressure on President Putin. Other tools, other sanctions, and other efforts will not work, unfortunately, because this is not a normal circumstance. But if we target the oligarchs, there we can exert pressure, and there we can hit Putin where it hurts.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Leader of the NDP for his strong condemnation of the attack by Russia on the Ukraine, for his support for measures that will take the fight directly to Vladimir Putin, and his suggestion to take up some of the measures that myself and other New Democrat colleagues have suggested for a long time to help Ukrainians get to Canada in an expedited fashion by, for example, eliminating the visa requirement. Of course, we know one component of Putin's attack on the Ukraine has to do very much with disinformation and how Putin and the Russian administration under him has excelled at propagating disinformation through social media. We've felt effects of that even here in Canada. We've known for a long time part of the Russian strategy has been to decenter Western democracies through disinformation. And we're going to have to be very vigilant during the battle between Ukrainian forces and Russian forces to understand and appreciate the role of disinformation. I'm wondering if he has some thoughts on what government can do and individual Canadians can do to fight against the propagation of disinformation and social media.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank my honourable colleague for the question, and it's very true. We've seen already the impacts of this campaign of disinformation led by Russia to particularly target democracies. And they do so by propagating messages, information and propaganda that is incorrect, to repeat the lines that Russia is encouraging people to believe, and information that is designed to subvert democracies and to incite hatred against different groups, in this case against Ukraine. We've seen clear concerted attempts to incite hatred against Ukraine that are baseless and propaganda that's baseless. And so a couple of things that we can do. First of all, be very careful. When we see information, be very careful about the source. Make sure it's a source that you trust, a source that's been verified before spreading any of those messages. There's a clear effort, and we will be targeted with different disinformation. Secondly, government has a strong role to play. We've seen through a number of different accounts, including whistleblowers, that social media benefits from divisive rhetoric and comments, and they amplify messages that might divide people because it'll keep, whether people criticizing that message or supporting it, it'll keep more people on their platform. So governments have to play a role in ensuring that disinformation is not spread. It's not allowed to be spread. And it can't be left in the hands of social media companies, which will give those messages that are divisive, that create controversy, more space and amplify them in people's feeds. So that is why government has to take a role in stopping the spread of that information, and something we've long called for.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River. I'm proud to rise today to speak during this emergency take-note debate in the House of Commons on Ukraine and Russia's military invasion. A couple of days ago, I was joined by several of my colleagues in requesting this emergency take-note debate in the House of Commons. We felt it was important as it provided an opportunity for members of all parties, of all parts of the country, to speak to this issue, to discuss Canada's and the international community's response to what's happening in Ukraine. And I'd like to thank all parties for their support of that motion to have this emergency take-note debate. During our last take-note debate, I shared a story with all of you about my grandfather, Ivan, that I was with him when Ukraine declared its independence, that he was a great patriot, that when Ukraine declared its independence, it might have been the proudest day of his life. That my grandfather said to me that day that now that Ukraine is independent, we have to keep up the fight for Ukraine's independence. I was 14 years old at the time, and I said, Dito, what are you talking about? Ukraine's declared its independence, the people want it, the world has recognized it. I said, you are wrong. And I was wrong. In 2014, Russia twice invaded Ukraine, in Crimea and eastern Ukraine. In 2014, the world did not do enough. They didn't impose enough sanctions. They didn't send weapons. They didn't do enough to support Ukraine and to deter an invasion. Now, Vladimir Putin has begun an unprovoked, full-scale invasion of Ukraine. He has attacked the entire country. And not just the soldiers defending Ukraine's borders, but he's targeting and killing civilians. Men, women, children. He's bombing buildings, and he's bombing kindergartens, and much more. Civilians are dying as we speak. The courage of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces have been inspiring. And it's not just soldiers who are fighting courageously. It's men, women, people of all ages, seniors are taking up arms. They are outnumbered and they are outgunned, but they keep fighting. And they're holding the line against a much larger, much more well-armed military. In Ukrainian, we say, Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. This means glory to Ukraine and glory to the heroes. I think we can all agree that Ukrainians are living up to those words right now. For those of us with Ukrainian ancestry, this touches us personally, but this is something that concerns all Canadians. It's a humanitarian crisis. We see not just the soldiers being killed, but the civilians being killed, civilians displaced, civilian communities being bombed. There's an attack on Ukraine's sovereignty, but it's also an attack on democracy and the international rules-based order. It's a threat not just to Ukraine's security, but to Europe's security, the world's security, and Canada's security. Ukrainians are fighting bravely. And yes, they're fighting for their freedom. They're fighting for their homeland. But they're also fighting for something else. They're fighting for all of us. Today, this impacts all of us. This affects all our security. It affects democracy around the world. It affects global security. Today, they are fighting for all of us. Today, we are all Ukrainian. Ukrainians are fighting for us. Ukrainians are fighting for us, and we need to fight for them. And that is why Canada and its allies must do everything possible to stop this invasion and to ensure Russia withdraws from Ukraine. Now, Canada has taken a tremendous number of steps along with our allies. Today, we banned crude oil exports. We announced that we're going to provide additional lethal weapons to Ukraine, anti-tank weapons and other rockets and other systems that Ukrainians have requested. We've announced that we will ask CRTC to review RT's presence on our airwaves. We need to get rid of RT in Canada. We've previously provided 2 shipments of weapons. We've trained over 30,000 Ukrainian soldiers who are fighting so bravely as we speak right now. And we've imposed a tremendous number of sanctions against Vladimir Putin, his oligarchs, and on the central bank, and much more. And these sanctions are having a significant impact. But it won't be enough. It won't be enough until Vladimir Putin is stopped, until Ukraine is free. Today, this House unanimously supported my motion, which called upon Canada to do a number of things, including continuing to impose sanctions, the provision of additional support to the government of Ukraine and the Ukrainian armed forces, the issuing of an additional order, an order around to the CRTC around RT and broadcasting policy, and the removal of Russia from SWIFT from the payment system. We have to keep working until we stop Vladimir Putin, until the Ukrainians win. They are fighting for us. In 1991, that day with my grandfather, I was wrong. In 2014, the world was wrong. There is too much at stake. Ukraine's security is Europe's security, and it's Canada's security. Ukrainians are fighting bravely for our freedom, but they're also fighting for us, and we need to fight for them. Today, we are all Ukrainian. Today, everyone in the free world is Ukrainian, and today we can all say, Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Saskatchewan has a large Ukrainian community with as many as 15% of the province's population tracing their roots back to Ukraine. Last week, the provincial government of Saskatchewan sent a letter to this government asking them to prioritize immigration applicants from Ukraine who have already applied under the Saskatchewan Immigrant Nominee Program, as well as to fast-track refugee applications from Ukrainians bound for Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, can the government commit to working closely with the provincial government of Saskatchewan on these priority items so that we can help as many Ukrainians as possible?
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
I thank the member for his question and for his advocacy around helping those Ukrainians who are displaced, who are fleeing their country, and who need our help. I think Canada has an important role to play in making sure that we support those who need our help and providing that humanitarian assistance and also welcoming Ukrainians to Canada where they can find refuge. And I think the Government of Canada has been working very closely with provincial governments and will continue to, I'm sure. But I think what the Government of Canada has shown to date through the measures that have been announced over the last few days and today is that we're taking every step possible to ensure that we help facilitate Ukrainians coming to Canada and finding safety here and continuing to build this great country as Ukrainian Canadians have for generations. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's been raised a few times today, and my colleague has just raised it again. But is the government considering providing a visa exemption for people who want to come to Canada urgently, whether it be temporary or permanent? I'd like to hear my colleague on that, please. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada has shown already that it will work to support Ukrainians who are fleeing the war, who are fleeing their country. I hear the suggestion of the member. I appreciate it a great deal, and I think it is crucially important that Canada does everything that it can to ensure that Ukrainians can get to Canada safely. We need to do this.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech and for his words in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Whether they are bringing their children to safety or fighting for freedom and democracy, Ukrainians are showing the world what courage looks like. And we have to support them. I've spoken to so many people in my community here in Victoria who are worried about their family members. They have parents, grandparents, people with disabilities, people with young children. They're trying to get to safety and they need to get here quickly. We know that our immigration and refugee system is broken. It's extremely backlogged. We're witnessing this unfolding humanitarian crisis. Can the member speak to the urgent need to put more resources and measures to support those in need of support and resettlement fleeing Putin's violence? And does he agree that Canada should provide visa-free access to all Ukrainians?
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Well, I thank the member for her words, for her intervention, for her advocacy, and for her question. Look, I believe the humanitarian needs are tremendous. I actually asked a question of the minister about this today. Civilians are being killed as we speak. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, frankly, are being displaced and fleeing. And there's a tremendous need for the world to do so much more to support those who are fleeing, and I certainly believe that to be the case. And as far as allowing Ukrainians to come visa-free, I think those who look at my record will know that I've about my advocacy to ensure that we facilitate closer people-to-people ties with Ukraine over the years, and I will continue to do that. And there's no time more important than now, when Ukrainians are in need and Canada can help. And the government has done that and will continue to do that.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many Canadians have a connection with Ukraine. First and foremost, there's a lot of new immigrants from the Ukraine in Canada, and first and foremost, my thoughts are with them who have immediate family and friends in the Ukraine. I can certainly imagine what it's like for them every time they hear the phone ring, wondering who's calling and about what. But there are many, many other Canadians like myself. I spent the first number of years of my life living with my parents and grandparents in a part of Fort William, which is now Thunder Bay, which has a large Ukrainian-Canadian population. My Baba was from near Horodenka, my Guido grandfather was from near Kamenets-Podolsky. I spent many summer evenings as a child sitting with my Baba on the steps of her corner store, which actually wasn't on the corner, and partly because Baba used to brazenly bribe me with fudgicles and creamsicles from the store in order to get me to sit with her. But she would sit for hours singing old Ukrainian hymns and telling stories about what used to happen in the old country. That was in between coming and going from the store and selling people cigarettes and candy. Now, because so many of my early memories revolve around the Ukraine and Ukrainians, even though I don't speak Ukrainian, even though I've only visited Ukraine once in my life, I feel very much that Ukraine is part of my soul. Now, of course, you don't have to be Ukrainian in order to sympathize with what's happening in the Ukraine or with Ukrainians. We all see the pictures, but the pictures are only a very small part of what's happening in the Ukraine. Now, certainly we have statistics, contested statistics about number of deaths, number of injuries. But let's remember what Joseph Stalin once said, which is 1 million deaths is a tragedy, or 1 million deaths is a statistic, 1 death is a tragedy. And certainly for each statistic, every death is a tragedy. It means a phone call to a parent telling them that a child will not be coming home, or a child who won't have their parent coming home as they told them they would. All of this tragedy is the direct and total responsibility of Vladimir Putin and the people who support Vladimir Putin. It is Vladimir Putin who decided to walk in the steps of Joseph Stalin. Ukrainians and Russians are, in fact, brothers and sisters, but this is brother killing brother. The only brother that kills his brother is a madman like Putin. But let's not forget, in this immense human tragedy worthy of Dostoevsky, the suffering of many Russians as well, many of whom who are dying, fighting their brothers and sisters in the Ukraine. Let us not also forget about the mothers and fathers of Russian soldiers who are anxiously awaiting their return from the Ukraine. Now, as a doctor who certainly dealt with death and has worked in places where I saw a lot of trauma, including close to war zones, I can absolutely tell you that the suffering of a parent losing a child or the suffering of a child losing a parent is exactly the same. It doesn't matter whether you're from Ethiopia or Haiti, from Thunder Bay, Ottawa, or from Ukraine or Russia. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my allotted time, I could have talked about more lofty issues. The fact that how this invasion presents an existential threat to the international legal order, which it certainly does, and how that international legal order grew in no small part out of the Second World War, and the fact that in so many ways the UN Charter and the international legal order was the result of the Second World War and the sacrifices so many Russians and Ukrainians made in that war. I also don't have time too much to talk about what we can and can't do, other than to repeat what a number of people in our party have said, which is that all options remain on the table. To my family in the Ukraine, some of whom I know, as I speak, are waiting with guns for the Russians to come. For their parents who are worried and praying for them, for the people of the Ukraine, for the very many good Russian people, let me tell you, I support you, my family supports you, the Canadian people support you, indeed, good people all around the world support you, and certainly this Parliament supports you. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker. Now, one of the most effective tools that the world has at its disposal right now is to stop the imports of Russian oil and gas. I certainly will say that I do acknowledge and congratulate the government for stopping that from coming into Canada. But we also could, with our Canadian energy, be the replacement for that Russian oil and natural gas with our good, clean, environmentally responsible and friendly Canadian oil and gas. And so I would just say that had the Liberal government only recognized that those benefits of our energy, that environmentally friendly energy that it is, the ability to grow our economy and create jobs here in Canada, and for the way that our energy respects human rights and would enable peace and security in the world by stopping dictators like Vladimir Putin from being the source of energy instead. We would have a much safer place. We would have much stronger ability to go after the Russians for what they're doing in Ukraine. So will that Liberal government finally get behind our oil and gas and stop preventing its success?
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
The member opposite for his question, and indeed, hindsight is 2020. And I think most of us a month ago, 2 months ago, 6 months ago, wouldn't have predicted that Putin would actually have gone into Ukraine. As to the situation right now and whether we should cut off Russian supplies of oil and gas to Canada, I personally support it. However, the devil is always in the detail. Like, what is the alternative right now? We certainly don't want people unable to heat their houses, businesses closing down in Quebec because they don't have access to heat or oil. But I think our government has already said and made clear that all options are on the table. I think this is certainly something we have to consider. And certainly I think we need to go on an economic blitzkrieg against Russia. We have to go on multiple fronts against Russia like Russia went against Ukraine. However we can harm Russia economically, we ought to do, whether it means imports, exports, financial connections, absolutely everything. We go after Russia.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Thunder Bay, Rainy River, for his speech. He said something interesting. He says that a cousin who watches his brother kill someone, that's similar. And I wonder what he would think of extending sanctions to Belarus, these same sanctions which we're currently imposing on Russia.
Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I thank you for the member for the bloc for her remarks. And to tell you the truth, I personally hadn't considered what we're going to do with Belarus when I was a question period today. And in fact, I admit when the bloc brought up Belarus, it kind of caught me off guard, but absolutely I agree with you that I personally, I can't speak for the government, but I agree with you that countries have to choose sides. And it's the same with China, like choose a side. You're either on the side of globalization and the right side or you're on the wrong side. Belarus they chose to be on Russia's side. Let them suffer the same consequences as Russia.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Malahat Langford. Couch in Malahat Langford.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech and I thank him for his passion. There is evidence that Russian forces have intentionally attacked civilians and civilian targets. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to know his thoughts about how Canada can contribute to gathering evidence of possible war crimes and how we can hold the Russian military leadership to account and make sure they come to justice for the commission of any war crimes. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I was incredibly moved by the thousands of Russian citizens in St. Petersburg and Moscow who risked brutal imprisonment to protest for peace. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on that, because we need to isolate Putin, but not go after the Russian people, many of whom want peace and didn't want this war in the first place.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River, in 30 seconds or less, please.
I'd like to thank the member for his observations. And absolutely, the Russian people are not our enemy. The enemy is Putin. There's very many good Russian people. There's very many people in Russia who are suffering, seeing their kids going off to fight a war that they themselves do not want. And certainly, they're on our side. They're not on Putin's side. As for war crimes and things, I would say I would take a step back further and even suggest this, which is that what really kind of goads me is the fact that Russia continues to sit on the Security Council and be the president of proceedings dealing with what's happening in Ukraine. I mean, and for them to be the decision-making body in the UN, I think we have to fundamentally start looking at some of the underpinnings of the UN, and including Russia, who clearly is not in favor of globalization, the world order, in their position in the international legal order.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House representing my home communities in Durham. And the last time I rose in this House on January 31st, my speech was on Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. And of course, a lot has changed since that speech, Mr. Speaker. Of course, for me and where I sit in this chamber, but more importantly, and something that has had the world transfixed, our fears about a Russian invasion were actualized. We've seen horrific videos of indiscriminate violence towards civilian populations by Mr. Putin and his Russian aggression. We've seen inspiring stories of parliamentarians, of elderly people, of people who've never held a rifle, picking one up to defend their land, to defend their community, to defend their country. So our fears have been actualized, Mr. Speaker, and when I last rose in this House, I never thought we would see the extent of aggression we see. So being back, and it's good to be back, Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by thanking all members of this House for their remarks tonight. This has been nice to see all sides coming together to stand up for our friends in Ukraine. I want to thank the government for moving on weapons for our allies in Ukraine. That was the subject of our debate a month ago, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank them for the aid that's been provided, the move alongside our allies to take Russia out of the SWIFT financial system, the restrictions on airspace. There must be a full court press of both diplomatic and security pressures brought to bear to halt this aggression and save lives, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the government. I want to thank the Conservative opposition and all members of this House for this debate tonight. I'd also like to thank Canadians, business leaders, community and charity leaders across the country stepping up, donating, doing drives to raise awareness and raise funds to help. And particularly, I want to thank the Ukrainian-Canadian community, Mr. Speaker, who have always inspired me from my very first speech as a fledgling politician in the Dnipro Hall in Oshawa with members of the long-standing Ukrainian community there. The League of Ukrainian Canadians, the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, charities, credit unions across this country are stepping up. And I know that is providing hope. So the debate we have here tonight, Mr. Speaker, is one of unity because it's about the values we represent as a country. The commitment to liberty, to democracy, to the rule of law that we want to see our millions of friends in Ukraine have as well, Mr. Speaker. And it's been shocking to hear some of the stories. This morning I heard an interview with a Ukrainian member of parliament. She's 37, Ina Suvsan. And here's what she said, speaking to a Canadian journalist, Mr. Speaker. I'm so much better with words than with arms, but I will pick up arms if it comes to that. End quote. We're so fortunate in this House, Mr. Speaker, that we never have to worry about going beyond our words. The very fact that we see the President, we see members of all sides of their Parliament stepping up inspiring, and even taking up arms to defend their land. It's something as Canadians we have to act, and we have to be relevant within NATO, within the United Nations, within the G7, the G20, to make sure countries like Ukraine don't face this brazen aggression, this hostility of the highest order, or else we will become a world where politicians have to stop the words and pick up the arms, Mr. Speaker. And that's a scary notion. So I want Ms. Suvsan to know parliamentarians around the world, including here in Canada, are going to fight hard to make sure she can continue to fight with her words and her democracy and not have to resort to picking up arms. So in the spirit of cooperation with my words of thanks, I would like to provide 2 recommendations to the government in this debate. C'est un honneur pour moi, Monsieur le Président, d'être ici.
It is an honor for me, Mr. Speaker, to be here as the Member of Parliament for my hometown. I am also a proud veteran, Mr. Speaker. We need foreign affairs policy, targeted policy, which is based on our country's values, our societal values, and also based on our allies, our friends around the world, including Ukraine.
Specific recommendations that I'd like to bring to the government's attention. First is we have to have a return to interest-based foreign policy. What are our interests from an economic and trade standpoint? What are our diplomatic, our humanitarian assistance interests as a nation? What are our security concerns, our defense alliances as a country? We are one of the most multilateral countries in the world because we've always had to be as a trading nation, as a nation that straddles the northern half of the Americas, Mr. Speaker, a nation born not of revolution, but evolution from an empire, and now stand as one of the world's great democracies. We have to have our foreign policy not based on appealing to small groups, appealing to the issue of the day. We have to make it based on our strategic long-term interests as a country and on our values as a country, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Prime Minister, when she laid out this government's foreign policy approach in a speech in this place in 2017, she began her remarks with a question. Is Canada an essential country at this time in the life of our planet? End quote, Mr. Speaker. It then did not really lay out interests, but laid out a number of emerging issues. And we've seen that repeatedly with progressive trade agendas, with climate change and other issues outflanking our economic, our security, our trade, our diplomatic, our humanitarian interests as a country. And that has to change, Mr. Speaker, because all issues are a priority, from climate change to some of the progressive trade agenda that was promoted with the United States. But our security as a country, our relevance within NATO, within NORAD, are critical to what our country must advance. And so I would ask the government, in the spirit of cooperation we see here, to make sure that we have the equipment we need for our Canadian Armed Forces, that we arm our diplomats, our aid workers, with the tools and the funds they need to assert our interest and will around the world, Mr. Speaker. We've been lulled out of a sense of complacency. The second recommendation I would have, Mr. Speaker, relates to our Arctic, something that I've been talking about for many years, something that I was pleased to work with Michael Levitt when he was chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and we conducted the most robust examination of our interests in the Arctic in a generation. Nation building at home, vigilance beyond, preparing for the coming decades in the Arctic. An April 2019 report, it stated that the Arctic is fundamental and an indivisible part of Canada, and that right now, when we wrote it in 2019, our sovereignty is at risk. The first section of that report, Mr. Speaker, dealt with Russian military and security buildup in their portion of the Arctic, Russian interest in the continental shelf, Russian interest in polar trade and circumnavigation routes, Mr. Speaker. We are decades behind where we need to be in asserting our Arctic sovereignty. We, the North, Mr. Speaker, should be more than a hashtag that we use when we're proud of our basketball team. This defining element of our country right now is in jeopardy. So we need the ships, the drones, the personnel, the rangers, the infrastructure investments to realize the true potential of Canada and recognize that we are a neighboring country to Russia, Mr. Speaker. We also have to, based on our national interest and a foreign policy based on that, help our friends in Ukraine. So the continued support through the winding down of the SWIFT financial system, in sanctions, including the Magnitsky sanctions brought in by my friend from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, we need to make sure that we have the military equipment needed for Ukraine to defend itself. And we should work within NATO to see how we can put parameters, including looking at restricting the ability for Russia to inflict more damage. And then, of course, help with refugee support, Mr. Speaker. The 1.4 million Ukrainian Canadians have helped build this country. Canada was the first nation to recognize Ukraine. And tonight, let's show as parliamentarians that we will continue to be one of the strongest, one of the most consistent, and one of the most steadfast allies of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
To thank my honourable colleague for his remarks and his speech here tonight, and it's great to see him back in the House. Some of what my honourable colleague touched upon are actually things that are going to be in what I have the chance to say later today. But this gentleman, my colleague, has served in our Canadian Armed Forces. He has defended and protected our country, and I thank him for that. My question is, of course, actually around the military presence. The United States, indeed, we have ruled out the idea of having Canadian troops in Ukraine. Of course, the Minister of Defense has said that we will mobilize 3,500 troops to support our NATO commitments. This member served in that capacity. Could he give his thoughts to us as our colleagues in this House about what point Canada has to mobilize beyond its initial 60,000? Are we at that point in terms of our complement of Canadian Armed Forces, or do we have to be encouraging other Canadians that perhaps may take on the same profession that he did before he joined this House? Thank you.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Kings Hants for his thoughtful inquiry, and I know, like I do, he has a pride for the men and women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, particularly at CFB Greenwood. I was stationed at Shearwater and did a lot of training at that incredible airbase, and I think all parliamentarians are proud of any Canadian that steps up to put a uniform of service on for their country, whether service at home, which we've seen particularly in British Columbia in recent months, Mr. Speaker, but we've been also steadfast going back to the Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, with operations like Unifier and Reassurance. We've had great collaboration within NATO and particularly training operations in Ukraine and in the Baltics to make sure that we have a presence. But I really do think that there's been a creeping barrage of aggression by Vladimir Putin, and we've been lulled into a sense of complacency as a Western world. Starting in 2014 with the Revolution of Dignity, Mr. Speaker, that led Mr. Putin to go into Crimea, into the Donbass. We saw the Malaysian Air Flight 17 shot down. We saw cyber attacks in 2015 that took out part of the Ukraine energy grid, Mr. Speaker. There has been a steadfast and consistent approach of aggression, and we've hoped that the post-war world order would not change. It has changed. So in the spirit of cooperation, I know that member shares an interest in our Canadian Armed Forces. We need a nonpartisan plan to build out capacity for our Canadian Armed Forces and for exerting our control over our landmass in the Arctic, which right now, even our friends in the U.S. have stepped away from the relationship Mr. Mulroney and President Reagan negotiated with respect to the Northwest Passage, Mr. Speaker. We must act now to help our friends in Ukraine, but also to make sure we defend our own territorial sovereignty.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the colleague from Durham for his speech. He mentioned that the last time he spoke was January 31st. I also spoke on Ukraine at that time, and at that time, it was a matter of diplomacy. Several journalists raised questions about what had been going on in the government. That is no white paper on foreign affairs, 5 different ministers in as many years. Do we need to revisit the diplomatic approach to have something more structured? Answer: thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question as well. I spoke in January on the Ukraine situation before Mr. Putin's invasion. Unfortunately, now there's a war in Ukraine, a legal war that violates international law. We need a new approach when it comes to foreign affairs as a country. As I said in my speech, we need a foreign affairs policy that is focused on our interests as a country, our economic interests, security interests, diplomatic interests. But as well, we need an approach that's focused on our democratic values. As a democratic country that has a large heart for poorer countries around the world, it's time to relaunch our diplomatic policy. Everyone should work in close collaboration here in the chamber on our priorities as a country and human rights and the Ukrainian situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member from Durham. I have a serious question, and I hope that this House can unite around how important it is to ensure that we have visa-free requirements for Ukrainians seeking safety. We've heard several times today this question been posed, and I really hope that we can get some unity on this tonight. And I'd like to ask the member from Durham whether or not the Conservatives agree with the NDP's proposal from at least 2018 to ensure visa travel-free requirements for Ukrainians are waived.
Well, member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is the first time I've had the chance to respond to the new member from Edmonton-Griesbach, and I want to welcome him to the House and thank him for the question and remind him that Conservatives have been asking for this for many years. In fact, if I could have my friend from Selkirk Interlake Eastman whisper me how many years, it's been 4, Mr. Speaker. One thing I think we're very proud of in this House is strong, deep, historic ties between Ukraine and Canada. And the more we can facilitate those ties through parental, grandparent, family travel, through business relationships, through the free trade agreement that my friend, the Honourable Member from Abbotsford, helped negotiate, Mr. Speaker, these are the indications of a mature and important relationship for our country. So I agree with him. I do think that is something we need. We also need to work with allies across Europe, particularly in Poland. We've seen 500,000 people already flee. And I want to speak for a moment about someone that works on the Hill who just moved here from Ukraine a couple of years ago, a friend, Daria Fasenko. I spoke to her a few days ago. All her family are in eastern Ukraine and have had to hide out in the country away from a war being inflicted in their country. Daria is in contact every day, and like so many Ukrainian Canadians, they're worried about their family, and that's why it's so nice to see the House come together tonight. So nice to see Canada assert itself alongside our allies, and whatever we can do to help at this time of crisis, we need to do.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is an evening of remarkable consensus on all sides of the House of our support for Ukraine. And its people, and its brave and inspiring president. So I hate to find one small part of the honourable member for Durham's speech that I really do want to take up and ask him to rethink it. The notion which he may not have meant to sound as strong as it did, which was this government had spent too much time looking at things like climate change and needs to focus more on national security and the economy. But those are the same things. The climate crisis threatens national security and the economy, and as the report that just came out today from the IPCC will further inform him. But I wanted to put to him these words, which I think are hard to say too much attention on climate change when they come from Dr. Svetlana Krakowska, who is the head of the IPCC delegation from Ukraine. And today she said this, quote, "Human-induced climate change and the war on Ukraine have the same roots, fossil fuels and our dependence on them. We will not surrender in Ukraine, and we hope the world will not surrender in building a climate-resilient future. These are consistent and convergent goals, not competing." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would cite the report I referenced in my remarks and invite the honourable member to consult the report that our committee did in 2019, Nation Building at Home, Vigilance Beyond, Preparing for the Coming Decades in the Arctic. And climate change is part of preparing for the Arctic. In fact, at the request of the Conservatives, that Foreign Affairs report, Mr. Speaker, was the first report of a parliamentary committee prepared in the Indigenous languages of the partners we met with on the ground. That was Conservative request, Mr. Speaker, because that resilience, that vigilance we need to build in our Arctic is the Rangers for security, but it's also the impact of climate change, particularly on traditional ways of life. The challenge I have with this government is it will sometimes substitute these notions and ignore the hard and fast statecraft mechanisms that we should have. Indeed. The government completely ignored the need for us to be full partners in NORAD. That includes ballistic missile defense. It means asserting our sovereignty in the Arctic. It means supplying ships for the Canadian Armed Forces. We have to look at the world as the way it is, Mr. Speaker, and that's what I hope tonight's debate can do, to make sure Canada helps our friends in Ukraine, but make sure we're prepared at home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing time with the member from Kings Hants. My time is short, so I wanted to make some quick points. Over the last week, the world around us has changed, and we need to adapt. We need to change with it. Last week, people across the world were treated to two horrifying events that occurred at exactly the same time. First, what we've been talking about tonight, Russian missiles dropping on innocent civilians in the Ukraine, an illegal act of aggression committed by Vladimir Putin and his regime against a sovereign, independent neighbor. The second happened on our very continent in New York, where the Russian ambassador was chairing a meeting of the UN Security Council. The meeting was to discuss a resolution condemning Russian aggression against the Ukraine. And after denying that Russia ever intended to invade the Ukraine, the ambassador was confronted during the meeting with missiles dropping on Ukraine from Russian territory. The Russian ambassador was then allowed to continue to chair the meeting, to which his country was the named party. And then when his country was the only one to vote against the resolution, he was able to veto it. Mr. Speaker, my first point is that the United Nations badly needs reform. Whether the Security Council, the Human Rights Council, where dictatorships that abuse human rights judge democracies, we need to reform this organization. My second point, Mr. Speaker, is we need to hold Vladimir Putin and those around him in his regime, his military commanders, those who support this aggression, to account. That means we need to find a way to ensure that we let Vladimir Putin know that he will be brought before an international tribunal. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that that international tribunal would be the International Criminal Court. and Russia has not acceded to the Rome Statute. Therefore, in my understanding, it would require a referral from the Security Council where Russia would hold a veto. Coming back to my first point, we need to reform that organization. I think, Mr. Speaker, we all have been so incredibly proud to watch the resolve of the Ukrainian people. My heart goes out to all those who are suffering there and also to the Ukrainian Canadian community. I'm also part of a diaspora, and I think you need to be part of a diaspora to fully understand the pain when your ancestral homeland is attacked, no matter how many generations prior they were there. And so my heart goes out to those Canadians. My heart also goes out to the Ukrainians who are standing up not only for their democracy and their freedom, but for ours, but for the world's. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be inspired and learn from Ukrainians. And my third point is that nobody in the Ukraine today is asking who they voted for in the last election or whether they believe in vaccine mandates. People are pulling together against a real threat to their country. We can use this example as a stark reminder that there are a lot of threats to Canada and the world, and we need to pull together and stop being divisive. We as members of Parliament can set the example that we can disagree with people without disliking or hating them. We all believe in a strong, united Canada. We are all there to defend our country, and we need to pull together. Mr. Speaker, for the last number of years, we have had warning signs of real threats to the world order. A rise of authoritarian strongman regimes, Russia's annexation of Crimea, repression by China in Hong Kong and its threats in the South China Sea, the rise of Donald Trump and isolationism rising in the most powerful democracy in the world. The attack in the Ukraine is a culmination of this, and we need to rise to the challenge. My next point, Mr. Speaker, is in this battle, Ukraine is our friend and ally, and Putin is not. There are not two sides to this. We need to fully support Ukraine. We need to do everything we can to make sure that the economy of Russia is absolutely destroyed so that Putin's active aggression ends and that he is replaced. And I've been very proud of how Canada has led in this regard. My last point, Mr. Speaker, before my time ends, is that we need to seriously look at increasing defense spending. I understand that military spending is not popular, but we are now faced with a world order that is changing. We are faced with new challenges posed by cybersecurity and disinformation. Russia is a neighbor in the Arctic. We need to seriously consider, are we prepared to confront this new world? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Regina, Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vladimir Putin needs to understand that his invasion of Ukraine is totally unacceptable, and Russia needs to become a pariah on the world stage, just like North Korea. Mr. Speaker, will the government expel the Russian ambassador to Canada and at the same time recall Canada's ambassador to Russia?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows, I don't speak for the government on this issue. However, in my view, that will depend on whether or not we believe the Canadian ambassador in Russia, who would clearly be expelled if we expelled the Russian ambassador, is able to find things out on the ground that we need to know. I have no personal objection to strongly considering the expulsion of the ambassador, but I think there's other things that we need to do that are far more important, such as making sure that sanctions are opposed in the strongest manner against Russia, and such as making sure that there is so much pressure that the Russians try to overthrow Putin. And finally, I'm in agreement that Russia should not be part of international organizations as long as the Putin regime is in place.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscamingue-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my Montreal colleague for his speech. And I heard something that he said, cybersecurity. In the last few days, the Alouette aluminum smelter in Sept-Îles was the victim of a cyber attack, and we suspect the Russian government. What can be done in the future? I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And yes, the government is ready the Minister of Defense answered a question on cybersecurity today. We recognize that it's absolutely imperative that we protect not only government facilities, institutions, but all of them in the country. At this point, Russia is using cyber attacks. We need to be ready for them. That's why I suggested that the cybersecurity budget be increased.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. It's great to see MPs across party lines united in their support for Ukraine and also united in their condemnation of Putin. That's not the case everywhere, and the member mentioned Donald Trump in his speech, and it's appalling to see the former US president praising Putin. Putin's government has a track record of using disinformation to target democracies. So my question is about how disinformation has been used by Putin and by his regime to destabilize, to undermine support for Ukraine, and to justify this unjustifiable war. Can the member speak to what the government needs to do to combat disinformation online, on social media, and in our communities?
Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. We need to make sure that the platforms are held accountable for driving traffic to disinformation. We have seen over and over that platforms seek to monetize revenue and make sure that people stay on their platforms for as long as possible. And hate is driven to hate. And people who believe in one world theory are driven to other conspiracy theories that they would agree with to keep them on the platform longer. We need to make sure that platforms are not allowed to continue to do that. We need to make sure that disinformation is not only flagged, but it is removed when it poses a threat to a nation's security. And I think that Russia has been the most culpable, but there are other foreign threats in this regard, and we need to take this very seriously.
A commentaire, time for a short one. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Mount Royal for his always unifying tone. We've also heard tonight from a lot of parliamentarians the call to waive visa requirements for those fleeing violence, and I wonder if the member would mind sharing his personal views of the importance of doing so.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question, and I think it would be an appropriate thing to thank Poland for taking in so many refugees in all the neighboring countries around the Ukraine. We certainly have to make it easy for Ukrainians who are seeking a temporary or permanent solution to come to Canada, and I am certainly open to any suggestions that would make it easier for Ukrainians to come to Canada.
Resuming debate, repeats the débat, the honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an absolute privilege to be able to be here tonight, albeit just to have 5 minutes to talk about a subject that is much more nuanced than the time allows, but I'll look to try to give my remarks proportionate to what we've seen. I'd like to thank the member from Etobicoke Centre and other colleagues in this House who have pushed for this debate. It is extremely important and timely that we're having it right now. Mr. Speaker, I will join the chorus of my colleagues in this House, indeed individuals around the world, who are condemning and denouncing Russia's egregious attack on Ukraine. It is unjust, it is unprovoked, and indeed it is against international law. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest mobilization of state-to-state warfare that we've seen in Europe in decades. And indeed, it marks a very nuanced and challenging point vis-a-vis the Cold War. I'm 31 years old. I was born in 1991, right at the time that the Soviet Union was collapsing. And this, of course, is very pronounced in the last 31 years that we've seen this. The images have been horrific. I don't know if words necessarily give justice to what we've seen. Horrific, but also inspirational in the same way. Horrific in the sense that we've seen civilians killed. We've seen beautiful, peaceful cities that just a few days ago were not dealing with this, now being bombarded with Russian missiles and bombs and soldiers on the ground. Beautiful in the sense that how we've seen the Ukrainian people come together, and the resistance from the leadership of President Zelensky to everyday Ukrainians who are banding together in such a unified fashion to fight for their democracy, to fight for their freedom. It is truly, in every sense of the word, I should say, incredible and inspiring. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take just a quick moment to talk about our response, the Government of Canada's response. I think that it would be difficult to find someone in this House that doesn't support what the government has done to date. Indeed, there are calls for us to do more, and I think that those are warranted. And as the situation continues to evolve, we will continue to need to do even more for the Ukrainian people. Whether it be lethal and non-lethal weapons, whether it be the economic sanctions, which we saw today, are continuing to have an impact on the Russian Federation. The price of the ruble dropping significantly, the fact that we have worked to limit the central bank from having any access to SWIFT in those global payments is doing important work. That will not change the dynamic overnight, but it will be an important piece. I want to take the last 2 minutes that I have, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the fact of not only do we have to continue to support Ukraine, but we also have to recognize that this is a change in foreign policy around the world. And as I mentioned just previously, this is the end of the post-Cold War period. No one has a crystal ball on where things may go, Mr. Speaker, but the fact of the matter of Russia and China having an agreement signed just 4 weeks ago, the fact that China did not vote against the Russian invasion as being contrary to the principles under the United Nations signals an axis that I think should have all parliamentarians, indeed all Canadians, mindful of that dynamic from a geopolitical sense. And I, like other colleagues have done, I just want to provide some recommendations that I think it's going to be important for all of us as parliamentarians and indeed as the government to consider in the days ahead. One is looking at Canada's propensity to feed and fuel the world. I come from a riding where we're agriculture-based, Mr. Speaker. We have a tremendous capacity to feed not only Nova Scotians, but those around the world. How can we start to incorporate that into our foreign policy of Canada providing healthy, sustainable food, particularly to our allies? And if those trading relationships change over time, how we can be at the front line of making sure that we're providing that, similar to what was done 8 decades ago during World War II. We do have to be mindful of our defense spending. I asked the member from Durham earlier his thoughts in terms of mobilization. I think probably we're early yet in that conversation, but we do need to be mindful of making sure that our military, our Canadian Armed Forces, are available and ready. And indeed, I would agree with my colleagues that have been talking about the Arctic, whether it be for reasons of climate change, infrastructure, economic opportunities, or our sovereignty. That will be an important piece. I wish I had more time, Mr. Speaker. 5 minutes is short for a conversation of this nuance and this gravity, but I look forward to taking questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and his sensitivity because he has recognized the concerns that everyone feels in this House tonight. My colleague talked about the fact that the government is ready to do more. That's been raised this evening. For example, extending sanctions to Belarus. I'd like to know if there have been discussions with the various partners to move forward with those sanctions in order to hurt the enemy side, people who have taken Russia's side. They're not any less guilty than Russia of this aggression. And talking about targeting the oligarchs because of their incredible wealth, that might hurt Putin as well. The Honourable Member for King's Hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Simply, yes, I think it is reasonable for our government to assess further economic sanctions against, or extending the sanctions rather to Belarus. And that would be a way to assist Ukraine because Belarus is just as guilty. And so I think that our conversations here in the House will continue. And I agree with the principle. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is It's an important debate and conversation that we're having here this evening. You know, the last few days we've seen the spirit of my riding, Kelowna Lake Country, stand strong with making their voice heard in support for Ukraine. And I want to be clear that Vladimir Putin has created this invasion and human tragedy. It's not the people of Russia. And the central Okanagan is home to about 14,000 Ukrainians of Ukrainian descent, including myself. And I've been in touch with Ukrainian leaders in my community, and one of their asks was to immediately implement visas. And as the official opposition for Conservatives, we've actually taken it even a step further and have recommended that visa travel from Ukraine to Canada, that we eliminate visas. So I'd like to ask the honourable member if he would be in support of that.
The member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. First of all, just on one of the points that she raised in her intervention, the fact that there is a separation between the regime in Russia and Russian people. And I think we've seen that in the demonstrations in cities across Russia. I just want to go on record for saying, of course, we have to separate Russia, the Russian regime from the Russian people. As to her question on immigration, I know our minister, as he mentioned today in the House, is exploring all options. I don't pretend to be privy to the information that he might in Cabinet, but I know that we'll be exploring all avenues to be able to get Ukrainians who want to come to Canada to be able to get here, and any process to expedite that, I certainly support on this side of the House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We've heard a lot of questions and replies about what Canada can do. We've heard from the Conservatives that we should stop importing Russian oil, which we don't do now anyways. I'm just wondering through you, Mr. Speaker, what the member would think about having the Canada Pension Plan divest itself of many very questionable investments that many of them relate to Russian oligarchs, that money that is used to create war. And I'm just wondering if he could respond to that. My colleague from Couch and Malahat Langford put forward a private member's bill on this in the last Parliament, and it's something that the government should act on.
Honourable member for Kings Hands, 30 seconds or so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I mean, the pension board is independent of government, but I think now is the time for government to be looking at all tools available to limit the ability for Russia, for Putin, for the oligarchs to be able to finance the war that we're seeing in Ukraine. So if that was something that was available and there was ties, I think that that's something that government can look at, particularly given the circumstances that we're seeing right now.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je vais partager mon temps.
I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
Mr. Speaker, the attack on Ukraine by the Russian Federation, ordered by President Vladimir Putin, is the first European war since the Second World War and a serious violation of international law and our collective humanity. This attack threatens not only Ukraine, but Canada, because our security has always been inextricably tied to that of Europe's. Canadians know well the price we paid in 2 world wars in Europe. 100,000 Canadian war dead can attest to that. This attack, coming on the heels of an autocratic pact between the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China, threatens the rules-based international order that has existed since 1945, an order that Canada helped establish, an order that has ensured the longest period of relative peace and prosperity in the modern period, an order that, if dissolved, threatens Canada's peace and security here at home. We support the actions taken to date by the Government of Canada, but more needs to be done. The government should expel Russian Ambassador Oleg and recall Canadian Ambassador Leclerc from Moscow. It should seek Russia's removal from multilateral fora such as the G20 and OSCE. Diplomatic isolation is needed, because diplomacy did not work. In fact, President Putin used diplomacy for his own purposes to disinform and to distract. The government should direct the CRTC to adopt a new policy to terminate licenses of state-controlled broadcasters that spread disinformation and propaganda, so that Russia Today, RT, can be removed from Canadian airwaves, as should other authoritarian state-controlled state-controlled broadcasters here operating in Canada. We must get serious about the disinformation and propaganda spread by proxies of Russia and China here in Canada. The government should also immediately implement visa-free travel for Ukrainians wanting to come to Canada, as has the European Union already, as have member states of the European Union already have done. We must be clear-eyed about these proposed measures. We must be clear-eyed that these proposed measures are not going to stop the invasion in Ukraine. We must be clear-eyed that the measures announced to date by the Government of Canada are not going to stop the invasion in Ukraine. We must be clear-eyed that a middle power like Canada can only do certain things to counter the threat from Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation. And if we are clear-eyed, there are two things we can do. First, we must understand that energy is vital not only to our economy, but to our security. Russia understands this. Canada has not. Russia supplies 40% of Europe's natural gas and uses this to intimidate Europe and Ukraine, threatening to cut off supplies. If supplies are cut, people will freeze, factories will shutter, and Europe's economy will plummet. Canada is the 5th largest natural gas producer in the world, but we can't get gas to Europe to assist European democracies because we can't get pipelines built. Getting natural gas to Atlantic tidewater is vital not only to our economic interest, not only to our environmental interest, but vital to our security interest. We were an arsenal for European democracy decades ago. We can be energy for European democracy today. We must understand that Russia considers the Arctic its most important region. It has spent considerable resources there in recent years. Canada, like Ukraine, shares a border region with Russia, the Arctic Ocean. We no longer can afford to take our security for granted. We need a robust plan to defend Canadian Arctic sovereignty and security that includes purchasing F-35 jets, modernizing NORAD's early warning system, fixing our national shipbuilding program, joining ballistic missile defense, and closer cooperation with Scandinavian and American allies in the Arctic region. Mr. Speaker, the world has irreversibly changed in the last week. We must get serious about the threats presented by China and by Russia, and that starts with treating energy as vital not only to our economy, but to our security, and treating seriously the Arctic as crucial to our sovereignty and to our security. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Wellington Halton Hills for his intervention. And I know he's a man deeply concerned with foreign policy. What I've remarked upon is the pace at which the international community has moved on this issue, and in particular in changing from previously established positions. And I'm going to point him to the example of Germany. We've seen in a matter of very short days or weeks, Germany rejecting the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, Germany moving to actually fund weapons being delivered by their nation to another foreign nation in Europe, and thirdly, backing the elimination or removal of Russia from the SWIFT system of economic exchanges. I wanted to ask him about his view of the role of Canada in prompting that kind of multilateral cooperation, and how we can keep that level of multilateral cooperation with NATO and other allies alive and well going forward once we get past this crisis and get Putin out of Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. I think the most important role that Canada can play is to bring members of the NATO alliance more closely together. I think the single biggest threat that has created gaps between the positions of the various members of the alliance is energy. I think Russia has used energy as a weapon, as a hard power tool, to cow and intimidate Central European democracies, particularly democracies like Italy and Germany, into not taking certain positions in defense of our collective security into our collective defense with the threat of cutting off the 40% of natural gas that Europe uses to heat homes, to power industry, to produce fertilizer for agriculture, and so many other things. And so I think if we in this country can understand that security is not only essential to the economy, that energy is not only essential to the economy, but our security, and get pipelines built to Atlantic tidewater, we can help replace Russian gas in Western Europe with Canadian natural gas and bring the alliance more closely together. And I think that's one of the two most significant things we can do to strengthen our collective defense and security.
Commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's always good to hear from him. Now, I have a question. We are looking at this conflict, we in the West, but China is also watching. And does he think that the international response could have a deterrent effect on China, especially with respect to Taiwan? The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
I'd
like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. I believe China is watching us now. I think it's watching very closely. It's watching what we do with respect to this threat in Eastern Europe.
Today are going to dictate the actions of the People's Republic of China for years to come in the Indo-Pacific region. And that's why we've got to get serious about our foreign policy. We've got to get serious about our defense policy, and we've got to get serious about our energy policy. And if we are clear-eyed about these interests, I think we can defend our values, both here and abroad, our belief in freedom, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law.
Question et commentaire, and just a very short.
Questions and comments?
Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To hear the member talk about Canada's energy, you would think that, the Canadian government was in a position to decide who we export to and who we import from. But in fact, the free market in energy means that government doesn't make those decisions. So I wonder, when the member talks about a more strategic approach to Canada's energy sector, if he means actually having some direction from government about who Canadian oil producers sell to and who Canadian consumers buy from.
Honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. Our energy is vital not just to our economic interests, vital not just to our security interests, it's also vital to our environmental interests. The single thing that the world could do in the next decade to meet our Paris targets, to reduce global emissions, is to replace coal-fired electrical generation with natural gas-fired electricity generation. It is the single biggest step we can take to reduce global emissions. European countries, many of them in Western Europe, still rely on coal and gas to fire their electricity plants. We should be working to replace that with natural gas, a more environmentally friendly way to produce electricity in the transition to a renewable, non-emitting future.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House this evening to add my voice to that of millions around the world who see just how dangerous Putin is. After having spent years in the armed forces and studying the Warsaw Pact and watching and memorizing Soviet tactics and the different vehicles they use, such as the T-80 and the BMP, but I always hoped over all those years that I would never have to face the Russian army. Since the beginning of the 2000s, international terrorism has been the enemy, but now Vladimir Putin has taken that place. I'm going to quote Steve Rosenberg of the BBC. He was asked about Vladimir Putin's behavior, and he said this, I quote, "He'll never annex Crimea," and he did it. "He'll never start a war in the Donbass," but he did so. He'll never do a large-scale invasion of Ukraine, but he did. So I think the expression would not do does not apply to Mr. Putin. He would never hit the nuclear button, right? Although Mr. Putin has put the nuclear forces of his country on special alert. Mr. Speaker, I don't think this is political posturing. We know that Canada will play its role with its allies. Canada has never been a military superpower, but we can try to influence Putin to back down. In the short term, we can and should declare the Russian ambassador to Canada, Oleg Stepanov, persona non grata and expel him from Canada. Recall the Canadian ambassador to Moscow. Isolate Russia internationally, asking to remove it from organizations such as the G20 and the OECD. Establish a visa-free travel system between Ukraine and Canada. Mr. Speaker, Vladimir Putin is a dangerous man. He has shown us that he is willing to do anything to keep and increase his power. He is a character who, at the very beginning of his career, worked as a KGB officer. It's not for nothing that all those who criticize him always lose their lives in a suspicious way. In the long run, Canada can be a superpower for our friends. Here's an example. We need to build new pipelines to the east coast of the country to replace Russian natural gas. Russia provides 40% of Europe's natural gas, and that is used to intimidate Europe. If the supply is cut off, people will freeze. European industry will not be able to function, and Europe's GDP will collapse. Now, after the Russians have invaded Ukraine, I would hope that the Liberal government will finally recognize that Canadian oil and gas are essential to the security of Canada and Europe. It's also time to get serious about Canada's security and sovereignty in the Arctic. We share a border with Russia, just as Ukraine does. We can no longer afford to take our peace and security for granted. The government must come up with a solid plan for modernizing the NORAD early warning system, improve the military supply system, accelerate the national shipbuilding program by F-35 fighter jets, work closely with the Scandinavians and the United States to ensure peace and security in the Arctic. And, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, we have to equip the Canadian forces with equipment worthy of the year 2020. They are proud and effective, and let's give them the means they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. Now, we've heard since the beginning of the day, we've heard Conservatives talk about pipelines to help provide oil or gas to Germany. We all hope that this war will end quickly. Can my colleague tell me if these pipelines haven't even been finished, they haven't finished building them, so what does he think? The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. I think we have to open our eyes and see what's happening in Europe, what's happening with Russia. There are threats. There were always threats, but we didn't really see them as real threats. But as Canadians, we have natural resources, and yes, we have to deal with climate change. But for the coming years, we're going to need natural gas, which is far less polluting than coal. And Europe would do well to have more natural gas, more Canadian natural gas to replace coal. It would be advantageous for the planet, and it would help us to withdraw from this connection with Russia and help them to do so. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
He would share my view that we've all been quite amazingly in showing admiration for the courage and strength of the Ukrainian people and for the leadership of their president, President Zelensky. And when offered an exit strategy out of Ukraine, he responded, and I quote, I need ammunition, not a ride. That was his response to the Americans. That's President Zelensky. In response to that kind of plea, what we've seen on the side of the Canadian government is we've had defensive equipment provided, we've had lethal armaments of $7.8 million provided, and just today the minister announced 100 anti-tank weapons and 2,000 rockets being provided. And I know the member opposite is a defense critic and is very knowledgeable on this file. If he can comment to me on what that kind of lethal aid provision represents as a precedent for Canada and how it bodes for Canadian future military policy in aid of our allies around the world, fighting against bold-faced aggressors engaging in unlawful acts such as Vladimir Putin. Thank you, Ms.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Yes, I do have some idea of what they're talking about when they talk about different kinds of weapons and armaments. I know they have been asking us to supply weapons. And we didn't want to say lethal weapons because that scared people. But with this front-on attack by Russia, people are no longer afraid to say it. They're talking about weapons, tanks. So I think that's the least that we can do. We can send them munitions, and that's what it takes to fight a war. We have to support Ukraine with the weapons we have. Yes, we'll continue to do it, and we'll give them what we can. But we also have to realize that Canadian armed forces need the proper equipment. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. And part of that, I spoke to some of my constituents just recently, this Friday and Thursday, and many of them were concerned with IRCC in light of the crisis. We have said that while prioritizing permanent residency applications and travel documents for Ukraine is a necessary measure, the Liberals must not repeat the mistakes that have been made with the Afghanistan humanitarian crisis. They must ensure this work is done properly with new staffing, resources, and immigration levels so that existing significant backlog for all streams within IRCC is not further impacted. Do you agree that the government should be allocating new resources to IRCC in order to process these new applications?
The Honourable Member, 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Well, we know that immigration is a real problem. There are 40,000 Afghans who have come here. We've had a real problem getting them settled and bringing them here. This kind of thing takes resources, and there has to be a sense of urgency. We do in this case. We have a sense of urgency, but I'm asking the government to also inspire this sense of urgency in the public service. We should react as those in Europe do during a war, but we have to pick up the pace. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my good friend, the Member of Parliament for Ottawa West, Nepean. Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight with a heavy heart for the Ukrainian people, whose nation has been invaded by a savage dictator, and for all those who value democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Like all my colleagues in this chamber, I am seeing the images coming out of Ukraine. I'm watching missiles explode and Russian tanks and soldiers swarm over places I know in the communities of people I've met. I was an election observer in 2004, stationed in the Luhansk region of Ukraine, only 60 kilometers from the Russian border. This was the first round of the Ukrainian presidential election, rife with interference by Putin and the Russian state, that eventually led to Ukrainians rising up in the Orange Revolution and the election of Viktor Yushchenko in the final round of voting. I saw firsthand the massive police presence around polling stations and the indisputable evidence of election fraud. But I also experienced the kindness of local Ukrainian citizens at the polling stations I visited, and I witnessed their belief that they were participating in an important moment in their country's history. Years later, Putin began waging a covert war in this same region of Luhansk, as well as in the Donbass, costing the lives of 17,000 Ukrainians. Since that time, as an election observer, Mr. Speaker, I have traveled to cities like Zaporizhia and Kherson on missions to help Ukraine strengthen its healthcare systems, where tanks now roll over the black soil of the countryside that reminds me so much of my home province of Manitoba. I have spent time in the beautiful capital of Kiev, on that iconic square known as the Maidan, in the aftermath of the revolution of dignity that cost so many Ukrainian youth their lives. My mother's family have their roots in the Lviv region, where young people in their late teens and 20s are now brandishing firearms to fight for their homeland. So, Mr. Speaker, like so many in the House today, I am heartbroken about what those families and friends are going through, huddled in basements or subways, fleeing the country, or taking up arms to defend their homeland. Ukrainians have been fighting Russian aggression for centuries, Mr. Speaker. They have been through some of the darkest times in history. And yes, there will be dark days ahead. But what I know, Mr. Speaker, is that the Ukrainian people have an indomitable spirit, an undying love for their country, their culture, and their freedom. They have always prevailed and will prevail again. Let us be clear. Vladimir Putin's latest act of war on a sovereign nation is not only an attack on Ukraine, but an assault on the rules-based order that has kept global-scale conflict at bay for 80 years. It is an attack on democracy itself here in Canada and around the world, and so we must take a stand. And we, with our allies, are indeed taking a stand. Vladimir Putin strives to divide NATO, but in fact, he's given NATO a renewed sense of purpose and of unity. With the voices of nationalism and populism so loud around the world these days, it may seem that there are few who are willing to defend liberal democracy with their whole hearts. But the people of Ukraine are showing us all that those values of freedom and an open society are worth fighting and even dying for. The question for us here today is, what will we do to help them? Mr. Speaker, this government has taken strong measures to help Ukraine in concert with our allies and NATO partners. Our government authorized the provision of lethal weapons, which arrived in full and on time, and more is coming. Humanitarian assistance and support for refugees is on its way. As of yesterday, Canada's airspace is closed to all Russian aircraft operators. Alongside our allies, we have announced 3 sets of severe and coordinated sanctions on Russia and Belarus. We will continue to impose severe, coordinated economic sanctions as we call on Russia to reverse course, withdraw its forces, and choose diplomacy. Our resolve to uphold the rules-based international order and to support the security of Ukraine, of Europe, and of the world is unwavering. And I wish to end with these words from Mahatma Gandhi, Mr. Speaker. And he says, "When I despair, I remember that all through history the way of truth and love has always won. There have been tyrants and murderers, and for a time they can seem invincible, but in the end they always fall. Think of it always. Slava Ukraini, Heroem Slava."
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member of Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague, fellow Winnipegger across the aisle, for his very thoughtful speech. Many stakeholders have called for the expulsion of the Russian ambassador from Canada. I'm just wondering if the honourable member could give us his thoughts on that measure.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend and colleague from Winnipeg. for the question. And Mr. Speaker, I heard a number of ministers say today that all options are on the table. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, even you need to talk to your enemies. And so that is a measure I know our foreign minister will consider carefully, and I trust her judgment to make the right decision.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear what he has to say about the humanitarian aspect of this war. Well, what we know now and what we've seen is the extraordinary courage and mobilization of the Ukrainian people. They're trying to keep their cities, even though they are besieged. I think there is a humanitarian crisis in these cities and towns. How could Canada, perhaps on the ground or through the Red Cross, how could we right now we have a ceiling, I think, of $10 million, and we're going to match what is donated to the Red Cross, but how can we help on this front? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from the bloc for that very important question. As the member mentioned, our Minister of International Development made an announcement that Canada would match up to $10 million of humanitarian aid. And I think he also heard, and we're going to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary shortly, that he was open to increasing that amount. I know the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress, through the Ukrainian Foundation, has issued an appeal, and we are all working in our communities to raise money for Ukraine. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, while I have the floor, I was at a rally in Winnipeg with 5,000 Winnipeggers, Ukrainian Canadians, non-Ukrainian Canadians, standing up for Ukraine, all pledging to help Ukraine on the humanitarian, on the military, and on the sanctions side.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech, for standing in solidarity with the courageous people of Ukraine as they fight for their freedom and for democracy. I asked about visa-free access before, and I didn't get a clear answer from the government, so I'll ask it again. Ukrainians don't require visas to travel to 141 countries, including most European countries. The NDP has been calling for visa-free access for Ukrainians for the past 4 years. Does the member agree that Canada should offer visa-free travel to Ukrainians? And what does the member think is behind this government's hesitancy to offer this to the people of Ukraine?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for Victoria, who I serve on the Environment Committee with, and thank her for standing with Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, we heard the immigration stand up in the chamber today, and again say that a number of these things are under consideration. Mr. Speaker, I think we should do everything in our power to help people in danger make it to our shores. We have 180,000 people of Ukrainian extraction and ancestry in the community of Winnipeg, and I know that we can welcome them with open arms. They can be in touch with their culture, their language, their religion, and find a safe home in Winnipeg.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Ottawa West, Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with sadness, alarm, and great resolve that I stand in this House today to speak at a moment in history where our words and actions will have great impact. I had hoped to never be in a position to speak about war in this chamber. But in the face of open aggression by Putin's Russia, which is undermining decades of peace brought about by the post-World War II international rules-based order, Canada must do everything in our power to stop this. L'attaque de la Russie contre l'Ukraine est également...
The war on the part of Russia against Ukraine is a war against democracy. It also attacks freedom and human rights and should not remain unpunished. We continue to support Ukraine.
Heart-wrenching scenes of civilians being targeted and killed, fleeing their homes, taking refuge in subway tunnels, and stepping up bravely to fight for their country and for freedom in Ukraine. These are scenes we never hoped that we would see ever again in Europe. We've heard interviews with Ukrainian civilians who have expressed a sense of shock and disbelief that something like this could happen in 2022 in Europe, that it could happen in full view of the world. Most of them, like us, grew up in a generation that has never known war. It seems unthinkable to them. But, Mr. Speaker, the unthinkable has become reality. Before entering politics, I worked in the former Yugoslavia. When I was 29 years old, I spent a year in Bosnia-Herzegovina, just a few years after the Dayton Peace Accords. I grew up, like most Canadians, thinking of war as something that happened to our grandparents, as something that could never happen to us. I took peace and democracy and freedom for granted. But working in Sarajevo, it was my peers, those who were my friends, who were then in their 20s, who had been at the front line. Eventually, my colleagues and friends started opening up to me about their experiences. Women who'd been raped, who'd watched their fathers and brothers taken away at gunpoint, shot and left in mass graves. Young people who would go out for bread and be shot by snipers. They told me of atrocities that I can't repeat here in this house. At the age of 29, I stopped being sheltered by a false sense that war is something of another time and another place. I lost my sense of innocence about what humanity is capable of doing to one another. The comfort that comes from a veneer of civilization that I came to know is incredibly thin. My friends in Sarajevo were Europeans. They were students. They never imagined that they would see war. In fact, they told me that when they marched in the streets and their own army, the Yugoslav National Army, took aim and started shooting at them, they didn't run because they didn't believe it was really happening. And Mr. Speaker, I'm seeing the same incredulity on the faces of Ukrainians today. We cannot abandon them because peace is not inevitable. Peace takes constant vigilance. And sometimes peace means fighting to stop war crimes and aggression and horrors from spreading. If we let it happen in Ukraine, what does the world do when Russia comes for our north? When other dictators learn lessons from Ukraine? We cannot allow the unthinkable to happen just because we can't imagine it. We must do everything to stop it right here, right now. From the beginning, the Canadian government has stood resolutely with Ukraine. We have responded with all the tools at our disposal, through diplomacy and leadership in the UN and with our allies, through sanctions targeting Putin and his inner circle, the oligarchs, Russian banks, and the SWIFT financial system, canceling all export permits to Russia, banning imports of Russian crude oil, over $620 million in sovereign loans, through renewing and expanding the Canadian Armed Forces support to NATO through Operation Reassurance and Op Unifier, delivering lethal and non-lethal aid to civilians displaced and harmed in this illegal war, closing Canadian airspace to Russia, and expediting immigration avenues for Ukrainians to settle here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, today Ukrainians are not just fighting for their freedom, they're fighting for all of our freedom. We will not allow Putin and his thugs to dismantle the peace and prosperity that democracy has brought to the world. We will not waver. We will stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her intervention and her contribution to tonight's conversation. I've been hearing from some constituents, including one that actually just passed through one of the border crossings from Ukraine into Poland. And one of the things he mentioned to me was the lack of supplies and necessities that people at the border have to support those individuals, blankets in cold in the elements. Many of these individuals fleeing are women and children. I'm wondering if the honourable member would like to comment on some of the humanitarian aid that we could provide and if she would support increasing that support. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. I agree 100% with my colleague. We've already seen that we have created the matching fund with the Canadian Red Cross of $10 million. That is just a start. We've already provided $35 million in development aid, another $15 million in humanitarian aid. We are working with other countries, not just for Canada to step up further, but for other countries to also step up. We are taking a leadership role, and I know that the honourable member will hear more in the coming days. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Ottawa, West Nepean, for her speech. The previous speaker, my colleague, asked about why Canada doesn't provide visa-free travel for Ukrainians when we have the largest Ukrainian diaspora in the world, and 141 other countries offer that. But what I would like to know is, will the government automatically extend the visas of Ukrainians who are here in Canada now, whether they be student visas or work visas, so that they're not forced to go back to Ukraine at this time?
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And yes, we are extending visas for those Ukrainians who are here in Canada on temporary visas. We are expediting all immigration visas. We're creating corridors for Canadians, for permanent residents and their families to be able to come here. And I thank the honourable member for his advocacy, because these are incredibly important moments to be able to bring as many people as we can to safety, and those who are already in Canada to not have the stress of worrying that they're going to have to return home. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada and its allies have removed the Russian banking system from SWIFT, but there are still a number of banks that we need to pull out of this system. So what is the government's plan to completely eradicate all Russian banks from SWIFT?
Yes, thank you very much to my colleague and Mr. Speaker. We have been working in very close coordination with our allies, with like-minded countries, to be sure that we are standing united in making sure that Putin, that the oligarchs, that the banking system is going to be completely isolated in the world. You heard the Prime Minister very clearly say that we want to remove Russia from the SWIFT system. We have a number of other measures, and we are working very closely with other countries, with our European counterparts, to make sure that there is not impunity for what is happening right now in Ukraine. Thank you.
Time for another question and answer. Question et commentaire. There you go. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her, not just her remarks, but for her advocacy and her work, particularly in her role as in her parliamentary secretary role. And going to that, I'd just like to ask her if she could speak to summarize for folks watching at home what some of the key things are that Canada has done from a humanitarian perspective and needs to be focused on in the days and the weeks to come.
Honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for his incredible advocacy on this and for his untiring and unwavering work in this area. And I would like to assure the member that in addition to what I mentioned previously, the $10 million matching fund, which I encourage all Canadians to take advantage of, and the $50 million that we recently announced, which is in addition to over $240 million that we've provided in previous years, we are working globally. We are working with our counterparts to make sure that we are providing more humanitarian aid and that other countries are stepping up as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I'm splitting my time with the member from South Surrey, White Rock, and I just want to thank her for her leadership as our Shadow Minister for National Defence on this file on Ukraine, as long with the great work that's been done by my friend, the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, the member from Wellington, Halton Hills. And I also want to thank the government for coming up with the sanctions that we need, delivering the lethal weapons that we've been calling for. Ukraine has desperately needed, and there's another bunch of weapons that were announced today that are going to go to Ukraine, which will go a long way in helping them defend their homeland. You know, what we've been witnessing over the last 5 days, I think all of us find surreal. It's heartbreaking with those of us that have friends and family still in Ukraine. And it's hard to watch, as I'm hearing tonight, that Russia has gotten way more aggressive in dropping in thermobaric warheads. This is a step down from nuclear. This is a very catastrophic event that's happening tonight, and one that should be classified as a war crime. And I think all of us here are keeping the people of Ukraine right now in our thoughts and prayers as this is playing out before the world on TV. But, you know, it's heartbreaking, and it's something that it's going to take a long time to get over. But at the same time, we've all been inspired by the leadership of the government of Ukraine and what they've been able to do in mobilizing their citizens. We've been inspired by the bravery and courage of just regular people picking up arms to defend their country and fight side by side with their soldiers who have been courageous in warding off the invading hordes coming across the border from Russia. And, you know, it's because of that tenacity that Putin didn't count on. He completely miscalculated on going forward with this invasion of Ukraine. And we've got to keep in mind here, why has Ukraine been able to hold off one of the greatest military powers in the world? And it's because when you look at the Russian troops, they're fighting for a tyrannical dictator. You know, and you look at the people of Ukraine. You know, what are they fighting for? They're fighting for their country. They're fighting for their democracy. They're fighting to protect their freedom. You know, they're fighting because they are trying to protect the European aspirations that they've had since the Maidan in 2014. And of course, they're fighting to protect the Ukrainian culture. And most importantly, they're trying to protect their families. And that's why you see men and women, you know, have come up and picked up arms. These are true patriots. Now, you know, we've witnessed already Putin's revisionist history, you know, his toxic rhetoric, and we all know from everything leading up to this that Putin is a pathological liar and we should never trust him, and that's why diplomacy will never work with this man. And so we have to do everything we can to help Ukraine and everything we can to stop Putin's war machine. And so there's three things here that we have to do. We have to go ahead with breaking Russia's financial bank. That's why sanctions are important. That's why using SWIFT to target Russian banks. That's why we have to replace Russian energy, take away the ability for Russia to finance their war machine. We have to keep sending more and more support to Ukraine so they have that ability to fight back. So the lethal weapons, the anti-tank, the anti-aircraft, the anti-missile systems are what they need right now so that they can continue on with the fight. So more ammo, of course. We don't want to see them run out of ammo on the street fights that are taking place today. And of course, we need humanitarian aid. You know, one of the things that I've heard in the last little bit is that we can use improved first aid kits and send those over. We have them here in Canada, send them so they get to the front line. We have Roll 3 hospitals that I know the government purchased for the purpose of COVID. They're still sitting in the containers. Let's put them on the C-17s and get those Roll 3 hospitals over there to deal with the trauma that's happening. And of course, we have to continue on with isolating Russia on the world stage, suspending them from the G20, the OSCE, and other international organizations. Look, at the end of the Cold War, gave us peace dividends, but the whole, you know, mirage of peace dividends has now been shattered. And so we have to do more and spend more on defense. We can't do defense on the cheap anymore, Mr. Speaker. So we have to step up with our deterrence and our investments in NATO, in NORAD, our Arctic sovereignty, because if we don't, dictators, despots, and tyrants will keep redrawing international borders through force, and we can't let that to happen. We have to stand with Ukraine. They are the front line today, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Trade.
you much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his vigilance on the Ukraine file, for his advocacy, and for many things that we see eye to eye on, particularly on this issue. What I've seen at rallies in my riding, at rallies in the city of Toronto, some of which the member opposite has been at, is that the support for Ukraine is not just from Ukrainian Canadians. It is not just from Canadians generally. It is from people of all demographics, all ethnicities and backgrounds. I've seen Tibetan Canadian constituents of mine gathering forces with Ukrainians supporting this fight against authoritarianism. I've seen Taiwanese Canadians standing up with Taiwanese flags at these rallies. And I'm wondering if the member opposite could comment upon the unifying feature that we've seen amongst Canadians in rallying to this cause and what that portends for, in general, the fight against authoritarianism going forward and how we can ally against this cause and against the repression that Vladimir Putin represents.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Yes, and I want to thank the honourable member for his comments. And, you know, it's been inspiring watching how Canadians from all walks of life have come out to support Ukraine at these rallies right across the country from coast to coast to coast. And, you know, I've been at a few of these now in Manitoba and Ontario, and people are overwhelmingly in support of Ukraine and want to help, regardless if they have Ukrainian heritage or not. And as Canadians, as I say, we're all Ukrainian today because Ukraine is fighting for democracy. They are fighting for human rights, and they are fighting for the international rule of law. And, you know, we have to, since Ukraine is fighting for all of us, we have to, all of us, do everything we can for Ukraine. And that's why, you know, UCC has been organizing these rallies. I encourage people to get out there and donate. I appreciate the government is matching donations with the Red Cross right now so that we can increase humanitarian aid and use organizations like the Canada Ukraine Foundation to help those in need in Ukraine during this unpleasant time of the war.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague. He's actually been very wise, and as soon as I've gotten to this place here in the House of Commons, I've learned a lot from this member, particularly to Ukrainian issues. And I would like to seek this member's advice again in relation to the Russian war crimes that we're witnessing right now. These crimes are truly atrocious. What role could Canada play to making sure that we can hold Russia accountable for these war crimes? In particular, can Canada fund some of the observations for these missions? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Edmonton-Griesbach for his kind words, and I also just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the OSCE has been active in Ukraine, monitoring what was originally the line of contact under the Minsk Agreements 1 and 2, and have been already documenting a lot of the things that were happening in violation of those Minsk Agreements, and they are also the ones that will be documenting all the war crimes that are happening. We need to make sure that the UN, of course, is involved in this documentation, but there is a role to play. For NATO, for the RCMP, for the FBI, for other law enforcement agencies to ensure that everything that Russia is doing right now, that we can hold Putin and his inner circle to account, including dragging them in front, as I said yesterday, dragging them in front of the Hague at the International Criminal Court.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the conversations that we're having as a result of this war crime by Vladimir Putin is the issue of energy security in this country. Obviously, Europe is supplied by natural gas with Russia. Canada is the fifth largest producer of natural gas. Clean Canadian energy can be exported around the world, not just used here at home. But the issue of energy security is becoming critical, and I'm wondering if the honourable member would comment on that.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Barrie for that question. And I can tell you that energy security for Europe is something that is of utmost importance. If we want to ensure that Europe doesn't have to be reliant on Russian natural gas, Russian oil, then let's capitalize on our ethically produced, environmentally friendly, heavily regulated oil and natural gas sector and move those products to Tidewater and the Atlantic so that we can easily supply them. This has to become an issue of national importance, of national security, and ultimately this is about international security to ensure that Russia doesn't have the abilities to keep funding their war machine.
Here. Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stand here tonight, as with all my colleagues in this House, my thoughts and prayers are with the people of Ukraine, their indomitable spirit and their keen sense of patriotism as they stand up to a ruthless Russian dictator in Vladimir Putin. As Shadow Minister for National Defence and a former Associate Minister of National Defence, my mind is also on the 550 Canadian soldiers in Latvia and the crew of our frigate, HMCS Montreal, now in the Mediterranean, and their families, and what they're going through right now. I think of the reinforcements we're sending as well. When I was in Cabinet, we had made the transition from war fighting in Afghanistan to the Afghanistan training mission. These things weigh on your heart and mind. I can imagine that my government colleagues are not sleeping that well right now. So my thoughts are also with the ministers who are directly involved and the government at this time. Close to home, Canadians pride themselves on their majestic and largely untapped Arctic. Our Northwest Passage and surrounding areas are increasingly of interest to China and to Russia for access to minerals, natural resources, and for shipping trade between Asia and Europe. Russian aggression on the European continent brings home to Canada that an aggressive Russia might also be eyeing our Arctic. Russian aggression could just as easily take place in the area adjacent to our Arctic coast and waters, and this must be understood by all Canadians. The prospect of further Russian aggression in the north only reinforces the need for this government to purchase new F-35 fighter planes without delay and to cut steel on new warships. As we all know, Canada has its signals intelligence listening post at Alert and an Arctic training center and a command center at Resolute Bay. This year, we are supposed to get our first Arctic port as operational. In terms of defense capabilities for this vital region, we have our aging CF-18 fighter fleet, Victoria-class patrol submarines that can linger near the edge of the ice cap, a force of Canadian Rangers, and Arctic offshore patrol vessels. It's simply not enough, and we must do more. Canada's Northern Warning System needs a major upgrade of its sensors and its coverage, both north and south, to protect us from a variety of new military threats, like hypersonic ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and hypersonic glide vehicles, all armed with nuclear warheads. Russia's Kola Peninsula is one of the most militarized areas on the face of the planet. It is home to Russia's Northern Fleet and therefore home to its sea-based nuclear deterrent. In the last few years, Russia has refurbished 13 air bases, 10 radar stations, 20 border posts, and integrated emergency rescue stations on its Arctic coast. Russia has also created a Special Forces Arctic Brigade to be deployed to the region and has tested a series of hypersonic cruise missiles and nuclear-powered undersea drones. Canada must take our Arctic sovereignty and security much more seriously and not allow Russia's huge military buildup to go unnoticed and unchecked. Canada must push back on the Russian government with several initiatives. And I note, and my colleague mentioned this, that the latest reports say that Putin has used thermobaric weapons today in Kharkiv. These weapons cause massive shock waves that suck the air out of the lungs of its victims. This is very serious, and there is now a 40-mile-long Russian convoy outside the capital of Kyiv. There's many things we can do. We can expel the Russian ambassador. We can recall our ambassador. We can give visa-free access. We can immediately move to remove Russia from the G20. We need to send more help. These concrete actions will send a message to Putin, to his oligarchs, and the people who keep him in power that you can't invade a sovereign state. It's time that they listen to the words of a great leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, who said, "The world will not accept dictatorship or domination. We need only look at the patriotic fire in the eyes of Ukrainians and their President Zelensky and Ukrainians here and everywhere and understand they too yearn to be free." Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to thank the Honourable Member for her speech. I counted it a privilege to be able to serve on the Defence Committee with her.
and it's been a good relationship. I agree with one of her core points that the Russian militarization of the Arctic is moving at a furious pace, and it is of considerable concern. It should be a considerable concern to every Canadian. But I wanted to bring her back to a question that interested me in our hearings this afternoon, and that is that Canada has spent millions of dollars in the training of Ukrainian soldiers, there's a slip, of Ukrainian soldiers. And it appears that this may be actually paying off, that the resistance being put up by the people and the soldiers to the Russian invasion is really quite impressive. And it may have something to do with the training that has been provided over the last few years.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you to my colleague. And yes, we're working away in the Defence Committee, and in fact, just were there earlier this evening. I think this is a very important point that you make, and I think that's something that all Canadians should be proud of, that we have had trainers in the region for some years now, and no doubt that Canadians have had a big hand in their readiness to fight. You can't put the heart in people, they find that themselves. But what we have done and can do is continue to train those who stand up for democracy and who have actual threat like Ukraine has been dealing with now for a long time.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquin-Roger. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Since she is very familiar with military matters, I'd like to have her opinion on a proposal that was made by the Conservative Party earlier today to expel the ambassador of Russia, the ambassador to Canada back to Russia, and to bring back the Canadian ambassador from Russia. So we do think, though, that a certain amount of dialogue should be maintained. So does she think it would be productive to expel the ambassador instead of maintaining dialogue? Thank you.
The member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you, and thank you to my colleague for your question. Yes, I do think the ambassador should be expelled at this point, and I do think we should recall ours. Yes, dialogue is always important, but this is a ruthless, tyrannical dictator that is now in charge of an enormous army, the second largest military force in the world. And he has shown over and over again that he's not interested in dialogue. He's not interested in talking. There's been all kinds of opportunities for that dialogue, and I'm always one who pushes for dialogue and pushes for talking and not going that extra step unless we have to. But this person is not listening at this point, and if he shows any indication at all of being willing to listen, there are avenues that we can make that happen.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
I want to thank my colleague for her speech tonight as our defence critic, and I had the opportunity on the European Union Friendship Committee that we have in Parliament to spend a few years as on the Standing Committee of Parliamentarians for the Arctic region, and my colleague mentioned the Arctic sovereignty that we have as a neighbour with Russia in our north, and I wonder if she could elaborate just a little bit more in regards to the issues around the Arctic and our independence and making sure that that we stand our ground in that area.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock in about 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that excellent question. I think on both sides of the aisle, everybody is talking about a need for NORAD modernization. I don't think that's news. But what needs to be done, there's an expression that is used, and it's either use it or lose it. And as far as China and Russia are concerned, they have been very clear that they want to be the powers in the Arctic. Whereas Canada, we believe that we should be standing up for our Arctic, and that means all of Canadian sovereignty. We simply have to do more. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time tonight with the honourable member from London North Centre. Mr. Speaker, first I want to start by again thanking members of the opposition and from all parties for agreeing to this debate tonight, because was it not for our unity of purpose, we wouldn't be having this discussion tonight. I'm rising to speak on an issue that none of us want to be talking about. It's as simple as that, Madam Speaker. We were here on January 31st talking about a possible threat of invasion of Ukraine. Just a few short weeks later, we're standing here worried about the threat of the use of nuclear weapons. I never thought I would see this in my lifetime, Madam Speaker. It is surreal in the extreme. For the second time in 2 years, the world has come together to fight significant challenges. This time, it is to voice our aggression from one antagonistic individual who is actively, aggressively threatening democracy and attacking an innocent nation. Mr. Speaker, we join the international response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We must send a very clear message to Russia that its flagrant violation of the UN Charter of International Law and of the sovereignty of territorial integrity of Ukraine will not be tolerated. Short, Madam Speaker, we stand with Ukraine. Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot tonight and over the past weeks about how we have friends and constituents and colleagues from the Ukrainian community. We all do, and we're proud of that. I want to talk about some of my own personal experience. I have lifelong friends, Anne-Marie Corello, Tim Walkichuk, John Kozak. These are people I went to high school with, Madam Speaker. Anne-Marie Corello, who's a friend to this day, sat beside me in grade 9 Latin. John Kozak, who I've known since high school, sent me a text a couple